The head was splitting, as if countless steel needles were stirring in the temple. Zhang Xinhui, no, now he should be called Aburame Xinhui, opened his heavy eyelids with difficulty. What came into view was not the familiar cold lights in a laboratory of New York University, nor the dazzling sunlight and splashing blood when the street shooting occurred, but a dim, unfamiliar forest filled with a strong smell of blood and scorched earth. A meaningless groan came from his throat, and he tried to prop up his body, but found that his limbs seemed to be falling apart, and severe pain accompanied by a strong sense of weakness swept over. Where is this? He remembered that he took a shot from the fat black man Heaton, and then he knew nothing. Captain, Xinhui, where are you? A slightly immature but anxious shout sounded not far away, followed by several dull sounds of falling to the ground and the horrible sound of sharp weapons entering the flesh. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and the short life of a Konoha Chunin named Aburame Murakami flashed before his eyes. The Aburame clan, parasitic bugs, chakra, ninjas, and the Third Ninja World War, the Kikyo mountain battlefield. Damn it! Aburame Murakami couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was a doctor who studied biological genetic engineering, and he was powerless. How could he have traveled to such a meat grinder battlefield with a death rate comparable to hell mode? Before he could digest this huge amount of information, two figures full of murderous intent had appeared in his field of vision. They wore forehead protectors with rock marks on their heads. Their eyes were fierce, and their mouths had a cruel grin. The bright kunai in their hands flashed a deadly cold light in the dim light. Two Uwagakure ninjas. Aburame Murakami's heart suddenly tightened, and the strong desire to survive overwhelmed all the chaotic thoughts. Although his current body was weak, he was not completely powerless to resist. The original owner's remaining fighting instinct and memory of the Aburame clan's secret techniques were his only lifeline. There's still one fish that slipped through the net. One of the taller Iwagakure spoke hoarsely, with a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. Hurry up and get rid of him. We have to get back to the camp quickly. The other shorter Iwagakure nodded, but he didn't hesitate to move. He approached Aburame Muraki in an instant, and the kunai in his hand pierced his throat. Fast. Too fast. Is this how ninjas fight? He didn't even have time to think and adapt. Aburame Muraki's pupils shrank sharply, and the shadow of death enveloped him again. He rolled back in a panic, barely avoiding the fatal blow. The sharp blade of the kunai brushed his cheek, leaving a burning pain. Oh, still able to move? The tall rock ninja was a little surprised, but then sneered. It's just a dying struggle. The strong sense of humiliation and the fear of death intertwined, but instead stimulated the ruthlessness in Aburame Muraki's bones. In peacetime, Jean Muraki could work tirelessly for scientific research projects, and staying up late to work was commonplace. Now in this war era where human lives are worthless, is he going to die again in such a cowardly way? No, he wants to live. Secret technique insect, Jade. At the critical moment of life and death, the original owner's body instincts were stimulated to the extreme. Aburame Muraki quickly formed seals with both hands, and the chakra energy in his body began to run at an unprecedented speed. A weak but clear connection was established between him and the countless tiny lives hidden in his body. Buzz, 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 the fine sound of insects suddenly sounded, and countless black parasitic insects swarmed out from his wide sleeves, under his collar, and even from his pores, instantly forming a high-speed, rotating black insect ball in front of him. Is this the secret technique of the Aburame clan? The short Iwagakure's face changed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect that this seemingly half-dead Konoha ninja would still have the energy to perform ninjutsu. A trifling trick. The tall Iwagakure didn't care and formed seals with his hands, Earth-style, weighted rock technique. Several huge rocks whizzed towards Aburame Murakami. The insect Jade collided violently with the rocks, making a dull explosion. Most of the parasitic insects were blown away or even torn apart by the violent airflow carried by the rocks. But a considerable number of them still managed to withstand the attack with their tenacious vitality and cooperation with each other. However, this was just the beginning. The two Iwagakure Chunins obviously didn't intend to give him any breathing space, and they cooperated tacitly to surround him from both sides. Kunai and shurikens fell like raindrops, blocking all his retreat routes. Aburame Murakami gritted his teeth, his eyes full of bloodshot. Chakra surged wildly in his body, and that feeling was like opening the door to a new world for him, a former doctor of biology. This is a new form of energy, a miraculous power that can directly interfere with matter and even create life. If he can survive, he must study this thing carefully. The strong desire for knowledge and survival collided in his mind, creating fierce sparks. He found that he seemed to be more adept at controlling the parasitic insects than in the original owner's memory, as if these little things could understand his intentions more clearly. Is it because of the enhanced mental power brought by the fusion of souls? Or is it because he himself, as a doctor of biology, has a more thorough understanding of this symbiotic relationship? Before he could think about it, the short rock ninja had already rushed in front of him again, and the kunai in his hand swept across with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, aiming at his neck. Bug clone technique. At the critical moment, Aburame Murakami's figure suddenly disintegrated into countless flying parasitic insects, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not far behind the short sand ninja, countless parasitic bugs quickly gathered and recondensed into the form of Aburame Muraki. What? The short rock ninja missed his attack and showed an incredible expression on his face. Although the insect clones of the Aburame clan are not a rare secret technique, it is definitely not something that an ordinary chunin can do to perform them so quickly and silently. Be careful, this guy's a bit weird. The tall rock ninja also noticed something was wrong and warned his companions. Aburame Muraki was panting, and the previous attack almost exhausted the chakra that was already scarce in his body. But his eyes were unusually bright, full of crazy fighting spirit. He has always been a believer in the power of social Darwinism, the survival of the fittest. In this cruel ninja world, if you want to survive, you must have strong power. I'll have to die. He growled hoarsely, with a hint of ferocity that did not belong to this age. This time, he did not passively defend himself, but took the initiative to attack. Secret technique insect swamp. A large number of parasitic insects spread out from under his feet like a tide, quickly covering the surrounding ground. These parasitic insects secrete a special mucus, making the ground muddy and extremely restricting the enemy's speed of movement. Damn it! The short rock ninja stepped on empty air and almost fell, and his movements suddenly became sluggish. Opportunity! A gleam of light flashed in Aburame Murakami's eyes, and his hands formed seals again. Secret technique insect pillar technique. Two thick black insect pillars suddenly protruded from the ground, like two poisonous snakes that chose their prey, and entangled the two rock ninjas respectively. Earth escape earth flowing wall technique. The tall rock ninja reacted very quickly forming seals to inject chakra into the ground. And a huge earth wall rose from the ground, trying to block the attacking insect pillars. However, Aburame Murakami's parasitic insects seemed to be fearless, and some were blocked. But more insects rushed up from all directions and tightly entangled his arms. Get out of here! These disgusting bugs! The tall rock ninja roared, and the chakra in his body burst out, trying to shake off these parasitic bugs. At the same time, the short rock ninja was also in a tough fight. His speed advantage disappeared in the insect swamp, and the insect pillars entangled him like maggots, constantly absorbing his chakra. He waved the kunai in his hand wildly, cutting off pieces of insect corpses, but the number of insects seemed endless. Aburame Muraki's face became paler and paler, and his body trembled slightly due to excessive consumption of chakra. He could clearly feel that his parasitic bugs were consuming his chakra in an unprecedented way. But at the same time, the sense of power they fed back was also unusually clear. Now, he suddenly widened his eyes, and all the parasitic bugs seemed to have received a unified command at this moment, and the intensity of their attacks suddenly increased. The tall rock ninja let out a shrill scream. The parasitic bugs wrapped around his arms suddenly became extremely aggressive. The sharp mouth parts pierced his skin and gnawed his flesh and chakra frantically. The situation of a short rock ninja was not much better. The insect pillar had covered most of his body. The feeling of suffocation and the weakness of chakra loss made him gradually lose the strength to resist. Aburame Murakami's eyes were red. He could feel that his consciousness was gradually blurring and his body had reached its limit. But he knew that he could not fall down now and had to completely solve these two threats. Explode. He used up his last bit of strength and shouted. Boom! Boom! Two dense black clouds composed of parasitic bugs suddenly shrank, and then exploded violently, completely swallowing the two rock ninjas. The aftermath of the explosion shook Aburame Murakami and made him stagger back a few steps. He could no longer support himself and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. His vision began to darken, and all he could hear was his heavy heartbeat and the dense buzzing of the parasites. Did he win? He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the two black clouds of insects that were gradually dispersing. On the ground, there were only two bodies that had been gnawed beyond recognition, and the air was filled with the disgusting smell of blood and burnt. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Aburame Murakami's stomach was churning. Even though he had seen countless specimens on the dissection table, this was the first time he had personally experienced and led such a bloody and cruel killing scene. This is war. This is the world of ninjas that a trace of enlightenment rose in his heart, accompanied by a kind of almost numb calmness. His moral bottom line seemed to be more flexible at this moment. In order to survive, he could do anything. Once the tense nerves relaxed, the overwhelming fatigue instantly overwhelmed him. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness receded like a tide. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, a golden flash appeared like a ghost on the treetops not far away. It was a young man wearing a white divine robe and with dazzling golden hair. His eyes were gentle and sharp, like the purest sapphire, and at this moment, he was looking at the shaky black-haired boy in the center of the battlefield and the two bodies of Iwagakure ninjas at his feet with a hint of surprise and scrutiny. Can the child of the Aburame clan actually kill two Iwagakure Chunin? The man's voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of imperceptible admiration. He flashed, and the next moment he appeared beside Aburame Murakami, and before he fell completely, he reached out and held him steadily. The gentle chakra slowly passed into Aburame Murakami's body, making his confused consciousness slightly clear for a moment. He vaguely saw a handsome face and a pair of blue eyes as clear as the sky. This person, so fast. You did a good job. Let me do the rest. The man's voice seemed to have a strange, soothing power. Aburame Murakami could no longer hold on and fell into darkness completely. Before his consciousness completely sank, a name flashed through his mind like lightning: Namikaze Minato. The golden flash of Konoha, the future fourth Hokage. Seeing this legendary figure, he knew he was out of danger. The boundless darkness swallowed him, but in this darkness, a weak but firm flame ignited in Aburame Murakami's heart. Live, you must live in this cruel and miracle-filled world, and figure out the secrets of chakra and these magical insects. Chapter 2. Recovery and training. The pungent scent of disinfectant rudely invaded the nostrils of young Meraki, who struggled to pry his eyelids open, managing only to create a narrow slit. Before him loomed the rough fabric of a tent ceiling, the light dim and subdued, accompanied by the faint sounds of footsteps and hushed conversations nearby. He attempted to move his fingers, only to be met with a wave of aches and weakness throughout his body, which vividly recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness, those two rock ninjas, the swarm of exploding insects, and that golden flash. Awake? A slightly cool female voice inquired, tinged with a hint of detached professionalism. Young Meraki turned his stiff neck to see a woman clad in a medical ninja uniform and wearing a mask. Her gaze was calm as she documented something. Water. Lord Minato. His voice emerged dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper. The medical ninja paused her writing, glancing at him. Lord Minato, Namikaze brought you back. Your chakra and stamina are severely depleted, with several external injuries. Fortunately, none are critical. To survive the hands of 2ch Nin, you are indeed fortunate. Fortunate? Young Meraki bitterly chuckled within. Were it not for his swift decision to employ his last resort exploding insect tactic, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. Of course. There was also the timely arrival of Minato Namikaze. Where is this? The Orange Blossom Mountain Castle Camp, medical unit. The female medical ninja replied succinctly. You have been unconscious for a day. Rest assured, during wartime, medical resources are scarce. With that, she turned her attention elsewhere, tending to other wounded. Young Meraki refrained from further questioning. He closed his eyes, feeling the gradual resurgence of chakra within him. It was a warm and subtle flow, akin to a gentle stream nourishing his parched body. The healing techniques of the medical ninja were indeed remarkable. In just a day, he felt a significant restoration of control over his body. Minato Namikaze, the future fourth Hokage, the golden flash of Konoha. The weight of that name in the shinobi world was crystal clear to young Meraki. To have been rescued by such a prominent figure, could this be considered an unconventional twist of fate? He recalled the clear blue eyes he had seen before losing consciousness and the figure that moved with breathtaking speed. Was this the prowess of a top-tier shinobi? Compared to those two Iwagakure Nin, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. A powerful yearning surged within him, a desire for strength, a longing to survive in this cruel world. In the ensuing days, young Meraki remained within the confines of the medical tent. Aside from regularly receiving medication and treatment, he spent most of his time silently sensing and manipulating the chakra within him. He discovered that following that life-and-death struggle, his control over chakra seemed more adept, and the parasitic insects within him appeared more active. On a day when he could finally stand and felt that his body had recovered to about 70 or 80%, the tent flap was lifted. A dazzling figure entered, seemingly illuminating the entire tent with their presence. The golden locks shimmered under the light, and the handsome, gentle visage bore a faint smile. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. "How do you feel now, Murakami-kun?" His voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, instinctively eased the tension within. Oil woman Murakami's heart stirred with reverence, and he promptly bowed. "Lord Minato, I am much better now. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Minato waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no further courtesy was necessary. "I merely fulfilled my duty. Your ability to turn the tide and defeat two rock-hidden ninjas in such dire circumstances is commendable." His gaze lingered on Murakami. Imbued with a hint of scrutiny and approval, "Your use of the secret insect technique is quite exquisite, particularly your decisive actions at the critical moment." Receiving praise from the future fourth Hokage naturally stirred excitement within oil woman Murakami, yet he maintained an air of composure. "It was merely luck. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I fear." "Luck has no place on the battlefield," Minato interjected. "Surviving is part of your strength. Your chakra control is somewhat rudimentary, yet your potential is immense." A flicker of determination ignited within Murakami, and he displayed an eager disposition to learn. Minato did not disappoint. He extended his finger, a wisp of pale blue chakra dancing at its tip. The essence of chakra lies in the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. To refine your control, you must first learn to perceive and comprehend it. Your parasitic insects can consume chakra, which in itself is a unique application. You should attempt to sense the flow of chakra within you and within the insects, discovering that delicate balance. He paused momentarily before continuing. Basic exercises, such as attaching chakra to the soles of your feet to traverse vertical surfaces or condensing chakra at your fingertips to adhere to leaves, may seem simple, yet they significantly enhance your mastery over chakra. When your control is sufficiently robust, you will be able to allocate and utilize chakra more effectively, minimizing unnecessary waste and amplifying the potency of your jutsu. Murakami listened intently. These concepts he had encountered in his previous life within the anime. Yet the experience of having them elucidated by Minato, coupled with the lively chakra at his fingertip, offered a profoundly different sensation. This was not merely theory. It was a transmission of experience. "I understand, Lord Minato," oil woman Murakami affirmed earnestly. Minato smiled gently. "Your talent is promising, and you exhibited a level of composure and decisiveness that surpasses your years in this battle. The village does not wish for gifted ninjas to meet an untimely demise on the battlefield. I have communicated with the command center, and you will temporarily be reassigned to the rear camp for recuperation and training until your body and condition are fully restored." A surge of joy welled within Murakami. This was precisely what he had hoped for. The frontline battlefield resembled a meat grinder, and his current strength was far from adequate. Being able to step back, undoubtedly, was the best outcome. "Thank you, Lord Minato. Do your best, Murakami-kun." Wafing Watergate gently patted his shoulder, the warm chakra emanating from his palm infused with encouragement. The future of Konoha rests upon the guardianship of the younger generation. With that, Wafing Watergate turned and departed, his presence as fleeting as the wind. Village, we watched his retreating figure, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This legendary figure was far more approachable and dazzling than he had ever imagined. Soon, he received a transfer order, directing him to a relatively secluded camp situated behind the castle of Chijing Mountain. This place was removed from the clamor and bloodshed of the front lines, yet the air still bore the palpable tension synonymous with war. He was assigned a modest single tent. Although it was simple, it provided a sanctuary for rest and training. In the days that followed, Yang Hui immersed himself in the study of chakra and insect secret techniques. Following Buffing Watergate's guidance, he commenced his practice with the fundamentals of tree walking and leaf adhesion. Initially, he struggled to regulate his chakra output, either fracturing the tree bark beneath his feet or leaving the leaves utterly unmoved. Yet, he did not succumb to discouragement. Having been a doctoral researcher in biological engineering in his previous life, he possessed an extraordinary patience and a relentless spirit of inquiry. He regarded each failure as a collection of experimental data, constantly analyzing and adjusting. Excessive chakra output led to repulsive forces overshadowing adhesive ones. The balance between mental and physical energy appeared somewhat skewed. The parasitic insects exhibited a keener perception of chakra than he did. Perhaps he could harness them to calibrate his chakra output? His thought process diverged sharply from that of the ninjas in this world. He endeavored to comprehend this supernatural force of chakra through the lens of scientific logic. Although he often encountered obstacles, deeming some aspects unscientific, the essence of being a ninja resonated within him. Once he discerned a certain pattern, the clarity that ensued captivated him. In just a few days, he had essentially mastered the techniques of tree walking and leaf adhesion. This proficiency elicited quiet admiration from the Konoha Jonin responsible for patrols, who regarded Yang as yet another prodigy of the Oil Woman clan. Beyond the foundational chakra training, Yang Hui devoted even greater energy to the study of insect secret techniques. He no longer viewed the parasitic insects merely as weapons. Instead, he began to seek a deeper communication with them. He cautiously infused his chakra into the bodies of the parasitic insects, attuning himself to their life processes, their energy flows, and even their faint consciousness. This endeavor was fraught with peril. The parasitic insects were inherently bloodthirsty. Any misstep could result in a backlash against the host. However, Yang Hui's profound understanding of biology and exquisite chakra control allowed him to navigate these dangers time and again. He discovered that the parasitic insects were not devoid of intelligence. Rather, they resembled a collective of instinct-driven organisms. His chakra seemed to function as a command, directing their actions. If he could precisely control the chakra consumption and behavioral patterns of each parasitic insect, then the potency of techniques such as insect clones, insect jewels, and even explosive insects could be significantly enhanced. In the eyes of Yun Village, Hui shone with excitement. He embarked on a series of experiments, such as attempting to manipulate a portion of his parasitic insects into various shapes, testing their weight-bearing capacity and agility. He also sought to control the speed and total amount of chakra absorbed by the parasites, observing their state changes under different levels of saturation. Furthermore, he discovered that his chakra seemed to possess a peculiar affinity, or perhaps an amplifying effect, on the parasites. Those nurtured by his chakra not only exhibited increased vitality, but also showed subtle enhancements in their gnawing ability and reproductive speed. Was it due to the uniqueness of his soul, or some mutation brought about by his transference? Yun Village Hui pondered this conundrum, yet he recognized it as his advantage. Time swiftly passed amidst the monotonous, yet fulfilling training and research. Yun Village Hui's chakra steadily increased, and his control over it became increasingly exquisite. His comprehension of the insect's secret arts reached new heights. He even began to experiment with integrating the biological knowledge from his past life with the insect techniques, conceiving some extraordinary transformation plans. For instance, could he induce beneficial mutations in the parasitic insects through specific chakra stimulation? Could they develop greater toxicity, enhanced flight speed, or even possess unique reconnaissance abilities? Once this idea took root, it proliferated uncontrollably, like wild grass. That evening, after concluding a day of training, Yun Village Hui sat cross-legged within his tent, closing his eyes to meditate. His consciousness delved deep within, feeling the slow flow of parasites through his meridians. Suddenly, an inspiration struck him. He attempted to inject a pure stream of chakra into a parasitic insect closest to his heart, using a specific frequency and pattern. The insect quivered violently, and its originally dark exoskeleton began to exhibit a barely perceptible bluish glow. Yun Village Hui was overwhelmed with joy. Was this a phenomenon of chakra resonance, or the beginning of some energy mutation? He carefully maintained the chakra output, meticulously observing the changes in the parasitic insect. Although the bluish glow was faint, it was remarkably stable and seemed to slowly spread to the surrounding parasites. He instinctively clenched his fist, sensing the restless parasites within him and the wondrous bluish light that had just manifested. Chapter 3. The new squad and new mission. The cacophony and alarms outside the tent pierced through Yuya Hanada's nerves like a cold iron spike. He lifted the curtain, and a potent aura of impending doom mingled with the faint sense of earth and blood assailed him, abruptly severing his euphoric reverie over the ethereal blue glow of the parasitic insect. Within the encampment, what was once an orderly scene had disintegrated. The ninjas moved with frantic urgency, the clanging of metal from clashing equipment, the low murmur of commands, and the suppressed groans of the wounded being carried away and interwove to create a grim tableau of a war machine accelerating into chaos. An urgent message from the front. The forces of Awagakure and Kumogakure have simultaneously launched a fierce assault on the summit of Tachikake Mountain. Our manpower. I fear we may be insufficient. The anxious voice of the medical ninja echoed in his ears. Awagakure and Kumogakure allied? Yuya's pupils constricted slightly. These two villages, historically at odds, had chosen this moment to collaborate, targeting the summit of Tachikake Mountain. The implications were unmistakable. Was the final battle truly being hastened? He instinctively clenched his fists, the pain from his nails digging into his palms, sharpening his focus. The parasitic insect within him stirred restlessly, as if sensing the looming threat in the atmosphere. He could even feel that the previously radiant blue-glowing insect, though its light had dimmed, still contained an unusual energy fluctuation within, akin to a dormant volcano. My power is still far from sufficient, he murmured softly, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Chaos often heralds opportunity. In such a tumultuous upheaval, the existing order would be shattered, giving rise to new prospects that would blossom like mushrooms after the rain. For someone like him, who yearned for power and was willing to employ any means necessary, this could very well be a catalyst for his rapid ascent. He hesitated not, striding purposefully towards the command center at the heart of the encampment. The closer he drew, the more palpable the tension in the air became. Occasionally, small teams of ninjas brushed past him, racing towards various defensive zones, their faces etched with gravity. Outside the command tent, a few ninjas responsible for relaying orders were frantically distributing tasks. As Yuya approached, an astute jonin noticed the emblem of the Yuya clan on his chest. The Yuya clan? Just in time. The jonin, wearied yet resolute, addressed him without room for doubt. Yuya Hinata, correct? The medical department has your recovery records. With the immense pressure at the front, we require a capable team to infiltrate behind enemy lines and ascertain the supply routes of the Awagakure and Kumogakure coalition. Your proficiency in controlling insects makes you exceptionally suited for this task. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Yuya. Investigating the enemy's supply lines? This was a high-risk, high-reward mission. Success would yield significant acclaim. Failure could mean obliteration. Yet more crucially, it presented him with the opportunity to observe the composition and tactical nuances of Awagakure and Kumogakure's forces up close, and perhaps collect some unique samples. Which squad will I be joining? He inquired calmly, betraying no excess emotion. Follow me. The jonin said little more, turning to lead him towards a makeshift assembly point nearby. At the gathering spot, 3 figures awaited their arrival. At the forefront stood a tall man adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. His pure white eyes commanded respect without anger, exuding a sharp insight into the hearts of others, even without the activation of his Byakugan, clad in the standard combat attire of the Hyuga clan. He folded his arms solemnly. Yoin villages, we could sense a profound and powerful chakra emanating from him, far surpassing that of an ordinary jonin. This is Senior Hinata Makoto, an elite jonin and the captain of this mission, the leading jonin introduced with a hint of reverence. Hinata Makoto nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Yoin village's Hui for a moment. Those white eyes seemed capable of piercing through his clothing, revealing the chakra and parasitic insects flowing within him. Yoin village's Hui accepted this scrutiny with equanimity, aware that before the Byakugan, any pretense would be redundant. So, you are the reinforcements from the Yoin clan? Excellent. Hinata Makoto's voice was low and steady. Your insects possess unique capabilities in reconnaissance. Behind Hinata Makoto stood 2 youthful faces, imbued with an unexpected determination that belied their age. To the left was a girl with black hair and red eyes, her beauty striking, her figure graceful, curiously examining Yoin village's Hui. Her clear gaze shimmered with the vivacity of youth, yet Yoin village's Hui noted the subtle vigilance in her movements and stance. To the right was a boy with short black hair, a hint of stubble on his chin, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, yet unlit. He bore a slightly rebellious demeanor, impatience flickering in his eyes as he absent-mindedly kicked at the stones on the ground. This is Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma. Hinata Makoto briefly introduced. Though young, they both possessed the qualities and strength of elite chunin. Yoin villages Hui felt a flicker of surprise at the mention of Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma, two future elite Jonin instructors of the Konoha 12, now merely 13-year-old elite Chunin. This indicated that they had yet to reach their future potential. 13-year-old elite Chunin? Potential, perhaps, but experience seems lacking. Yoin villages Hui mused internally, while maintaining an impassive expression as he introduced himself. Yoin villages Hui. He had no desire for his life to be jeopardized by two youthful novices. However, being elite Chunin suggested they were at least not deadweight. Yuhi Kurenai seemed to sense the fleeting scrutiny in Yoin villages Hui's eyes, frowning slightly but remaining silent. Saratobi Asuma, on the other hand, flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth, his gaze tinged with provocation. Hey, newcomer, don't underestimate us. We are. Asuma. Hinata Makoto interjected sharply, cutting him off. Saratobi Asuma pouted, falling silent. A subtle smirk graced Yoin villages Hui's lips. Youthful exuberance was understandable. However, his primary concern lay with the mission itself. Captain, what are the specific details regarding the task? He turned to gaze at Hyuga Masuhito. Masuhito's expression grew serious. Intelligence indicates that the formidable offensive launched by the joint forces of Awagakure and Kumogakure is supported by a substantial and stable supply chain. Kumogakure possesses the ability to transmit supplies over long distances through their heaven-sent technique. Our mission is to infiltrate behind enemy lines in Awagakure and ascertain their main supply routes at all costs, including the methods of transportation, escort forces, transfer points, and all pertinent intelligence. This information is crucial for our subsequent strategic counterattack. He paused, his tone becoming more grave. Remember, reconnaissance is our priority for this mission. We must avoid unnecessary combat whenever possible. However, once our presence is detected, we must be prepared for a bloody battle. The enemy outnumbers us significantly, and any moment of carelessness could lead to our annihilation. Yunya Murakumo nodded. The task sounded akin to walking a tightrope amidst a tempest. Nonetheless, the parasites within him grew increasingly invigorated by the prospect of danger, as it not only stimulated them but also tested the fruits of his recent research. Understood. Excellent. Masuhito's sharp gaze swept over the three, inspecting their gear. We depart in 10 minutes. The fleeting moments of preparation slipped away. Yunya Murakumo meticulously examined his ninja tool pouch and discreetly summoned a batch of the strongest and most perceptive parasites, positioning them throughout his body, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. He even attempted to inject a specific frequency of chakra into one of the parasites once more. But perhaps due to his restless mind or the unsuitable environment, that ethereal blue glow did not manifest again, leaving him with a tinge of regret. It appeared that this induced mutation required specific conditions. He pondered silently, yet he remained undeterred. War, after all, is the greatest catalyst. As the four-member team silently departed the encampment, merging into the shadowy embrace of the forest, Yunya Murakumo's senses heightened to their utmost. His parasites functioned like countless minuscule sensors, relaying the subtle shifts in the surrounding environment, rustling winds, shifting grass, the distant breaths of wild beasts, even the scuttling of insects within the soil. Hyuga Masuhito led the way, his Byakugan activated, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. His steps were light and swift, navigating the complex terrain with ease. Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma followed closely behind. Though their coordination appeared somewhat inexperienced, it possessed a certain rhythm. Kurenai's perceptive abilities seemed commendable, occasionally tilting her ear or signaling certain suspicious directions with her gaze. Asuma tucked away his unlit cigarette, his hand now resting on the chakra short blade at his waist, his demeanor considerably more focused. Yunya Murakumo trailed at the rear, his role being to provide cover and conduct wide-area reconnaissance. Countless tiny parasites had already dispersed silently, forming an extensive detection network. No subtle movement would escape his awareness. Truly, a future elite Jonin, Yunya Murakumo mused to himself. They exhibited not a trace of panic or unease. Their composure surpassed that of many peers. They advanced swiftly, their destination a rugged mountainous terrain to the southeast of the Orange Stem Mountain. According to intelligence reports, this area was one of the most likely locations for Rock Hidden to establish a supply relay station. The night wind howled, shadows danced among the trees, and the air was thick with the unique tension and oppression of war. Suddenly, Ninja Village's Hui felt a chill run down his spine. The parasitic insects he had dispersed sensed unusual chakra fluctuations approximately a kilometer ahead, along with the outlines of numerous sealing scrolls. Captain. Ninja Village Hui's voice was low yet clear, breaking the silence of their march. There's a situation in the valley ahead, about a kilometer away. Chakra response. At least one squad, and signs of substantial supplies. Hinata Makoto abruptly halted, his Byakugan instantly locking onto the direction indicated by Y Ninja Village Hui, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Moments later, he spoke in a hushed tone. Indeed, there's an ambush, and it seems there is more than one squad. Saratobi Asuma and Y Hai Kurenai's expressions instantly grew grave. Yet, Y Ninja Village Hui's lips subtly curved upward in a barely perceptible smile. Had they encountered an unexpected surprise so soon? He could sense that within him. The parasitic insects, particularly the unique individual that had once emitted an ethereal blue glow, were beginning to stir restlessly once more due to this sudden and tense situation. Perhaps tonight would present an excellent opportunity for experimentation. Chapter 4. The Trap. Is there more than one team? Saratobi Asuma instinctively tightened his grip around the chakra short blade at his waist. The cold touch of the hilt momentarily steadied his nerves. What about us? Y Hai Kurenai's delicate face paled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. The captain's judgment cannot be mistaken. Murakumo, could you provide more specifics? For instance, the enemy's numbers and their approximate strength? Oil Woman Murakumo closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the information relayed by the parasitic insects. These minute beings served as countless extensions of his own senses, cold and precise in their feedback from the battlefield. The valley formed a bowl shape, with a narrow entrance, making it defensible yet challenging to assault. Within, there were at least a dozen ninjas. In the chakra intensity, preliminary assessment suggests 2 J-Nin, with the rest being CH-Nin and Genin. This could very well be a trap. A hint of excitement tinged Murakumo's calm voice. A trap? Hige Niji furrowed his brow tighter. The flow of chakra within his Byakugan vision grew increasingly convoluted. The so-called supplies were mostly empty sealing scrolls or contained inconsequential items. They are fabricating the illusion of a supply transfer station. Bait? Saratobi Asuma blurted out. It appears so. Hige Niji's voice carried a weight of seriousness. And we may have already been compromised. Before he could finish, Oil Woman Murakumo abruptly opened his eyes. Captain, there are 2 teams approaching swiftly from both flanks. Their speed is remarkable, and they are targeting us. We are surrounded. Y Hai Kurenai exclaimed, instinctively drawing closer to Saratobi Asuma. TCH, they truly underestimate us. Saratobi Asuma spat, a spark of fierce courage igniting within him. Captain, give the order. Hige Niji's Byakugan rapidly scanned the surrounding terrain, his mind racing. The escape route has been blocked by the enemy's potential reinforcements. Ahead lies the suspected trap in the valley, and enemies are closing in on both sides. Murakumo, do you sense those 2 J-Nin? Are they within the valley or on the outskirts? Hige Niji spoke quickly. Inside the valley, the 2 teams converging from the periphery have chakra levels equivalent to CH-Nin and Genin, totaling 11 individuals. Murakumo responded swiftly. Good. A glint of determination flashed in Hige Niji's eyes. Since they wish to exploit this false supply point, we shall turn the tables on them. Asuma, Kurenai, follow me into the valley and eliminate those 2 J-Nin with utmost speed. Murakumo, use your insects to delay the encroaching enemies on the flanks, buying us time. Captain, Y Hai Kurenai voiced her concern. Rushing into the heart of the enemy's formation bears too great a risk. It is the only viable path. Hige Niji's tone brooked no dissent. Their objective is our complete annihilation. If we attempt to scatter and flee, we will be taken down one by one. We must concentrate our forces and strike at their command core for a chance at survival. Understood. Saratobi Asuma's expression sharpened, his fighting spirit soaring. Oil Woman Murakumo said nothing further, merely nodding. The parasitic insects within him began to stir, particularly the unique mutated one, seemingly awakening under the intense atmosphere of impending violence and tension. He could sense a faint yet peculiar fluctuation of chakra slowly emanating from the insect, resonating subtly with his own chakra. Excellent. The battlefield is the finest incubator, Oil Girl Village Hui mused, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips once more. Action. Hyuga Masahito commanded in a low tone, his figure launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight for the entrance of the valley. Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai followed closely, the trio advancing in a triangular formation. Almost instantaneously upon their departure, shouts of alarm echoed from within the valley, alerting to the enemy's approach. An attack. It is the ninjas from Konoha. The sharp sounds of kunai and shuriken slicing through the air erupted, accompanied by the thunderous blast of explosive tags. Meanwhile, Oil Girl Village Hui stood firm, swiftly forming hand seals. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Buzzing. A multitude of parasitic insects surged forth from his sleeves, collar, and pant legs, instantly coalescing into a writhing black sphere around his body. Subsequently, this sphere erupted violently, splitting into two streams of insects that surged towards the flanking Iwagakure teams. Insect Master, beware of his insects. One of the Iwagakure ninjas warned loudly. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Two of the leading nin from the Iwagakure team simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, erecting robust earthen walls to obstruct the oncoming swarm. However, the insect horde commanded by Oil Girl Village Hui did not merely charge forward. Upon contact with the walls, they dispersed like water, some scaling the walls while others burrowed underground, attempting to circumvent the obstacles. These insects are quite troublesome. One Iwagakure nin frowned, sensing his chakra being insidiously consumed by the relentless swarm. Oil Girl Village Huey's focus was razor-sharp as he simultaneously controlled the two streams of insects, harrying and stalling the two Iwagakure teams. His mind functioned like a sophisticated processor, constantly analyzing battlefield information and adjusting the swarm's offensive strategy. Meanwhile, the battle within the valley erupted suddenly. Byakugan. In Hyuga Masahito's field of vision, the chakra networks of two Iwagakure nin became vividly apparent. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Masahito moved with ghostly swiftness, closing in on one of the Iwagakure nin, his palms flying with sharp gusts of wind, striking at the opponent's vital points. The Iwagakure nin, evidently seasoned, remained unperturbed in the face of Hyuga Masahito's torrential assault, firmly planting his feet on the ground. Earth Style, Hardening Technique. Instantly, a layer of rock-like armor enveloped his body, withstanding the initial flurry of Hyuga Masahito's strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The impacts resounded dully against the stone-like skin. Is this the Hyuga clan's gentle fist? Nearly so. The Iwagakure nin sneered, forming hand seals, Earth Style, cracking earth palm. A colossal stone hand descended from above, aimed at Hyuga Masahito. Watch out. Sarutobi Asuma arrived just in time, channeling wind chakra into his chakra-infused short blade, striking out fiercely. Wind Style, Blade of Wind. The azure wind sliced through the air, colliding with the formidable rock hand, producing a resounding echo as both forces dissipated. On the opposing side, Sunset Red confronted another hidden rock jonin. Illusion, Tree Binding Kill. As Sunset Red completed the hand seals, the jonin felt the scenery shift, as though he were ensnared within a primordial forest, where numerous sturdy branches writhed towards him like venomous serpents. An illusion? Mere trifles. The jonin scoffed, his eyes glimmering with determination as a surge of potent chakra erupted from within, shattering the illusion's grasp instantaneously. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A fearsome dragon, sculpted from earth, roared as it surged towards Sunset Red. Her expression shifted slightly, prompting her to retreat swiftly while forming hand seals in preparation for a defensive ninjutsu. The battle reached a stalemate. The two hidden rock jonin exhibited formidable prowess, particularly with their earth release techniques, thriving in the mountainous terrain, seamlessly blending offense and defense, thereby imposing immense pressure on the Konoha team. Hyuga Makoto faced one opponent alone, despite temporarily suppressing him with the finesse of his Byakugan and Gentle Fist. The adversary's defenses were as impenetrable as a tortoise shell, rendering them exceedingly difficult to breach. Each assault drained a significant amount of his chakra. Sarutobi Asuma and Sunset Red, collaborating against another jonin, also found themselves in a precarious situation. Though Asuma's attacks were fierce, the opponent's earth-released defenses were relentless, and Sunset Red's illusions failed to deliver a decisive blow, often placing her in jeopardy due to the need for close coordination with Asuma. This situation was untenable. Anxiety gripped Hyuga Makoto's heart. Although the Outer Oil Girl Village's Kaji had momentarily held off two hidden rock squads, it was impossible for them to delay for long. Should those dozen ninjas breach their defenses, they would be utterly trapped. A swift resolution was imperative. A glimmer of determination flickered in Hyuga Makoto's eyes. He glanced at Asuma and Red, who were battling fiercely, and sensed the chakra fluctuations emanating from Kaji. A difficult decision crystallized within him. Asuma, Red, cover me, he shouted suddenly. Taken aback for a moment, Asuma and Sunset Red swiftly reacted, their years of camaraderie guiding their response. Wind Release, Emerald Gale. Asuma crossed his chakra-infused blades and thrust forward, unleashing two massive azure wind blades in a cross formation towards the hidden rock jonin before them. Illusion, Mist of the Illusory Traveler. Simultaneously, Sunset Red conjured multiple illusions of herself to bewilder the foe. The hidden rock Jonin was compelled to retreat, momentarily restrained by the duo. In that instant, Hugo Makoto took a deep breath, his chakra swirling within him at an unprecedented speed. The veins around his Byakugan bulged ominously, as if they might rupture. The essence of the Hyuga fluid technique. Alarm bells rang in the mind of the Jonin facing him, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals. Earth release, super hardening technique. The rocky armor encasing him thickened, gleaming with a metallic sheen. 8 trigrams, empty palm, continuous break. Hinata Masahito thrust his palms forward with great force, not delivering a physical blow, but unleashing 2 visible waves of white chakra. These shockwaves were extraordinarily refined, radiating an indomitable momentum, striking sequentially at the Iwagakure Jonin. The first wave of the 8 trigrams air palm slammed into the Jonin's chest. Crack! The sturdy rock armor shattered upon impact, causing the Jonin to spew blood and be sent flying backward. However, being a seasoned Jonin, he swiftly twisted his body midair, attempting to mitigate the force. Yet, Hinata Masahito's assault was far from over. The second wave of the 8 trigrams air palm followed closely, precisely hitting the exposed flesh revealed by the broken armor. Thud. This time, the sound of flesh tearing echoed. The Jonin's chest caved in, his body careening like a severed kite against the mountainside, producing a dull thud before falling silent. A lethal strike. Yet, Hinata Masahito paid a tremendous price for this. Executing such a formidable technique nearly drained his chakra, leaving his complexion as pale as parchment, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Another Iwagakure Jonin, witnessing his comrade's demise, roared in fury. Abandoning Asuma and Kurenai to recklessly charge at the exhausted Hinata Masahito, die. With an earth-style technique, he unleashed a massive rock fist that descended upon Hinata Masahito with overwhelming force. Captain, Asuma and Kurenai gasped, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. In that moment of dire peril, a glimmer of acceptance, mixed with regret, flashed in Hinata Masahito's eyes. Summoning the last of his strength, he turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile to Asuma and Kurenai. Hurry, escape. His voice was weak yet remarkably clear. Y Ninja Kakeru had been closely monitoring the battle within the valley through his parasitic insects. Upon sensing the surge of chakra emanating from Hinata Masahito and witnessing the successful kill of an Iwagakure Jonin, he couldn't help but admire the display. However, he soon detected Hinata Masahito's weakness in the impending retaliation from another Iwagakure Jonin. Is this the end? Y Ninja Kakeru's gaze turned icy as he arrived on the scene. Just as the massive rock fist was about to crush Hinata Masahito, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The unique parasitic insect, long dormant within Y Ninja Kakeru, erupted with an intense azure glow. This light penetrated through his clothing, becoming subtly visible. An indescribable, peculiar force surged through the connection between Y Ninja Kakeru and the parasite, flooding into his limbs and bones instantaneously. Y Ninja Kakeru felt as if his mind had been struck by a bolt of lightning, causing an explosion of profound information regarding chakra, life, and energy to detonate in his consciousness. His perception abilities surged exponentially in that moment. He could even see the flow of chakra within the Iwagakure Jonin's body, discern every detail of his ninjutsu, and perceive the natural energy wafting through the air. This sensation. Y Ninja Kakeru's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, a thought crossed his mind. The swarm of insects, which had been engaging with 2 hidden rock teams at the periphery of the valley, suddenly split off a small faction. Though few in number, each one shimmered with a faint azure glow. This swarm surged forth with astonishing speed, like a bolt of dark blue lightning, traversing dozens of meters in an instant to confront the hidden rock, J-Nin, who was lunging toward High-Ga Jin-Air. What is this? The J-Nin felt a momentary blur before him, an overwhelming sense of crisis prompting him to instinctively change his approach. But it was too late. The swarm, pulsating with a ghostly blue luminescence, did not directly assault his body. Instead, it mysteriously burrowed into the very rock that he was channeling for his earth release, rock fist technique. In the next moment, the J-Nin was horrified to discover that his once proud rock fist was rapidly becoming feeble. The solid stone seemed to transform into loose sand, and the connection to his chakra became exceedingly unstable. My technique. How could this happen? Just as he was momentarily stunned, High-Ga Jin-Air, who had previously closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide. In his gaze, the usual warmth had vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill and a resolute determination to perish alongside his foe. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he raised his hand, palm directed at the Jainin, who was now within arm's reach. 8 trigrams. Chakra point strike. With a piercing sound, there was no flamboyant display of technique. No overwhelming chakra surge, only a precise and lethal blow. Jinhere's palm penetrated the fleeting defensive gap created by the Jainin-s disrupted ninjutsu, striking accurately at his heart. The astonishment and rage on the Jainin-'s face froze instantly as life ebbed away like a receding tide. His body swayed before ultimately collapsing to the ground, filled with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Having accomplished this, Jinhere's body reached its limit and began to topple forward. Captain Saratobi Asuma and Waihai Kurenai rushed forward simultaneously to catch him as he fell. Coughing up blood, Jinhere's complexion drained of all color. Yet he looked at Asuma and Kurenai before him, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Well done. With that final utterance, his head tilted, and he slipped into silence. Within the valley, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Only the suppressed roar of Saratobi Asuma and the quiet sobs of Waihai Kurenai broke the silence. In the entrance of the valley stood Yamanaka Kei, silently observing the unfolding events. He could sense that the special parasitic insect within him, which had awakened moments ago, seemed to fall into a kind of stillness. Yet the connection between them felt more profound and enigmatic. So this is it. This mutation directly affects the analysis and interference of chakra? A tempest of revelation surged within Yamanaka Kei. In that fleeting instant, his parasitic insect had the capability to decipher and disrupt the chakra structure of the opposing ninjutsu, rendering it ineffective. This was an unprecedented ability. Hinata Masahito, at the cost of his own life, not only eliminated 2 esteemed jonin, but also provided the most invaluable catalyst and data for my experiment. The gaze of Noob K, filled with complexity, bore a hint of sentiment for the deceased. Yet more prominently, it reflected an exhilarating curiosity towards the unknown power. His eyes shifted towards the periphery of the valley. The 2 Iwagakure teams, having lost the command and support of their jonin, coupled with the incessant harassment from Noob K's swarm, found themselves in disarray. The battle was far from over. Noob K murmured to himself, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Moreover, my experiment has only just begun. This thought lingered in his mind. He could sense an unprecedented strength gradually awakening within him. Chapter 5. The end of battle. The eerie silence of the valley was supplanted by a more oppressive atmosphere. Saratobi Asuma's crimson eyes glinted as he gripped the kunai left behind by Hyuga Makoto, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Yuhi Kurenai silently retrieved Makoto's forehead protector, meticulously cleaning and folding it, as if it were not merely a piece of iron and fabric, but a relic bearing the weight of profound significance. Oil Girl Murakumo's gaze swept over the 2, offering neither consolation nor urgency. He understood their sorrow, though his own emotional response was muted. To him, Hyuga Makoto's sacrifice resembled a high-risk, high-reward experiment that yielded an unexpected revelation. Analyzing interference, he murmured these 2 words, feeling an indescribable sense of fullness and satisfaction emanating from the peculiar parasite within him after a brief silence. Its connection to him became as resilient and pliable as noodles boiling in water, brimming with newfound potential. At that moment, a series of brief whistles and the distinctive sounds of the rock ninja's earth release technique echoed from the periphery of the valley. They discovered that their superior had gone missing and began to consolidate their formation. Murakumo's voice shattered the silence, cold as tempered steel. Asuma abruptly lifted his head, forcefully suppressing his grief, replaced by the calm of a leader. Kurenai, tend to the captain's body. Murakumo, we shall address the remaining troubles. No, Murakumo shook his head, a strange light flickering behind his sunglasses. You both need to rest and recover your chakra. Leave the rest to me. Alone? Asuma frowned, skepticism lacing his tone. Although Murakumo's earlier performance had been remarkable, those 2 rock teams still had at least 4 nin and several genin, presenting a formidable challenge. Murakumo offered little explanation, simply stating, your condition is unsuitable for continued high-intensity combat. Kurenai glanced at Murakumo and then at Asuma, whose breath was unsteady, softly urging, Asuma, trust Murakumo. We need time. Her words carried a barely perceptible tremor, revealing that she had yet to fully process the captain's sacrifice. Asuma clenched his teeth, ultimately nodding, don't fall too easily. We'll rest briefly and come to your aid. Murakumo said no more, his figure flickering before vanishing into the shadows at the valley's entrance. Beyond the valley, within a sparse woodland, 4 rock nin stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. They had sensed that something was amiss with their two superior officers, communication had been severed, and their chakra signatures had vanished. An ominous premonition stirred within them. Could something have happened to the captain? One Nin, bearing a scar across his face, spoke in a dry voice. Silence. Lord Suchikage and Lord Awagakure are elite Jonin. How could they? Another, a burly Nin, interrupted sharply, though the confidence in his tone was clearly waning. This Konoha team is peculiar. The creature that employs insects. The recent swarm outbreak was astonishingly peculiar. Let us regroup and devise a strategy. Everyone, be vigilant. There may be more than one adversary. The seasoned Awagakure Nin swiftly assessed the situation, just as they prepared to retreat and join their fellow team members. A cacophony of subtle rustling sounds enveloped them from all directions. What is that noise? The scarred Nin scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness. It is the insects. Once again, it is that mischievous member of the Aburame clan. The burly Nin bellowed, forming hand seals, earth-style, earth-flow rampart. Boom. A robust earthen wall erupted from the ground, attempting to obstruct the encroaching swarm. However, this time, the horde exhibited a nuanced difference. They no longer surged forward in a simple mass, but instead divided into dozens of slender, black streams, deftly circumventing the earthen barrier, infiltrating through the gaps in the forest and the underbrush below. Aburame Kage stood in the shadow of a grand tree, his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to fragment into countless pieces, establishing a faint yet distinct connection with each parasitic insect. This sensation was akin to possessing numerous moving eyes, ears, and noses. Within his mind, a rudimentary yet real-time three-dimensional model of the battlefield was rapidly materializing. Each insect acted as a mobile sensor, their locations, the subtle air currents they detected, vibrations, and traces of chakra amalgamated within his brain. So it was, my previous concept of hive mind is not mere fantasy. Kage's heart quickened with excitement. Just as the scarred Nin was about to caution his companions to watch their feet, he suddenly felt a tightness around his ankle. Looking down, he saw several black beetles had stealthily crawled up his pant leg, their frigid mandibles piercing his skin. Ah! He cried out in pain, instinctively attempting to stomp his foot. Beware of the venomous insects. The three other Awagakure Nin, witnessing this, immediately dispersed, each employing their ninjutsu. Earth-style, cracking earth palm. Earth-style, earth array spike. In an instant, the ground surged, sharp earthen spikes erupting from below in an attempt to crush the insidious insects. However, Kage had already anticipated their attack patterns and ranges through his insect reconnaissance. The seemingly chaotic swarm, under his unified command, moved with the precision of the most skilled dancers, always managing to evade lethal strikes at the last moment, even leveraging the confusion caused by the enemy's ninjutsu to close in further. These insects, how do they seem to possess eyes? The burly Nin was both furious and astonished. Most of his earth techniques had missed their mark. A cold smirk tugged at Kage's lips. This is merely the preliminary application of the hive mind. Now let us experiment with insect clone, with a thought. A portion of the parasitic insect swiftly gathered, under his mental control, simulating a faint chakra wave, coalescing into several indistinct human-shaped shadows, charging toward the Awagakure Nin from various angles. What? Clones? No, they lack substance. The Awagakure Nin were thrown into disarray. Although these insect clones lacked offensive capabilities, their swift movements and fearless demeanor significantly disrupted their judgment and combat rhythm. What in the world are these abominable creatures? The scarred Chunin swung his kunai, dispersing one cluster of insect clones, only to find that they were merely ordinary insects scattering apart, soon to regroup not far away. The feeling of being unable to vanquish or shake them off was immensely frustrating. Sweat beaded on the forehead of Aburame Akari, maintaining the hive mind, especially while simultaneously controlling reconnaissance and clones, consumed far more mental energy and chakra than he had anticipated. Swift resolution was imperative. A glint of determination shone in his eyes as he pinpointed a small opening in the scarred Chunin's defense, revealed by his distraction in attacking the insect clones. Now is the moment. The special mutated parasitic insect that had remained concealed around his true form shot forth like an arrow, as if it had received a directive. Unlike the other insects, it did not bite directly. Instead, it landed precisely on the back of the Chunin's hand, where he was forming seals. A faint yet penetrating chakra wave emanated from the mutated insect, instantly infiltrating the Chunin's chakra network. Suddenly, the scarred Chunin's movements faltered. He felt the flow of chakra within him grow obscure and stagnate, as if rusted gears were forced into motion emitting a jarring screech. What is happening to my chakra? He was horrified to discover that the jutsu he was about to complete could not be executed smoothly. In that fleeting moment of distraction, dozens of lurking parasitic insects at his feet surged forward as if receiving a signal to attack. A chilling scream shattered the stillness of the forest. Third, the leading Iwagakure Chunin's eyes widened in fury. Abure Makari offered them no respite. The hive mind operated at full capacity, with every detail of the battlefield vividly reflected in his mind. The one on the left, accustomed to launching attacks with his right hand, had his defenses concentrated in the front. The one in the back had the least chakra, having just used Earth Release twice in succession, leaving him vulnerable. Like the most efficient central processing unit, Aburame Hikari rapidly analyzed the weaknesses and action patterns of each enemy. He commanded the swarm, sometimes transforming into countless minute needles that penetrated the enemy's defensive blind spots. At other times, they coalesced into a mass resembling a living black mire, restricting the enemy's movements, and occasionally, he simulated various jutsu hand signs to conduct feints and distractions. The remaining 3 Iwagakure Chunin, faced with his hive mind's collective combat system, felt like prey under the watchful gaze of countless invisible eyes, with every movement and intention anticipated in advance. Their coordination was disrupted, their jutsu repeatedly thwarted, and they even misfired upon their comrades due to the swarm's interference. What manner of monster is this? The burly Chunin watched in disbelief as his proud Earth Release was effortlessly dismantled by those minuscule insects, even being turned against him. And the defenses within his heart crumbled completely. The silhouette of Y Ninja Villages Hui emerged like a wraith behind him, devoid of ornate ninjutsu, delivering a precise strike with a palm blade infused with the powers of mutated parasitic insects for analysis and disruption, directly targeting the vulnerable spot at his neck. The burly Ch-Nin froze, the spark in his eyes dimming swiftly. The last 2 Iwagakure Ch-Nin exchanged glances, sensing imminent danger, and instinctively chose to flee. Want to escape? Y Ninja Hui scoffed. Under the surveillance of his insect nest network, this woodland was his dominion. 2 swarms of insects pursued the fleeing Iwagakure Ch-Nin relentlessly, exploiting their frantic, reckless retreat to easily execute the final harvest. As the last Iwagakure Ch-Nin fell, begrudgingly succumbing to defeat, Y Ninja Hui exhaled deeply, his body swaying slightly. The chakra expenditure was greater than anticipated. His mental strain was nearing its limit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, shimmered with an unusual brightness. Yet, it was worth it. The sensation of commanding the entire battlefield, manipulating pieces like a master chess player, and striking at the enemy's weaknesses intoxicated him. The consciousness of the insect nest. This is where the true potential of the Y Ninja clan lies. He sensed that the unique parasitic insect within him had undergone subtle changes after this intense practical application. The connection to the insect nest consciousness becoming smoother, with the feedback clearer than ever. More data and optimization are required. Y Ninja Hui murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with the fervor characteristic of a researcher. He did not immediately return to the valley, but meticulously surveyed the battlefield, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he turned towards the direction where Asuma and Kurenai awaited. When Y Ninja Hui reappeared at the entrance of the valley, Sarutobi Asuma and Y Kurenai stood up almost in unison. Seeing Y Ninja Hui, though slightly weary, appeared largely unscathed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Is it resolved? Asuma's voice was somewhat hoarse. Y Ninja Hui nodded. For Ch-Nin, 7 genin, all eradicated. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances, incredulity evident in their eyes. They had anticipated Y Ninja Hui would handle the situation, but they had not expected such a clean and efficient resolution, nor did he appear to be overly drained. You. Asuma opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. Everyone harbored their own secrets, especially on this brutal battlefield, where possessing powerful trump cards was essential for survival. Y Ninja Hui offered no explanation, simply stating, "We should not linger here. The Iwagakure forces may search this area at any moment. We must swiftly return to the Konoha camp with Captain Shin's remains." Indeed, Kurenai replied softly, approaching Hinata Shin's body. Together with Asuma, they carefully lifted him onto their backs. The trio exchanged no further words, silently departing from the valley that bore witness to sacrifice and rebirth. Embarking on their journey home. In the remote village of Yunu, we walked at the rear, his gaze intermittently sweeping across the dense forest surrounding him. He could sense the restless power within him, along with the newfound perception granted by the hive consciousness, opening a portal to an uncharted realm. The Battle of Jegging Mountain, for me, may have only just begun. A subtle, unnoticed smile, a blend of coldness and exhilaration, curved at the corners of his lips. Although the path ahead was fraught with peril, it also brimmed with topics and materials that ignited a fervor in his scientific spirit. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to delve deeper into his research. Chapter 6. The appreciation and inspiration of Orochimaru. The atmosphere on the way back was so heavy it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Asuma and Kurenai took turns bearing the cold body of Hyuga Makoto, silence serving as their only means of communication. Behind the village of Oil Woman, his senses were remarkably acute, with his eyes behind the sunglasses functioning like the most sophisticated radar, constantly scanning the surrounding dense forest. The parasitic insects within him remained active, their connection to the hive consciousness imparting a peculiar sensation, akin to a fine electric current stimulating his nerve endings. With each breath, he felt his perception of chakra and insight into the environment accelerating at an astonishing pace. This sensation, Oil Woman Hui mused, felt like an epic dual upgrade of both hardware and software for my biological radar system. He could distinctly observe the minute movements of an ant transporting food several meters away, hear the sounds of insects writhing underground, and even detect the faint traces of different chakra residues in the air. This comprehensive enhancement of perception deepened his understanding of the world. Indeed, the battlefield is the finest catalyst. He licked his parched lips, the fervor for research within him reigniting like embers rekindled by a spoonful of boiling oil. After an indeterminate amount of time, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, the glow of the fire from the perimeter of the Konoha camp. Halt. Password. Several Konoha ninjas emerged from the shadows, their kunai glinting coldly in the firelight. Asuma hoarsely uttered the correct password, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue. Upon seeing the body they bore, the vigilant ninjas' expressions turned solemn, one swiftly turning to report the news. Upon entering the camp, a heavy scent of blood and medicinal herbs assailed them, mingled with the pained groans of the wounded and the busy shouts of medical ninjas. The brutality of war was vividly portrayed here. Oil Woman Hui silently observed everything, his heart devoid of tumult. As a time traveler and a former PhD in bioengineering, he had witnessed too many cold lives and deaths within laboratories. The scene before him was merely another form of natural selection. Soon, a Jainin responsible for the intelligence transfer hurried over, guiding them toward the command center. Captain Makoto, the Jainin faltered, glancing at Hyuga Makoto's body. His voice choked with emotion. Asuma and Kurenai's eyes reddened further. Within the brightly lit tent of the command center stood a tall, golden figure deeply engrossed in a vast military map, the man known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Beside him stood a figure that made Oil Woman Huey's pupils constrict slightly, Orochimaru. In this moment, Orochimaru appeared significantly younger than the sinister and enigmatic rogue ninja he remembered. Yet his golden serpent-like eyes exuded a chilling aura and a depth of intellect that was truly unnerving. He donned the attire of a Konoha Jonin, arms crossed before his chest, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, as though he were indifferent to all that transpired, yet seemingly aware of everything within his keen perception. Lord Minato, Lord Orochimaru, the guiding Jonin bowed respectfully. Minato Namikaze turned, his gentle gaze falling upon the three individuals. Upon encountering the lifeless form of Hinata Masahiro, a shadow of sorrow dimmed his eyes. You have all worked hard, Asuma, Kurenai, Murakage. I am truly sorry about Masahiro. Asuma gently laid down Masahiro's body, his voice hoarse as he recounted the mission's proceedings. Teacher Minato, we encountered an ambush from a Wagakure. Captain Masahiro sacrificed himself to protect us. He paused, glancing at Oil Girl Murakage, and continued, moreover, the ambushing IWA team has been completely annihilated. Minato nodded, a flicker of consolation shining in his gaze. Masahiro's sacrifice shall not be in vain. The enemy's complete destruction serves as a measure of revenge for him. Please elaborate on the battle, particularly regarding the enemy's personnel configuration. Asuma and Kurenai meticulously detailed the events of the confrontation, and when they mentioned Murakage's solitary stand against the pursuing foes, a glint of astonishment crossed Minato's eyes. Murakage, you single-handedly dealt with the remaining enemies? He inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Murakage slightly bowed, responding, yes, Lord Minato. There were a total of 4 Nin and 7 Genin among the enemies, all of whom have been eliminated. His tone was flat, as if merely stating an insignificant occurrence. A soft gasp echoed within the tent, the sound of disbelief at a young ninja, of comparable age to Asuma and the others, having single-handedly dispatched 11 IWA ninjas, including 4 Nin, a remarkable feat indeed. Minato regarded Murakage with a deep, appreciative gaze. Well done, Murakage. You have rendered great service to Konoha. I shall take responsibility for Captain Masahiro's burial. You have all endured much. Please, take your rest. Yes, Asuma and Kurenai replied, their voices laden with grief and fatigue as they departed. Just as Murakage was about to follow, a slightly hoarse, magnetic voice resonated, Oil Girl, stay for a moment. Murakage paused, turning to the source of the voice, Orochimaru. Minato's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding to Murakage and allowing them their privacy. Within the tent, only Murakage and Orochimaru remained. Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes scrutinized Murakage with a predatory intensity, as if seeking to dissect him entirely. A warning bell rang within Murakage's mind, yet he maintained the unique composure and restraint characteristic of his clan. He recognized that the man before him was not only a true scientific zealot, but also an exceedingly perilous individual. I heard earlier that you single-handedly defeated 4ch Nin and 7 Genin? Orochimaru licked his lips, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. How long did it take? What was the toll on your own energy? His inquiries were direct and incisive, penetrating to the very essence of the matter. Why ninja villages we contemplated swiftly in his heart. With someone like Orochimaru, excessive concealment could lead to unnecessary complications, revealing a modicum of value might yield unforeseen resources. Within 10 minutes, Why Ninja Hui replied calmly, the chakra expenditure was considerable, and the mental strain is nearing its limits. This was the truth. He was indeed feeling quite exhausted. 10 minutes. Heh. Orochimaru emitted a low, rumbling laughter, reminiscent of serpents gliding over sand, sending chills down one's spine. The insects of the Y Ninja clan have always intrigued me. Yet, those who can achieve your level are few and far between. Particularly, from the fluctuations in your chakra, I sense a rather fascinating swarm effect. The jolt coursed through Y Ninja Hui's heart. Truly, Orochimaru's insight was astonishingly sharp. The consciousness of the insect nest was his greatest secret, the cornerstone of his very existence. It must not be exposed lightly. You flatter me, Lord Orochimaru. It is merely a combination of my clan's secret techniques and a touch of fortune. Why Ninja Hui responded, maintaining a facade of imperturbability. Orochimaru smiled noncommittally, his serpentine gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the soul. Fortune? Perhaps. However, I am far more intrigued by your method of controlling the swarm. That precision, that efficiency. It is unlike anything an ordinary insect user could achieve. He leisurely paced forward, scrutinizing Why Ninja Hui at close range. The air thick with a peculiar scent reminiscent of formaldehyde mingled with herbs. Your parasitic insects seem rather unique, Orochimaru suddenly inquired, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. Why Ninja Hui felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his heart. He understood that any hint of hesitation or panic could be detected by this man before him. Each parasitic insect is one of a kind, Lord Orochimaru. He endeavored to keep his voice steady and unruffled. Well said. Orochimaru extended his crimson, elongated tongue, licking the corner of his mouth. A flicker of appreciation dancing in his eyes. The Y Ninja clan's parasitic technique embeds insects within the host, nourishing them with chakra to fight in unison. This concept is inherently innovative. However, he shifted his tone, lowering his voice slightly, imbued with a captivating allure. Have you ever considered that this form of parasitism, merely resting in the realm of mutual benefit, might be rather rudimentary? Why Ninja Hui's breath hitched. Orochimaru's words struck like lightning, cleaving through a long-standing, yet nebulous fog in his mind. Elementary? Why Ninja Hui instinctively echoed, his gaze behind the sunglasses suddenly igniting with fervor. Precisely, elementary. Orochimaru observed Why Ninja Hui's reaction with satisfaction. A fervor for exploring the unknown that only those of a kind could understand illuminating his expression. Have you ever contemplated a deeper fusion between your insects, your body, and even your ninjutsu? A profound integration? Oil Girl Murakami felt the fiery passion of his scientific spirit igniting within him. For instance, Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smirk, envisioning a scenario where special parasitic insects not only inhabit your body but become an integral part of your physical composition, enhancing your corporeal form and even endowing you with certain extraordinary abilities of insects. Alternatively, what if your swarm could transcend mere weaponry, merging with your ninjutsu to create entirely new and more potent composite techniques? Further still, Orochimaru's voice resonated like a devil's whisper. Laden with temptation, what if your insects could directly engage in the transformation of your chakra's nature? Or perhaps, they could emulate the characteristics of other creatures, even Replicate certain abilities of bloodline limits? Boom. In Murakami's mind, it was as if countless fireworks erupted. Each of Orochimaru's propositions felt like a portal to a new realm, the evolved form of the parasitic body technique. This transcended the traditional ninjutsu of the Oil Girl clan, resembling a fusion of biological modification and genetic engineering. This was a research direction tailor-made for him, a doctorate in biological engineering. Orochimaru. Murakami's voice quivered with excitement, and he struggled to contain himself. Yet the fervent gleam in his eyes, characteristic of a dedicated researcher, was impossible to conceal. Observing Murakami's expression, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. It appears you comprehend. I find your swarm effect intriguing. It may very well be the key to realizing certain concepts. Moreover, I can provide you with, well, inspiration. He paused, his serpentine gaze shimmering with profound significance. Of course, research always requires materials and data. The battlefield of Kaiki Mountain serves as an excellent laboratory, does it not? In an instant, Murakami understood. Orochimaru was extending an olive branch, an informal invitation to collaborate based on their shared scientific interests. Orochimaru's guidance illuminated Murakami's path. He bowed deeply, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. A teachable child. Orochimaru chuckled, turning his gaze to the night outside the tent. I eagerly anticipate your results. Do not disappoint me. Young one of the Oil Girl clan. With that, he strode out of the tent, leaving Murakami standing alone, his heart already tumultuous with excitement. The new direction of research proposed by Orochimaru was like a key unlocking countless dusty repositories of knowledge within his mind. The profound integration of parasitic insects and the human body, the composite application of swarms and ninjutsu, even the simulation of bloodline limits. Each avenue brimmed with endless possibilities, presenting topics that would drive this scientific enthusiast to the brink of madness. The evolution of parasitic techniques. Why ninja villages? Hui murmured softly, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, gleaming with an astonishing brilliance. Orochimaru, truly a treasure of a boy. Although associating with Orochimaru is akin to courting danger, his profound expertise in biotechnology and forbidden techniques represents an invaluable reservoir of knowledge that Hui yearns for at this stage. He could sense the unique parasitic entity within him growing increasingly excited and animated after absorbing Orochimaru's concepts, transmitting an inexplicable desire through the hive mind. It seems that the Battle of Kikyo Mountain is merely the beginning. A smirk, blending coldness with exhilaration, once again graced the corners of White Ninja Huey's lips. The road ahead is fraught not only with foes from Iwagakure but also with a series of scientific challenges awaiting his conquest. He finds himself increasingly impatient. Particularly, Orochimaru's final remark that the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain serves as an exceptional laboratory ignited a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Perhaps he could leverage this war to conduct some bolder experiments? A brand new research endeavor, teeming with uncertainties and excitement, slowly unfurls before him. Chapter 7. The Exchange in Orochimaru's watchful gaze, a combined chapter. The night was as dark as ink, and within the tent, the flickering light of the oil lamp cast dancing shadows, elongating and shortening the silhouette of Aburame Kurai. He sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut, having set aside his sunglasses. At this moment, his entire being was engrossed in the subtle and extraordinary transformations occurring within him. Orochimaru's words echoed in his mind like an incantation, each syllable striking at the core of his excitement as a biologist. The evolutionary form of the parasitic technique, he murmured softly, a fervent smile involuntarily curving his lips. In recent days, aside from nurturing his body, he had been fervently experimenting with the concepts proposed by Orochimaru. This was a completely unfamiliar domain, yet it felt profoundly intimate to him. The parasitic insects were no longer merely external weapons. They were destined to become an integral part of his being, living enhancements that he could manipulate at will. He carefully guided the unique parasitic insect within him, an insect king that had subtly connected with his soul since his arrival in this world. Its consciousness was far clearer than that of ordinary parasites, currently brimming with an exhilarating desire, an insatiable yearning for evolution. First, the reinforcement of the insect's bones. Aburame Kurai concentrated, attempting to direct a portion of the specialized parasitic insect to adhere to and permeate the bones of his left arm, as per Orochimaru's guidance. An indescribable sensation of tingling and prickling surged from deep within his left arm, as if countless tiny drill bits were gnawing at his bones, followed by the secretion of a substance that would fill and fortify them. Sweat beaded at his brow, trickling down his cheek. He gritted his teeth. This profound transformation was challenging the limits of his nerves every second. Not enough. The intensity is insufficient. He sensed a slight increase in bone density. Yet it still fell far short of the instantaneous hardening described by Orochimaru. This was not merely a manipulation of chakra. It was a profound understanding and guidance of his own cells and the habits of the parasites. Suddenly, he felt a frantic rhythm emanating from the parasitic insect within his left arm, a surge of power much stronger than before. He abruptly opened his eyes. Gazing at his left arm, beneath the skin, countless fine black lines flickered and vanished, and the contours of his arm seemed to have hardened somewhat. Crack. He attempted to clench his fist, and the joints emitted a faint, crisp sound, not a fracture, but rather a metallic resonance. Intriguing. A spark of exploration gleamed in Aburame Kurai's eyes. This power was not merely muscle strength, it stemmed from the reinforcement of the bones themselves. If he could disseminate this enhancement throughout his entire body. He licked his parched lips, his mind teeming with boundless visions of the future. Just as he reveled in the joy of his research, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the tent. Kurai, are you there? Asuma and I have come to see you. It was the gentle voice of Yuhi Kurinai. Aburame Kurai quickly donned his sunglasses, concealing the fervor in his eyes, restoring his usual aloof demeanor. He rose and pulled aside the tent flap. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, Yuhi Kurinai stood alongside Saratobi Asuma outside, adorned in a typical red battle attire. Her long, ebony hair framed her face, and her burgundy eyes glimmered with a hint of concern. Kurinai, Asuma, Yuhi Kurinai greeted, as Aburame Shino nodded in acknowledgement. You appear to be in much better spirits, Shino. Asuma declared nonchalantly upon entering the tent, exhibiting none of the airs one might expect from the son of the Hokage. Habitually, he patted Shino's shoulder, only to realize that the muscles beneath his palm felt considerably more solid than before. Asuma raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you been secretly training? Kurinai also noticed the subtle transformation in Shino. There was an indescribable aura of pressure surrounding him, despite the sunglasses obscuring his gaze. On the battlefield, strength is paramount for survival, Shino replied, his tone noncommittal. Well said. Asuma's eyes sparkled as he sensed a shared topic of interest. Since you're recovering well, how about we stretch our muscles a bit? I've recently grasped some new techniques with wind-release chakra blades, and my hands are itching to try them out. As he spoke, two gleaming chakra blades materialized in his hands, their edges shimmering with a faint azure glow of wind chakra, exuding a formidable presence. Kurinai cast a resigned glance at Asuma. Asuma, Shino has only just recovered. Kurinai, you're being overly cautious. We are all capable ninjas now. Asuma waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of youthful bravado lingered in his demeanor, likely stemming from the last mission where Shino outshone him in front of Kurinai. Let us keep it light, just a way to help Shino gauge his recovery. What do you say, Shino? Care for a friendly spar? Shino regarded Asuma's eager expression, feeling a stir within. Saratobi Asuma was a master in close combat, a scion of the third Hokage, and undoubtedly among the elite of his generation. Engaging him would provide an excellent opportunity to evaluate the practical effects of his insect-enhanced abilities. Very well, he replied slowly, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. But I have one condition. Oh? What condition? Asuma inquired with keen interest. In this spar, I will not employ my insects. At this statement, both Asuma and Kurinai were taken aback. Not use your insects? Asuma exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Shino. Are you joking? The Aburame clan without insects. What would that even mean? You intend to engage me in pure taijutsu? His astonishment was not born from disdain for Shino. Rather, the fighting style of the Aburame clan was deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. Insects were their primary means of offense and defense. And while their physical prowess was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to the elusive and formidable techniques they wielded with their insects. Kurinai furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual quality in Shino today. Beneath his calm exterior lay something inscrutable. I suppose so, Shino replied, offering no further clarification. He requires a pristine environment to test his parasitic techniques, as the intervention of swarms would only serve to obfuscate his judgment. Additionally, he yearns to discover the extent of his capabilities when devoid of the swarm's assistance. Asuma fixed his gaze upon Y Ninja Murakage for several seconds before breaking into a sudden grin. How intriguing. I am eager to see what AY Ninja can accomplish without the aid of insects. However, Murakage, should your defeat be particularly devastating, do refrain from shedding tears. Likewise. Murakage replied, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. The trio arrived at a relatively open training ground. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the earth, casting 3 elongated shadows. Asuma flexed his wrists, the chakra blade in his hand glinting with a frosty gleam beneath the moonlight. "Are you prepared, Murakage?" Why Ninja Murakage gave a slight nod, adopting a basic combat stance. His breath was steady, betraying none of the apprehension one might expect from someone on the verge of relinquishing their greatest advantage. "Then I shall commence," Asuma declared with a fierce shout. Propelling himself forward with explosive force, his figure darting like a swift shadow, lunging towards Ninja Murakage. The chakra blade cut through the air with a ferocious sound, aiming directly for his face. So swift, Murakage's pupils contracted slightly behind his sunglasses. As expected of the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma had reached a level of explosive power and speed in taijutsu that was commensurate with that of a special J-nin. He neither retreated nor summoned his swarm for defense or distraction as he typically would. Just as Asuma's chakra blade was about to make contact, Murakage's left arm shot up, blocking it horizontally in front of him. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed through the tranquil night air. Asuma felt as though his chakra blade had collided with a solid piece of steel, a tremendous recoil surging through the hilt, leaving his hands tingling with shock. He even noticed sparks flying where the blade met Murakage's forearm. What? Asuma was struck with disbelief. Although he had not poured all his strength into the strike, he had infused it with wind chakra, rendering it exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly severing ordinary kunai. How could it possibly be halted by mere flesh? And amid a sound akin to metal clashing, he quickly retreated, creating distance while incredulously scrutinizing Murakage's seemingly unremarkable left arm. Waihai Kurenai, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. She had clearly witnessed Murakage block Asuma's chakra blade with his arm, emerging completely unscathed. How could this be? Had he cultivated some extraordinary body refinement technique? Murakage shook his slightly numbed left arm, secretly reveling in his triumph. The enhancement from the insect bone exceeded his expectations, though it was merely a preliminary augmentation. Its hardness was already comparable to that of high-quality metal. More importantly, this enhancement was intrinsic, allowing him to activate it instantaneously with his will, requiring almost no preparation. "Asuma, is this truly the extent of your strength?" Murakage's voice remained calm and composed, yet laced with a subtle hint of provocation. "Thou wretched fellow." Asuma's competitive spirit was ignited by his words, his gaze instantly sharpening. What had merely been a warm-up moments ago was now transformed into a fierce resolve. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of chakra coursing through him, the azure glow of his chakra blades intensifying, faint winds swirling around them. "Wind release, blade of wind," Asuma bellowed, his hands slicing through the air with urgency, unleashing a barrage of crescent-shaped wind blades that howled towards Yawnvillage's Hui from various angles. These blades, not only swift but also exceptionally sharp, could slice through steel like butter. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Yawnvillage Hui advanced rather than retreating. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground beneath him slightly caved in as he propelled himself toward Asuma like a cannonball. Bang! 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 To the astonishment of Asuma and Kurenai, Yawnvillage Hui completely disregarded the oncoming wind blades. As his arms, legs, and torso met the blades, dark patterns flickered beneath his skin, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds. Those blades, capable of slicing through iron, merely stirred ripples of energy upon contact with his body, leaving his attire unscathed. What monstrous defense is this? Asuma felt his understanding of combat being profoundly challenged. Was this truly the Yawnvillage Hui he knew, who primarily relied on insects for battle? This raw, head-on approach was more outrageous than the Akimichi clan's techniques. Yawnvillage Hui had closed in on Asuma. Feeling the excitement of the parasitic insects within him, a surge of power flooding his limbs. This pure, physical confrontation afforded him an unprecedented exhilaration. He unleashed a punch, the wind of his strike howling. Asuma, unwilling to be complacent, quickly crossed his twin blades to defend. Clang! Another thunderous sound erupted. This time, Asuma felt an overwhelming force transmitting through his blades, his arms trembling violently as he was uncontrollably sent flying backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground before he barely regained his footing. His arms were numb, nearly unable to grip his chakra blades. Such incredible strength. Asuma's face was etched with shock. The power behind Yawnvillage Hui's punch seemed almost inhuman. Unrelenting, Yawnvillage Hui surged forward once more. His movements were grand and expansive, each punch and kick imbued with immense force, yet exhibiting remarkable agility. He no longer relied solely on the enhancement of his left arm but began to distribute the techniques of insect bone fortification throughout his entire body. In an instant, the training ground echoed with the rapid sounds of fists and feet colliding with chakra blades, accompanied by Asuma's increasingly labored breaths. Kurenai watched from the sidelines, her heart racing with trepidation. She had never anticipated that Yonvillage Hui, without the aid of his swarm, could so thoroughly overpower Asuma through sheer physical prowess. His bizarre defensive capabilities and formidable strength surpassed her comprehension. Dread. Asuma felt a growing sense of alarm and frustration with each exchange. His wind-release ninjutsu and exceptional swordsmanship were significantly diminished in the face of Ninja Murakumo's almost perverse defense. The intensity of his opponent's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He attempted to create distance and unleash more powerful ninjutsu, but Ninja Murakumo clung to him like a relentless parasite, suppressing all his movements with a barrage of fierce assaults. Bang! Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Ninja Murakumo delivered a precise strike to Asuma's wrist, causing his chakra blade to fly from his grasp and embed itself into the ground far away. Before he could react, Murakumo's other hand transformed into a knife-like palm. Resting lightly against his throat, the fierce winds stirred the strands of hair on his forehead. Asuma's movements abruptly ceased. He gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his forehead as he stared incredulously at Ninja Murakumo, who was mere inches away. He could sense that, should his opponent choose to do so, that hand could effortlessly crush his throat. This guy, Murakumo, possesses such formidable martial prowess? Asuma panted heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks, leaving small damp spots on his dark battle attire. His eyes, often imbued with a hint of defiance, now reflected disbelief and a barely perceptible hint of defeat. Defeated, in the very realm of close combat he prided himself on, by a ninja from the Ninja clan, and the opponent hadn't even summoned those all-pervasive insects. You, this guy. Asuma's voice was slightly hoarse as he leaned on his knee, striving to calm his racing heart and surging blood. What was that? Your martial arts. How could it be? Ninja Murakumo adjusted his breathing, his gaze behind the sunglasses calm and untroubled, as if the recent harrowing skirmish had merely been an ordinary drill. He could distinctly feel the restless parasitic insects within him gradually subsiding after exerting their full strength in the parasitic technique, yet that instinctive, subtle craving for flesh lingered, like an unshakable pestilence. Just a minor research achievement, he reiterated, his tone devoid of emotion. However, only he understood the immense temptation and risks concealed behind this so-called minor advancement. A minor research achievement? Asuma reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, his voice suddenly elevating. What a joke. That speed, that power, and the hardness of your arm when you blocked my chakra blade. That is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary martial arts. He abruptly lifted his head, fixating his gaze on Ninja Murakumo. Have you undergone some secret transformation? Kurenai Yuhi had remained quietly by the side, now speaking slowly, her voice much calmer than Asuma's, yet her gaze equally inquisitive. Murakumo-kun, Asuma is correct. The abilities you displayed moments ago indeed surpass our understanding of the Ninja clan and even conventional martial arts. That power feels somewhat unusual. She paused, seemingly weighing her words, as if hinting at the brink of some forbidden technique. The brink of a forbidden technique, you say? In the heart of Yonvillage. The young man, Yonvillage Kurai, scoffed silently. It was not merely on the periphery. Should this parasitic technique continue to delve deeper, the consequences would likely prove more insidious than those of most forbidden arts. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive facade. Red, Asuma, you are overthinking this. The secret arts of the Yonvillage clan are not easily comprehensible to outsiders. I am merely exploring new applications based on existing foundations. Sunset Red interjected, Kurai-kun. We are merely concerned. That power you exhibited earlier appears to impose a considerable burden on your body. Her keen observational skills did not escape him. Yonvillage Kurai could sense that while the parasitic insect granted him strength, it simultaneously gnawed at and assimilated his body. With each exertion of extreme power, the trend of assimilation seemed to deepen. He forcefully suppressed the weariness and the subtle, insatiable urge to devour something within him, stating calmly, every acquisition of power exacts a toll. I am well aware. A faint sensation of being watched crept upon him from the shadows, like a cold needle pricking the nape of his neck. Yonvillage Kurai abruptly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the direction he had sensed, a thicket of dense trees rustling in the night breeze, devoid of any presence save for the swaying branches. Asuma, startled by his sudden movement, exclaimed, Hey, what are you looking at? Nothing, just an owl, Yonvillage Kurai replied dismissively, averting his gaze. The atmosphere in the training ground grew somewhat stifled due to their exchange. Although Asuma remained indignant, he recognized that further questioning would yield no fruitful results. This fellow, Yambalaj Karai, was tighter-lipped than a clam. Humph, consider yourself impressive, Asuma conceded, plopping down on the ground and rubbing his sore wrist. But don't think you can maintain this lead forever. I, Saratobi Asuma, am not one to concede easily. A renewed fire ignited in his eyes. As if the earlier defeat was merely a minor interlude. Sunset Red observed the two, letting out a soft sigh. She sensed that Yambalaj Karai seemed somewhat transformed from his former self, not only in terms of his remarkable prowess but also in his demeanor, which had evolved to become more reserved and, indeed, more dangerous. The madness and tenacity lurking beneath his tranquil exterior left her feeling vaguely unsettled. The hour grows late. We should return, Sunset Red suggested. Karai-kun, you ought to rest early. From your complexion, it appears you have exerted yourself significantly. Yambalaj Karai nodded. Take care on your way back. Asuma sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and cast a lingering glance at Yambalaj Karai, his expression complex. Next time, I will surely reclaim victory. Always ready to oblige, Yambalaj Karai's voice was calm as water, as he watched Asuma and Sunset Red fade into the night. The training ground returned to its tranquil silence. Slowly, Yambalaj Karai lifted his right hand, fingers splayed wide, before suddenly clenching them into a fist. A subtle sound of friction echoed through his knuckles, as if countless minute lives surged within. What, then, is the cost? He murmured softly. A cold and thrilling arc curling at the corner of his mouth. The sensation of being watched did not dissipate with the departure of Asuma and Kurenai. Rather, it intensified. Yamanaka Ino did not deliberately seek out the source. He understood that when the other party wished to reveal themselves, they would do so naturally. He gradually closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the transformations within. Interspersed with the fatigue brought on by the parasitic insects was an ineffable excitement, as if they were exulting, yearning for a deeper symbiosis with their host. The allure of assimilation was akin to the sweetest poison, incessantly eroding his resolve. Not enough. Far from enough. Yamanaka Ino opened his eyes, the glint behind his sunglasses radiating an almost obsessive brilliance. Orochimaru's guidance had seemingly unveiled a portal to a new world before him. The parasitic technique was merely the first step he had taken. He recalled Orochimaru's intrigued gaze and the words concerning the Kikyo Mountain Laboratory and materials, though he was unaware of the specifics of the Kikyo Mountain Laboratory. The term materials suggested more than Yamanaka Ino merely viewing the opposing rock and lightning ninjas as mere resources on the battlefield. He himself, or rather, this body undergoing wondrous transformations, might also be regarded as a material in Orochimaru's eyes. Materials. Yamanaka Ino's smile grew ever more chilling. He despised being treated as a mere test subject, yet if this meant acquiring greater power, he was willing to temporarily assume that role. Social Darwinism. The supremacy of strength. This creed was deeply ingrained in his very bones after his transition into this world. Suddenly, he felt an exceedingly subtle writhing sensation beneath the skin of his left arm, distinct from the previous activities of the parasitic insects. It was a deeper sensation, as if muscle fibers were being gradually supplanted by some unknown entity. Yamanaka Ino abruptly rolled up his sleeve, and in the hazy moonlight, he perceived that the skin on his forearm appeared to have grown more resilient, faintly exuding a non-human quality. He attempted to tense his muscles, and an unprecedented solidity surged through his arm. The strengthening of the parasitic insects. Has it already begun? He whispered, his gaze brimming with a thirst for exploration. This was precisely one of the hallmarks he had envisioned for the evolution of the parasitic technique, implanting enhanced parasites into the bones, allowing his limbs to harden instantaneously. It seemed that his recent battle with Asuma, coupled with Orochimaru's covert observation, had, to some extent, catalyzed this process. The growth of power was astonishingly rapid, so enthralling. He inhaled deeply, the chill of the night breeze sharpening his mind. He required more experiments, more data, to refine and control this burgeoning strength. The Kikyo Mountain battlefield might serve as an excellent testing ground. It harbored ample materials and sufficient peril to assess the true might of his parasitic technique. The true experiment lay ahead. He reiterated his prior thoughts, yet this time, his objectives were clearer and more audacious. At that moment, he seemed to hear a faint sound, akin to the hiss of a venomous serpent, emanating from the shadows nearby, fleeting and ephemeral, behind a large tree not far off. The shadows quivered slightly. A figure stood there silently, its cold gaze, reminiscent of a snake, piercing through the night, absorbing every detail of the preceding events. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk of intrigue, his golden serpent-like eyes shimmering with satisfaction. The oil woman's little imp has certainly not disappointed me. He extended his tongue, delicately licking his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the further maturation of his subject. The parasitic technique, such power, achieved not through bloodline but through pure, acquired transformation, is truly exquisite. He gazed at the silhouette of Yamanaka Kage, as if admiring a beautiful masterpiece nearing completion. Chapter 8. The Combination. The winds of Kikyo Mountain whispered, carrying an enduring scent of rust and scorched earth. Several days had passed since the amicable spar with Asuma. Yunyo villages, we could distinctly feel the resonance of those restless entities within him growing ever more potent. With each breath, it was as if he could stir the barely perceptible chirping deep within his bones. The initial results of the parasitic technique had been thoroughly consolidated, with both the quality and quantity of chakra experiencing a marked enhancement, solidly placing his overall prowess at the threshold of a jonin. He sensed that the muscle fibers in his left arm, torn during his previous battle with Asuma, appeared denser than before, mended by the parasitic insects. Furthermore, the strengthening of his bone structure, which commenced that fateful night, although progressing slowly, was steadily advancing. A persistent tingling sensation enveloped his forearm, as if countless minute artisans were tirelessly reshaping his skeletal framework. Yet, this augmentation was insufficient. This level of enhancement remained laughably fragile in the face of true power. As he caressed his left arm, his gaze, shielded by sunglasses, betrayed no emotion, yet within him burned an intense yearning for strength. The machinery of war would not pause for the sentiments of an individual. Tensions on the battlefield against the hidden cloud village were escalating, and the air was thick with the oppressive anticipation of an impending storm. Soon, an order was delivered to Hui, assigning him to the direct team of Minato Namikaze. At the rendezvous point, several figures had already gathered, with Minato at the forefront, clad in the green vest of a Konoha jonin. His golden hair swayed gently in the morning breeze, and his warm smile resembled that of a friendly neighbor, devoid of any oppressive or atypical of elite warriors. Yet, we could discern an extraordinary restraint within him, akin to a magnificent sword sheathed in its scabbard. Beside Minato stood a stout, resolute middle-aged man, his white hair standing erect, adorned with the distinctive red triangular mark of the Inuzuka clan on his cheek, accompanied by a sizable, vigilant ninja dog. "Inuzuka-ka," he greeted, his voice resonant and imbued with a hint of familiarity befitting a mentor. His gaze toward Minato mirrored that of a brotherly affection. Another individual, a quintessential member of the Akimichi clan, was robustly built, with a spiral pattern unique to his kin adorning his cheeks. He leisurely munched on rice balls, offering a casual nod upon noticing Hui. "Akimichi Dedu," he introduced, his voice slightly muffled by food, yet his eyes conveyed an unwavering steadiness. "Yunyo village, Hui." Hui succinctly replied, his gaze sweeping across the group, silently assessing their strengths. Inuzuka-ka was a seasoned jonin, and Akimichi Dedu, judging by the fluctuations of his chakra, was no lightweight. Coupled with Minato, this team was indeed a remarkable ensemble. Minato clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "Now that everyone is here, our mission is to eliminate a hidden cloud infiltration point located on the eastern side of Kikyo Mountain. According to intelligence, the enemy numbers are few, but they may be led by elite ninjas. We must strike swiftly and decisively." "Understood?" "Yes," the three responded in unison. At the fringes of Jiking Mountain, the trees stand sparse amidst a ground strewn with gravel. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and in the distance, the faint sounds of clashing weapons and the explosive bursts of ninjutsu resonate. The four-member team forms a diamond formation, darting swiftly through the forest. Leading the charge is Minato, flanked on the left by Inuzuka Kiba and his Ninken, while Akimichi Chd secures the right wing. Last in line, Murakage assumes the role of rearguard and scout, his swarm of insects silently dispersing to serve as the keenest sentinels. Ahead, 300 meters away, a chakra signature reveals the presence of at least 5 individuals. Murakage's voice, though low, reaches every attentive ear with clarity. Minato gestures, prompting the team to decelerate abruptly and stealthily approach their target. Yet, just as they are poised to enter the designated area, 2 overwhelming chakra signatures erupt with suffocating intensity. One exudes a tempestuous fury, imbued with destructive power, while the other resonates like a colossal beast from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. This chakra, Minato's expression shifts to one of grave concern, his gaze sharpening with lethal focus. It is the AB duo, the Reikage, A from the hidden cloud, alongside the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. Before the words leave his lips, 2 figures materialize before them as if transported by the very fabric of space. The man on the left possesses an extraordinary physique. His bronze skin and golden hair radiating an aura of ferocity, electric arcs crackling around him. It is none other than the fourth Raikage, A. To the right stands a man adorned with sunglasses, his dark complexion contrasting with the 7 uniquely shaped kunai strapped to his back. A devil-may-care smile playing on his lips as he seemingly hums an off-key rap, though he appears relaxed. The volatile chakra of the tailed beast within him causes Murakage's insects to stir with unease. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Yo, Leaf Ninjas. You're unlucky to cross paths with me. Killer Bee exclaims, swaying rhythmically to an unknown beat. AS gaze, sharp as lightning, locks onto Minato, golden flash. Splendid. Today, I shall claim your head, a tribute to the souls of my fallen comrades from the hidden cloud. The palpable aura of malevolence descends upon them, causing Inuzuka Kiba's Nikin to whimper, its fur bristling with apprehension, while Akimichi CHD pauses, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Murakage feels his heart constrict violently. Is this the oppressive presence of a Super Saiyan? Merely standing there, they render breathing a laborious task. His pupils narrow slightly behind his sunglasses. Either of these two could eliminate him, Kiba or CHD, in an instant. Fall back. Minato's voice remains calm yet resolute, his command leaving no room for dissent. Leave them to me. As soon as the words depart his lips, Minato transforms into a streak of golden light, launching himself towards the AB duo. Kunai clash with lightning, producing a deafening roar. Lightning release, lightning flash bomb. A bellows, his speed reaching its zenith as he unleashes a devastating punch that ruptures the air. Watch me. 7 sword style. Killer Bee danced like a phantom, his 7 blades flying up and down, the glimmering edges merging into a singular brilliance, effectively sealing all avenues of evasion for Minato, who was coordinating his attacks with the precision of a maestro. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Just as AI's fist was about to land, Minato vanished, reappearing beside Killer Bee, where a Rasengan formed suddenly and struck at Killer Bee's side. Clang. One of Killer Bee's short blades intercepted the Rasengan at an astonishing angle, the tremendous force driving him back a few steps, yet Minato's attack had been thwarted. The battle reached a fever pitch. Kiba Inuzuka and Choji Akimichi watched the battlefield with bated breath, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They understood all too well that in a clash of such magnitude, they had no room to intervene. A single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi's gaze was firmly fixed on the center of the fray. His mind raced, analyzing the movements of the 3 combatants, the flow of chakra, and the characteristics of their jutsu. This was nothing short of the highest quality battlefield data. It was too swift. Whether it was the Raikage speed and strength or Killer Bee's elusive footwork and swordsmanship, both exceeded his capacity to respond. Kuratsuchi calculated rapidly, indeed. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was elusive, but managing 2 opponents simultaneously appeared to strain him. He noticed beads of sweat forming on Minato's brow. This could not continue. With risk came reward. If he could gather battle data from the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, or even a mere biological sample from his chakra mode. Kuratsuchi licked his parched lips, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath and silently formed hand seals. Secret technique, insect swamp. Without a sound, a multitude of nano-sized parasitic insects surged from his body, merging with the ground, spreading towards Killer Bee's feet. These parasites were not intended to kill but to disrupt. Even a momentary hesitation could create an opportunity for Minato. As Killer Bee engaged in a high-speed exchange with Minato, he stumbled slightly, as if he had stepped into a quagmire, his movements exhibiting a barely perceptible distortion. Killer Bee's sunglasses slid down slightly, revealing sharp eyes that instantly locked onto Kuratsuchi not far away. A meddling insect, courting death. Before he could finish his thought, Killer Bee suddenly stomped the ground, forcibly breaking free from the insect swamp's grasp, his figure blurring like a cannonball, abandoning Minato and charging straight at Kuratsuchi. This is bad. Kiba Inuzuka and Choji Akimichi gasped in horror. Kuratsuchi. Minato's voice carried a note of urgency. He wished to intervene, but AI's relentless assault rendered him unable to escape in an instant. Too fast. Killer Bee's fist, imbued with terrifying power, and his short blade crackling with lightning, closed in on Kuratsuchi's face in the blink of an eye. The violent intent sent shivers across Kuratsuchi's skin. The shadow of death loomed unprecedentedly close. There was no escaping. That thought flickered through Kuratsuchi's mind. Yet he refused to await his doom. Insect bone reinforcement, maximum output. Within him, the parasitic insects surged wildly at that moment, as chakra flowed unreservedly into his limbs and bones. The The bones of his arms emitted a series of sharp cracks, and a fine, shell-like layer of keratin emerged on the surface of his skin, shimmering with a dim glow. This was the most formidable defensive posture he could currently achieve. Facing Karabi's punch, capable of shattering stone, Murakage crossed his arms and charged forward with fervor. Bang! A dull, bone-rattling thud echoed through the air. Oil Girl Murakage felt an irresistible force surge through his arms, as if he had been struck by a charging rhinoceros. In an instant, a tearing pain shot through his bones. Even the reinforced insect bones appeared tragically fragile in the face of such brute strength. Gushing blood erupted from Murakage's mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a massive rock, which shattered upon impact. Coughing and gasping, Murakage collapsed amidst the debris, feeling as though his entire skeletal structure had disintegrated, his internal organs churning and his vision darkening. His arms twisted at unnatural angles, rendering them utterly unusable. Indeed, it was too much to bear. He managed a wry smile as his vision began to blur. But behind the sunglasses, his eyes still sparkled with an unusual light. However, the data had been acquired. In that fleeting moment of enduring Karabi's strike, the parasitic insects on his arm had collected samples of the lightning chakra adhering to Karabi's fist, as well as data on the explosive power of his muscles. These were invaluable treasures. A bit of spirit, indeed, little insect. You can withstand my punch without perishing. Karabi shook his fist, casting a surprised glance at Murakage before raising his short blade once more, prepared to eliminate this bothersome adversary. To him, this leaf ninja was already as good as dead. At that critical moment, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. The figure of Minato Namikaze stood in front of Oil Girl Murakage, his spinning Rasengan emanating an unmatched aura as it hurtled toward Karabi. Flying Thunder God technique, Thunder Guidance. Karabi's pupils dilated as he hastily brought his blade to bear. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, waves of air roiling and dust swirling. As the dust settled, Karabi, clutching his slightly numbed arm, retreated beside AI, his expression grim. Minato, wielding a specially crafted kunai, stood protectively before Murakage. Beneath his golden locks, a chilling fury ignited within his azure eyes for the first time. This is where it ends. Cloud's brethren. Minato's voice was low and powerful. If this continued, none of you would leave here today. AI's expression darkened ominously as he glanced at Minato, then at the ailing Oil Girl Murakage, and finally at the poised Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi CHG. He understood that Minato spoke the truth. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to detain Minato, yet it would be effortless for him to hold them back. Once Leaf's reinforcements arrived, the consequences would be dire. Humph. Golden flashes. This time, consider yourselves fortunate. Ale let out a snort and addressed Karabi. Let us depart. Karabi cast a reluctant glance at Minato and then, with a flicker of intrigue at Oil Girl Village's Hui, swiftly followed Ale away from the battlefield. It was only after their presence had completely vanished that Minato exhaled in relief, turning to assist Hui to his feet. Hui, how are you faring? Minato's voice carried a tinge of regret and trepidation. Had he not been ensnared by Ale, Hui would never have found himself in such peril. Cough. I shall survive, Captain Minato, Hui rasped, expelling a mouthful of blood laced with fragments of his insides, a forced smile gracing his lips, though. It will require some time to restore. His arms twitched visibly, the shattered bones teeming with countless minute parasitic creatures fervently regenerating. This spectacle of hyper-regeneration set the hairs on the necks of Inazuka Tsume and Akimichi CHG on end. Minato gazed at the inhuman sight upon Hui's arm, feeling the peculiar chakra fluctuations within him, a blend of agony and exhilaration, his expression turning increasingly intricate. The winds of Kaiki Mountain continued to blow. Yet Hui of Oil Girl Village understood that from this day forth, everything would change. He had exchanged the price of near death for the most invaluable data and glimpsed the harsh truth leading to a higher realm of power. Moreover, the little entities within him seemed to have embarked on a new, wilder evolution spurred by this severe trauma and extreme restoration, an evolution he both anticipated and felt a vague unease about. Chapter 9. The Heart Network. The light within the tent was somewhat dim as UN Village's Hui slowly opened his eyes. The pungent scent of disinfectant mingled with that of herbs, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. His body felt unprecedentedly light, accompanied by a peculiar sense of fullness. He attempted to move his arms, and where he expected to find fractured bones, there was only a faint tingling sensation. The parasitic insect had indeed not disappointed him. Karabi's lightning chakra, along with the momentarily explosive muscle fiber data, had cast a delectable yet deadly bait to his parasitic swarm. triggering an unforeseen feast. Awake? A gentle voice emerged from the entrance of the tent. Kakashi Hatake lifted the curtain and entered, his face adorned with his signature sunny smile. Though a subtle curiosity lurked within the depths of his azure eyes, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, attempting to present a relaxed demeanor, but found his facial muscles still somewhat stiff. Captain Kakashi, how long have I been asleep? His voice remained hoarse, reminiscent of two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. 3 days. Kakashi offered a water pouch, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. Your recovery ability is remarkable. He carefully chose his words. Clearly impressed by Huey's inhuman healing process, Hui accepted the water pouch and gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling life return to his parched throat. He sensed the complexity in Kakashi's tone. More than mere astonishment, perhaps there was a hint of inquiry? He remained indifferent to it. In this world, power was the only true currency. Perhaps the secret techniques of the YN clan are unique, Hui vaguely explained, wishing to conceal the secrets of his body. He could distinctly sense that the number of parasitic insects within him had not only surged, but that each one seemed to have undergone subtle qualitative changes, particularly those that had absorbed samples of Karabi's lightning chakra, emanating chakra fluctuations with an electrifying vitality. The medical ninjas of Konoha had examined him and reported that his bodily functions had fully restored, even more vigorous than before his injuries. Kakashi paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate this newfound vitality. In any case, it's good that you've recovered so swiftly. The upcoming war will require your strength. I will give my utmost effort, Hui promptly declared, though inwardly he calculated his desires. Power? Indeed, he craved power, and even greater strength. Karabi's level of lightning chakra felt like a new gateway to another world for him. High purity, high explosiveness. This was precisely the nourishment his parasitic insects needed for evolution. In the ensuing days, Hui, citing the need for rest and further conditioning of his body, declined all unnecessary visits, secluding himself within a quiet tent at the rear of the camp. Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi CHG paid him a visit, marveling at his monstrous recovery speed, leaving behind some food and medicine before he sent them on their way. Within the tent, Hui sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. His consciousness was immersed in a network composed of countless delicate nodes. These nodes were the parasitic insects within him and those scattered around the tent. The conductive and penetrative nature of lightning-based chakra, he murmured, images of Kairabi's ferocious electric sparks flashing in his mind, accompanied by the stinging and numbness radiating from his arm. If one were to amalgamate this characteristic with the hive mind concept, a bold thought surged through his mind like a current. In his past life, there was an anime titled One Piece, where a character named Enel, utilizing his rumble fruit abilities, developed a technique called the mantra, capable of enveloping an entire sky island, allowing him to hear the thoughts of all and perceive every movement. Such an ability, if applied on the battlefield, would be nearly insurmountable. The similarity to the hive mind was striking. A faint smile of excitement curled at the corners of Murakich's lips, while Enel relied on the prowess of a devil fruit. He possessed the knowledge of physics and biology from his previous life, the secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan, and a unique form of energy belonging to the world of Naruto, chakra. The parasitic insects within him, particularly the newly birthed electromagnetic fireflies that had bathed in lightning chakra, vibrated their wings at an unprecedented frequency. They were no longer mere transmitters of information. They resembled miniature signal stations, capable of receiving, amplifying, and transmitting more complex bioelectrical signals. The coverage of the hive mind was limited by the volume of his chakra and the mental connection strength of the swarm. But what if he used lightning chakra as a carrier? He began to attempt to mobilize the lightning chakra within him, cautiously guiding it towards those unique electromagnetic fireflies. Zzz. Fine arcs of electricity leapt among the swarm, forming a miniature thundercloud. Then, he spread his mental power through this thundercloud. Buzz. In an instant, Murakich's mind seemed to explode. A torrent of intricate information flooded in. The footsteps of patrolling ninjas outside the tent, their heartbeats, even the hushed tones of their conversations. Further away, the groans of the injured in the medical tent, the sound of kunai clashing during sparring among ninjas, and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Previously, the hive mind could scout as well, but it was more of a vague perception, akin to viewing the world through frosted glass. Now, however, the sensation was exceedingly clear enough that every detail was vividly apparent. He could even hear the subtle friction of an ant dragging a blade of grass from dozens of meters away, see the wriggling trails of earthworms beneath the soil, and feel the subtle flow of different chakra attributes in the air. This was simply. Murakich's heart raced not out of fear, but from sheer exhilaration. A term sprang to his mind, God's perspective. Of course, he was far from achieving that level, but this embryonic form was enough to send him into a frenzy of joy. He focused his mind, aiming to further expand his range of perception. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. The scene within the camp gradually took shape in his mind like a real-time constructed 3D sand table. Every ninja, every tent, and even every blade of grass was captured by him in a form of information. Yet it was not sufficient. Village radiance moistens his somewhat parched lips, his eyes gleaming with the fervor characteristic of a researcher. He recalled Enel's heart network that enveloped the entire island, the exhilarating sensation of omnipotence igniting his fervor. He inhaled deeply, channeling more chakra into the signal relay network composed of electromagnetic fireflies. These tiny entities, as if stimulated by a potent elixir, radiated special bioelectric waves with fervor. 500 meters, 1 kilometer. His perception expanded like a swelling tide. Suddenly, his gaze transcended the camp's perimeter, extending towards the forests surrounding Kaiki Mountain. The dense canopies, rugged mountain paths, lurking beasts, all lay bare before him. This sensation was utterly magnificent. Village radiance could hardly contain his laughter. This was not merely an expansion of reconnaissance range, it was an elevation of perceptual dimensions. He could sense the vibrations of objects touched by the electromagnetic fireflies, the subtle fluctuations in temperature, and even the density of their internal structures, all relaying vague information back to him. If he could further analyze this information, could it mean that he could foresee enemy attacks in advance? Perhaps even replicate their ninjutsu? A bolder thought emerged. Just as he reveled in this unprecedented sense of control, the edge of his heart network suddenly detected an anomalous fluctuation. It was located in a concealed hollow approximately 3 kilometers from the camp. At first, he presumed it to be the chakra of some large beast. However, upon closer listening, he discerned several silhouettes. Their movements were incredibly stealthy, seemingly cloaked in some material that obstructed chakra perception. Village Radiance's brow furrowed slightly. This distance and level of concealment were far beyond that of ordinary lost travelers or mountain bandits. His heart network, like the most sophisticated radar, cautiously extended towards that direction. He could hear their suppressed breaths, the rhythm of their heartbeats, and even the faint sound of metal scraping against metal in their hands. Kunai and chakra blades. Judging by their movements, they were ninjas. Village Radiance's gaze sharpened instantly. At this time, in this location, stealthy ninjas? He focused intently, striving to see more clearly. Utilizing the nearly invisible electromagnetic fireflies fluttering through the forest, he painstakingly captured the details of the silhouettes. Suddenly, one of the figures seemed to sense something, abruptly raising their head to glance in the direction of Village Radiance's camp. Despite the 3-kilometer distance, he distinctly felt the wariness in that gaze through his heart network, along with a fleeting hint of murderous intent. What sent a chill down Murakami's spine was the faint yet unmistakable trace of chakra he detected emanating from that shadowy figure. It was unmistakably the chakra of a Wagakure. Chapter 10. The dispatch of Orochimaru. A distance of 3 kilometers is an insurmountable chasm for an ordinary sensory ninja, especially considering the adversary employed materials that obstruct chakra. However, his electromagnetic fireflies are different. These minuscule biological beacons do not merely sense chakra but rather decipher information on a more fundamental and subtle physical level. Even from such a vast distance, the gaze filled with murderous intent evoked a prickling sensation upon his skin, a warning, and a provocation. It was imperative to report immediately. Murakich was abruptly roused from his intoxicating sense of omnipotence. The fervor of research quickly waned, replaced by an icy vigilance. He was not a native of this world and held no particular affinity for the will of fire. Yet he understood better than anyone that once the machinery of war was set into motion, his status as a Nin did not guarantee safety. He meticulously retracted his expanding heart net, confining the detection range of the majority of his electromagnetic fireflies to the vicinity of the camp, leaving only a small fraction to serve as invisible sentinels, continuing to monitor the contingent of rock ninjas. These diminutive entities were more elusive than actual insects. Unless faced with a targeted wide-range search or a ninja specifically adept at countering insect techniques, they were exceedingly difficult to detect. The command center of the camp was established at the core of the entire Kikyu Mountain defense system, within a relatively spacious temporary fortress constructed from massive logs. Along the way, patrolling leaf ninja squads were ubiquitous, the atmosphere heavy with the gravity unique to warfare. The air was permeated with a faint scent of gunpowder and herbs, mingling with the earthy aroma, keeping one's nerves perpetually taut. Murakage quickened his pace, his dark high-collared cloak from the oil woman clan fluttering slightly in the night breeze, while several nearly invisible electromagnetic fireflies flickered in the shadows of his collar, transmitting environmental data in real time. At the entrance of the command department, two composed Jainins stood like statues, their gazes sharp as eagles, missing no one who attempted to approach. They wore the standard leaf vests, equipped with tool pouches at their waists, the muscle definition in their arms clearly indicative of seasoned ninjas. Halt. Password. One of the square-faced ninja commanded in a deep voice, his right hand instinctively resting on the kunai at his waist. Murakage came to a stop, retrieving an identity token engraved with the leaf emblem from his pocket. Oil woman Murakage, reporting an urgent military situation. His voice remained calm, betraying no tremor despite the vigilance of his interlocutors. As a traveler, he understood the critical importance of adhering to the established rules, especially in a time of war where lives were treated as mere fodder. The square-faced ninja accepted the token, scrutinizing it carefully before appraising Murakage, particularly noting his distinctive sunglasses and high collar. The Oil Woman clan was renowned in Konoha for their mystique and elusiveness. Yet their insect techniques were indeed formidable in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Urgent military situation? The taller, leaner Jainin inquired with a furrowed brow. Follow me. He spoke no superfluous words and turned to push open the heavy wooden door behind him. A wave of heat, mingled with the scent of tobacco, the aroma of scroll ink, and the potent essence of chakra, surged forward to greet him. Murakage stepped inside, and the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict slightly. The Grand Council tent was ablaze with light. In the center lay a massive battle map, densely dotted with small flags representing various ninja villages. Surrounding the map were figures, some standing, some seated, each exuding an overwhelming and heart-stopping chakra. A striking young man with golden hair, furrowing his brow in concentration, gazed intently at the map. Minato Namikaze, the future fourth Hokage, currently the supreme commander on the front lines of Konoha, a man whose name reverberated through the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. At this moment, he bore the marks of the battlefield's dust, yet his gaze remained gentle yet resolute. To Minato's left stood a pale-faced man with elongated eyes and a subtle, enigmatic smile, gently tapping his long fingers on the table. His gaze was as lethal as that of the most venomous serpent, none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At present, his ambitions had yet to fully surface, but the sinister and dangerous aura he emitted sent shivers down Murakage's spine. This man was a true mad scientist, and in his eyes, Murakage might merely be an intriguing specimen. Opposite Orochimaru was a robust man with unkempt white hair, donning an oil-stained forehead protector. Crossing his arms with a vague expression, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, and another of the legendary Sannin. Additionally, dressed in the dark garb of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku stood with a serious demeanor and profound gaze, a hint of worry etched across his brow, seemingly troubled by the future of his clan and the course of the war. Beside him stood Hyuga Hizashi, clad in traditional Hyuga attire, his pure white eyes reflecting a stern and austere expression. These two were the current clan leaders of Konoha's two great ocular clans. The gathering of such formidable figures, rarely seen together, and the palpable tension in the air clearly indicated that a momentous event had transpired, one capable of shaking the very foundations of the ongoing conflict. Murakage's entrance abruptly halted the conversations within the tent, and a multitude of scrutinizing and curious gazes fixated upon him, amplifying the pressure he felt. Murakage, what have you discovered? Minato's voice was gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. He recognized this young man from the Oil Woman clan, though his name was not well known. His decisive actions in battle and his extraordinary regenerative abilities had left a lasting impression on Minato. Murakage slightly bowed, his tone respectful yet assertive as he replied, Lord Minato. Esteemed elders, I have discovered traces of the rock-hidden ninja approximately 3 kilometers southeast of Kaiki Mountain, in a secluded valley. Their numbers range from 5 to 7, and they are operating with extreme stealth, employing special materials to obscure chakra detection. He paused for emphasis before adding the most critical point. On one of them, I detected a faint yet unmistakable residue of powerful chakra, far surpassing that of a Jainin. The implication was clear. A shadow-level adversary had crept perilously close to their doorstep. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere within the tent grew tense. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow deeper. 3 kilometers away. And they have severed chakra perception? How did you discover this? His tone carried a hint of skepticism. For the Uchiha Sharingan is renowned for its acute insight. Murakage answered calmly, I do not perceive chakra directly. Rather, I constructed a biological electrical wave network through my swarm to capture the environmental disturbances caused by their activities. This method is relatively difficult to detect by conventional counter-surveillance techniques. He refrained from elaborating on the principles of electromagnetic insects, for this avant-garde technology is complex to explain and could invite unnecessary covetousness. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes flickered with interest. A subtle smile gracing his lips, it seems that Murakage has become increasingly adept at controlling his swarm. His voice, hoarse yet uniquely magnetic, evoked a sense of instinctive discomfort. Jiraiya set aside his usual whimsical demeanor, his expression turning grave. The spies from Awagakure have reached this distance. Judging by their movements, that old Kudenoki is losing his composure. Minato's azure eyes sparkled with contemplation as he approached the sand table, gently pointing to the southeast of Kaiki Mountain. This position is indeed quite sensitive. If they manage to infiltrate, it will pose a significant threat to our logistics and command systems. He glanced at Murakage, nodding in approval. Murakage, you have done exceptionally well. This intelligence is not only timely, but also critical. Receiving the commendation from the commander-in-chief, Murakage felt little stir within. He was merely fulfilling the duty of a cog, a component striving for survival amidst the turmoil of war. He bowed once more. It is my responsibility. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. He understood well that the ensuing discussion was beyond his purview. Yes, you may retire to rest. Remain vigilant, Minato said gently. Murakage bowed, exiting the war tent amidst the astonished gazes of the two gatekeepers. As the heavy fabric curtain fell behind him, it severed the connection between two worlds. He sensed that once he departed, the atmosphere within would grow even more somber. The movements of Awagakure were merely the beginning, just as Murakage anticipated. The silence within the tent did not last long after his exit. It seemed that old Inoki was resolute in his intent to seize a piece of us. Jiraiya stroked his chin, his tone grave. After the death of the third Raikage, the newly appointed fourth Raikage, A, is even more volatile than his predecessor. There have been numerous small-scale provocations along the border lately, suggesting a long-planned scheme. Uchiha Fugaka spoke solemnly, according to intelligence relayed from the front lines by the police forces. The troop movements of Kumogakure have indeed been unusually frequent. Awagakure dispatching elite scouts at this juncture likely indicates not merely a test, but a final battlefield confirmation for a large-scale offensive. Hyuga Hizashi's tone was steady, yet carried the characteristic coldness of the Hyuga clan. The observations made through Byakugan corroborate this as well. The flow of chakra to the northwest of Kaiki Mountain is more tumultuous than ever, surpassing normal levels by a considerable margin. It seems that both the Cloud and Rock villages may need to collaborate this time. Yet, the troubles do not end there. The voice of Minato Namikaze carries a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remains as sharp as ever. The Hidden Mist village, which has been an observer until now, is also beginning to stir restlessly. Reports of their small forces harassing the southeastern coastal region have already surfaced. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with a mix of excitement and coldness. Oh? Is that guy from the Mist Village also looking to partake in this feast? If so, the Land of Fire will find itself besieged on three fronts. The burden on Konoha to simultaneously confront the assaults from the three major ninja villages is indeed considerable. His tone is laden with implication. The air within the tent feels as if it has solidified, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. To contend against both the Rock and Cloud villages while also allocating resources to guard against the stealthy strikes of the Mist Village is undeniably a dire predicament for Konoha, which has only just emerged from a great battle and has yet to fully recover its strength. Now is not the time for lamentation. Taking a deep breath, Minato's gaze solidifies with renewed determination. The more perilous the situation, the more composed we must remain. If the enemy wishes to swallow us whole, they must first prove they possess the means to do so. He strides to the center of the sand table, casting his gaze over everyone present, esteemed colleagues. The fate of Konoha hinges upon this moment. We have no retreat. He turns to Jiraiya, his mentor. Sensei. Jiraiya, shedding his last vestiges of levity, looks earnestly at his disciple. You know best where Lady Tsunade currently resides. The village requires her medical ninjutsu and her strength. Please, ensure her return to Konoha. Minato's voice is filled with sincerity. Tsunade's healing abilities and combat prowess are invaluable in such a large-scale war. Jiraiya's expression briefly reflects complexity as he recalls the woman who is both a gambling addict and yet possesses an incredibly tender heart. Nodding resolutely, he assures, "Do not worry, Minato. I will bring her back." Minato then turns to Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader Fugaku. "The threat from the Mist Village cannot be underestimated. I entrust the defense of the southeastern border of the Land of Fire to the Uchiha clan. Your Sharingan is an invaluable tool for detecting and thwarting enemy infiltration." Uchiha Fugaku's expression sharpens as he solemnly responds, "Rest assured, Minato. The Uchiha clan will never allow a single Mist Ninja to set foot in the heart of the Land of Fire. This is our family's responsibility and a chance to prove the worth of the Uchiha." Finally, Minato's gaze settles on Orochimaru. "Orochimaru's senpai," Minato begins cautiously. "The Sand Village declared neutrality in the previous conflict and signed a non-aggression pact with us. However, circumstances have changed. In light of the joint offensive from the three major ninja villages, we must rally every possible ally. I ask that you personally journey to the Land of Wind to seek reinforcements from the Sand Village. This is a formidable task. The historical grievances between the Sand and Konoha are intricate, and securing their assistance may require significant concessions. Yet, as Minato stated, one must strive for every possible advantage." Orochimaru's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Seeking aid from Sunagakure? Indeed, Konoha has reached its most perilous moment in history. He extended his tongue, gently licking his lips, his eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light, understanding the gravity of the situation. "However, I require capable individuals to serve as my escort. After all, the deserts of the Land of Wind are far from tranquil. This is only natural." Minato nodded, indicating that he could select from the Umbu or the elite Jonin at his discretion. The meeting concluded amidst a heavy and tense atmosphere. Tasks were assigned, and each individual was acutely aware of the weight of their responsibilities. Kagami, having just returned to his makeshift tent, prepared to further analyze the intelligence gathered on the Iwagakure ninja, attempting to uncover any clues regarding their chakra-absorbing materials, when suddenly, the tent's entrance was flung open from the outside. A slender figure entered, with a pale visage and golden snake-like eyes. Who else but Orochimaru? A jolt ran through Kagami, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he stood. "Lord Orochimaru." "Kagami-kun?" Orochimaru's gaze swept over him as if to see through him entirely. "Your performance earlier was commendable. Have you made any new advancements in your development of insect swarms?" "Just some immature techniques. I hope I did not amuse you, my lord," Kagami replied with impeccable composure. He had no intention of revealing the secret of his electromagnetic fireflies to such a dangerous individual so soon. Orochimaru merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying, and continued. "I am soon to embark on a mission to the Land of Wind. Your reconnaissance skills may prove beneficial to me." His tone was neutral, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura permeating the tent. "Prepare yourself tonight, tomorrow, as part of my escort. We shall journey to Sunagakure." This was not a suggestion but a notification, or rather, a command. Beneath his sunglasses, Kagami's eyes flickered with a mix of surprise. To head to Sunagakure and serve as Orochimaru's escort? This truly is an unexpected delight. Accompanying this future S-rank rogue ninja, danger and opportunity intertwined. However, for one eager to delve deeper into the world's secrets and seize power amidst chaos, this was indeed an irresistible temptation. Chapter 11. The Salamander Hanzo. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Meraki from Oilwoman Village quickly packed his belongings, which included various ninja tools, icy pills, and specially prepared insect food. Standing outside his tent, he felt the cool morning breeze ruffle the strands of hair on his forehead. Before long, the unmistakable figure of Orochimaru entered his line of sight, accompanied by three unfamiliar ninjas whose attire suggested they hailed from Danzo's route. Their presence exuded an air of calm, revealing their elite status. "It seems you are prepared, Meraki-kun." Orochimaru's voice, tinged with a raspy magnetism, resonated as his golden snake-like eyes appeared even more otherworldly under the morning light. Meraki bowed slightly. "Lord Orochimaru." Without further ado, the group set off promptly. The route chosen by Orochimaru did not lead directly to the Land of Wind, but veered southeast, albeit not by a significant detour. Meraki felt a twinge of curiosity in his heart but refrained from questioning further, understanding that Orochimaru's actions could not be judged by conventional wisdom. The journey was monotonous, with Orochimaru spending most of his time with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. The three root ninjas remained silent, resembling emotionless statues, relishing the tranquility. Meraki immersed part of his thoughts in further conceptualizing the electromagnetic firefly, while discreetly releasing a few nearly imperceptible parasitic insects into the environment, vigilant against any potential threats. Days later, as a relentless curtain of rain enveloped the sky, the air thick with dampness and a faint metallic scent, Meraki furrowed his brow beneath his sunglasses. Are we in the land of rain? Their team was traversing a muddy path flanked by towering metallic pipes and oddly shaped structures. With rainwater dripping from rusted sheets of metal, producing a monotonous sound, the entire country seemed shrouded in an unshakable gloom. Lord Orochimaru. It appears we have deviated from the route to Sunagakure. Meraki could no longer contain himself, not out of doubt, but merely to seek confirmation. Orochimaru opened his eyes. A familiar smirk gracing his lips once more. Oh, Meraki-kun has noticed as well. He paused, his tone laced with amusement. Indeed, our first destination is Amigakure. Amigakure? A name sparked in Muraki's mind. Hanzo of the Salamander. This man, who had single-handedly subdued Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade during the Second Shinobi World War, earning them the title of the Legendary Three and being revered as a demigod, possessed unfathomable strength. What was Orochimaru's intention in coming here? Lord Minato is solely focused on seeking aid from Sunagakure, which is somewhat limited in scope, Orochimaru remarked leisurely, as if elucidating a matter of utmost simplicity. In the current situation of Konoha, having an additional ally increases our chances of success. Hanzo of Amigakure is a force that cannot be overlooked. Meraki comprehended the underlying motive. Orochimaru sought to leverage this opportunity to augment his political capital, if he could persuade Hanzo to send troops. Such an achievement would significantly bolster his position in the race for the fourth Hokage. However, Hanzo, Murakichi pondered before speaking. The salamander Hanzo ruled the land of rain with an iron fist, characterized by his suspicion and ruthless methods, making him a formidable opponent. Precisely for this reason. It presents a greater challenge, does it not? Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes, and furthermore, with our ostentatious entrance into the land of rain. Do you believe that the demigod would remain oblivious? No sooner had he finished speaking than several figures quietly emerged from the rain curtain ahead. Their cold chakra waves spreading out like a tangible presence. They all wore the distinctive breathing masks of the hidden rain village, their gazes vigilant and sharp. Who goes there? State your name. This is the restricted area of the hidden rain village. The leading rain ninja spoke in a deep voice, somewhat muffled by the mask. Orochimaru halted. A mysterious smile appearing on his face. Konoha, Orochimaru. I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Hanzo. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, the rain ninjas visibly hesitated. A flicker of apprehension crossing their eyes. Orochimaru's reputation in the shinobi world extended far beyond merely being one of the legendary three of Konoha. The countless lives lost on the battlefield had long since made this name a source of dread for many. The leading rain ninja exchanged glances with the others before responding. Please wait a moment. We need to report to the leader. No problem. Orochimaru appeared quite patient. Before long, the rain ninja returned, his demeanor significantly more respectful. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hanzo requests your presence. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his tongue licking his lips, revealing a smile that suggested a change of heart. Turning his gaze to Murakichi, his voice softened somewhat, yet the glint in his serpentine eyes sent a chill through Murakichi. I have made some minor adjustments to my plan. He produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to Murakichi. This is a highly significant mission that requires an individual who is both sufficiently intelligent and capable. Murakichi accepted the scroll, feeling its weight, realizing it was sealed with a special technique. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary scroll contained information of considerable importance. You will go to meet the salamander Hanzo. Orochimaru spoke each word deliberately, his voice low yet undeniably authoritative as he entrusted the scroll to him. Remember, your actions and demeanor will affect the future of Konoha, as well as your own future. Murakichi's heart raced. To meet Salamander Hanzo? What a jest. He, a mere ninja of the Oil Woman clan. Who was he to stand before such a legendary figure? This was no longer a surprise, but rather a shock. Lord Orochimaru. This. Murakichi attempted to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by Orochimaru's raised hand. I believe in your abilities, Murakichi-kun. Orochimaru's smile was laden with meaning. Your insects may pique the interest of Lord Hanzo. Moreover, some intelligence conveyed by you, a mere unknown pawn, may yield more favorable results than if I, a legendary three of Konoha, were to express it. This thought raced through Murakichi's mind. Was Orochimaru testing him? Or merely treating him as a pawn to probe the way forward? Perhaps it was a combination of both? As for us, Orochimaru gestured toward the other three guardians, indicating they would continue to Sunagakure. Time was of the essence, and we would split into two groups for greater efficiency. Though this was articulated with grandiloquence, Murakage sensed that the situation was far from simple. Orochimaru undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Remember this, Murakage-kun. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura pervading the air once more. Do not disappoint me. If you can successfully complete the mission and survive, upon your return to Konoha, I would not mind taking you under my wing and personally guiding you. A blatant temptation. Behind his sunglasses, Murakage's eyes flickered with intensity. Meeting Hanzo of the Salamander was a life-threatening endeavor. Yet, the prospect of guidance offered by Orochimaru was an equally irresistible allure. He yearned for power, to delve into the mysteries of this world. And Orochimaru was undeniably one of the key figures who held those secrets. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Murakage took a deep breath, solemnly securing the scroll close to his chest, vowing not to fail in his mission. Excellent. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, then addressed the Rain Ninja. Take my subordinate to meet Lord Hanzo. The Rain Ninja hesitated briefly before departing to report to Hanzo. Before the Rain Ninja could return, Orochimaru, accompanied by the other three members of the route, turned and vanished into the curtain of rain, as if he had never been there, swiftly disappearing towards the land of wind. Only Murakage remained, along with several vigilant rain ninjas. After a while, the reporting ninja returned and whispered a few words to the leader of the rain ninjas. Follow me. The leader's tone was icy as he stepped forward. Murakage silently followed, acutely aware that from the moment he accepted the scroll, he had embarked on a perilous path. Hanzo of the Salamander, what manner of person is this legendary demigod? Raindrops pattered softly, striking Murakage's straw hat and his heart, which throbbed with tension and anticipation. Navigating through a labyrinthine network of steel structures and past several heavily guarded checkpoints, Murakage was finally brought to the base of a towering edifice that reached for the clouds. This tower style starkly contrasted with the surrounding architecture, exuding an oppressive aura, as if it were a colossal steel beast poised to devour those who approached. Lord Hanzo awaits you inside. The Rain Ninja gestured towards the tower's entrance and ceased to advance. Murakage steadied his breath and pushed open the heavy metallic doors. The interior of the tower was dimly lit, the air thick with a peculiar mixture of antiseptic and a faint metallic scent of blood. A deep corridor stretched ahead, with a glimmer of light faintly visible at its end. He stepped forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast corridor, resonating with extraordinary clarity. At long last, he arrived at the end of the passage, entering a spacious circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a figure, his back turned towards him, quietly poised. The individual was not particularly tall, yet even from behind, he emanated an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating, clad in the distinctive combat attire of the rain-hidden village. He wore a breathing mask, and his dark hair was tied back with a band. Even without turning around, Murakami could feel a gaze as sharp as a blade firmly locking onto him. Are you the envoy dispatched by Orochimaru? A hoarse, deep voice resonated, echoing in Murakami's mind like an explosion. Hanzo of the Salamander. Murakami's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained an outward calm. He slightly bowed, addressing him with neither subservience nor arrogance. I am Murakami from the Oil Girl village, sent by Lord Orochimaru to pay my respects to you, Hanzo, and to deliver a confidential letter. Slowly, Hanzo turned to face him. When Murakami beheld the eyes concealed beneath the mask, he couldn't help but gasp. They were eyes weathered by the trials of time, yet still piercingly sharp, as if capable of uncovering the deepest secrets of the human heart. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet the air of sovereign disdain he exuded remained undiminished. Oh, Hanzo's gaze lingered on Murakami for a moment, tinged with scrutiny. Orochimaru, the coward who dares not come himself, has sent a mere child in his stead? His tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable weight of authority, causing Murakami to feel as though every pore of his skin was constricting. Chapter 12. The Poison of the Pepper Fish. In a solemn manner, Yun Village's Hui Zheng presented a scroll, offering it with both hands. Hans accepted the scroll, a glimmer of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. However, he made no motion for Hui to withdraw. Instead, he unfurled the seal before him. Within the scroll lay 2 letters. Hans opened the first letter, his sharp gaze swiftly scanning the text on the paper. As he delved deeper into the reading, his brow furrowed increasingly tighter, a flame of fury igniting in his eyes, instilling a sense of dread. Standing to the side, Yun Village's Hui silently observed the actions of this legendary figure within the ninja world. his heart brimming with vigilance. Yet, the anger that had surged so swiftly dissipated just as quickly. Hans took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his emotions. He then proceeded to open the second letter, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Midway through the reading, he abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing like a blade, seemingly attempting to penetrate Hui's innermost thoughts. Hui met his gaze with unwavering composure, outwardly serene while internally his heart raced like a drum. "You are the little ghost of the Yunv clan." Hans's deep voice shattered the silence. "Do you know what is written in this letter?" "I do not," Hui replied. "Lord Orochimaru merely instructed me to deliver the scroll safely and to heed Lord Hans's directives." Hans scoffed quietly, continuing to read the remaining contents. Once he had finished, he approached a nearby candlestick and unhesitatingly set both letters ablaze. The flames swiftly consumed the parchment, erasing its contents from history forever. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the faint crackling of the burning paper. We stood motionless, discreetly observing Hans's every move while subtly mobilizing the insects within him, preparing for any impending danger. The scent of rain mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, creating a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. "So, you are Yun Village's Hui?" Hans finally spoke again, his gaze profound as if capable of unraveling every deceit. "Lord Orochimaru holds you in high regard. I am unworthy of such praise. I merely fulfill my duties," we responded cautiously. Hans strode towards a shelf in the corner of the room, retrieving an exquisite wine flask and pouring 2 cups. He pushed one of the cups towards Hui. "Do you know why Lord Orochimaru chose you to convey such crucial information?" Hui accepted the cup, but refrained from drinking immediately. "Perhaps it is because I excel in covert operations, making it difficult for the enemy to detect me." "Oh, is that all?" Hans regarded him with a knowing look. Lord Orochimaru's serpent rarely operates in such simplicity. A warning bell rang in Hui's mind, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water. "What insights might Lord Hans offer?" "You are quite astute." Hans suddenly shifted his tone. "Have you considered why I chose to read the letter in your presence rather than allowing you to step away?" Hui paused for a moment. "Because the contents pertain to me?" "Indeed. You are truly a talent favored by Lord Orochimaru," Hans sneered, downing the contents of his cup. "In that case, I need not hold back any longer." He set down his wine cup, his voice suddenly turning frigid. "Orochimaru has instructed me to send you to the Hidden Rain Village to assist in my research, particularly regarding the study of poisons. But how can I ascertain that you are not a spy sent by Konoha? If Lord Hanzo does not trust me, he may simply refuse Orochimaru's proposal," replied Yuya Village with calm dignity, secretly reinforcing the defenses of his insect swarm. "Refuse?" Hanzo scoffed. "That would be too generous for you. I possess my own methods to discern truth from deception." Before he finished speaking, Hanzo abruptly vanished, launching himself towards Yuya with astonishing speed. So rapid was his advance that even Yuya, in a state of heightened vigilance, could scarcely react. Bang! Yuya barely crossed his arms to block Hanzo's initial strike. Yet the force was so overwhelming that he was compelled to stagger back several paces. Before he could regain his footing, Hanzo's subsequent attack arrived. A sweeping kick aimed at Yuya's side. Yuya sidestepped just in time, releasing a swarm of secret insects as cover. The swarm formed a dark barrier in the air, momentarily obstructing Hanzo's line of sight. "Is this the signature ninjutsu of the Oil Woman clan?" Hanzo dismissed it with contempt, forming hand seals for the water release technique. Water bullet. A barrage of high-pressure water bullets pierced through the swarm, hurtling towards Yuya. He nimbly evaded while commanding the insects to counterattack, attempting to wear Hanzo down. Not without skill, Hanzo remarked, a note of appraisal in his tone, but still insufficient. He suddenly vanished again, reappearing behind Yuya, delivering a heavy elbow strike to the back of his neck. Yuya gasped, his body involuntarily pitching forward. Just before hitting the ground, he managed to roll, bracing himself with his hands while secretly laying a trap with his insect swarm. Hanzo pursued relentlessly, and Yuya retreated cautiously, scrutinizing Hanzo's attack patterns in search of potential openings. "A commendable reaction," Hanzo observed, his gaze piercing, "but you remain too inexperienced." With that, he swung his right hand, the chain of his scythe shooting forth like a serpent, ensnaring Yuya's left arm with precision. A weight settled in Yuya's heart. Realizing the peril he faced, Hanzo closed the distance abruptly, his other hand wielding a poisoned scythe aimed straight at Yuya's throat. In a moment of dire urgency, Yuya's insects formed a shield wall, barely deflecting the lethal blow. However, the venom from the scythe had already seeped into the swarm, beginning to spread rapidly. Yuya felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, recognizing it as the onset of poisoning. he steeled himself, commanding his swarm to retaliate with all their might while attempting to distance himself from Hanzo. The poison of the fugu fish is unmatched in the world, Hanzo remarked coldly. Your endurance thus far has exceeded my expectations. Yuya's vision blurred, and his limbs gradually lost sensation. He endeavored to rally more insects to neutralize the toxin, but the fugu's poison was too potent. Even specialized detoxifying insects struggled to resist it. Why? Yuya managed to force out a few words. Hanzo sheathed his weapon, looking down from a height at the faltering Yuya. Because only those who have been tested in battle are worthy of my cultivation. Yuya wished to utter something more, yet found himself rendered mute. Darkness swiftly engulfed his consciousness, and the last sight that lingered in his mind was the cold, scrutinizing gaze of Hanzo. Just before his awareness faded completely, he seemed to hear Hanzo's voice. You New Village Hikari, you have passed my preliminary test. Should you survive, you shall be worthy of becoming my student, the salamander Hanzo. The world succumbed to utter darkness. Hikari was oblivious to the duration of his unconsciousness. Nor was he aware of the events that transpired during that time. When he regained a semblance of consciousness, he was met with excruciating pain that tore through his entire being, accompanied by an unbearable burning sensation. He longed to open his eyes, yet found his eyelids heavy as lead, refusing to lift. Faintly, he could hear the sound of water droplets falling, perhaps accompanied by hushed conversations, but the content eluded him. In that moment, it felt as though his mind and body were severed, trapped within an inescapable prison. The only certainty was that he was still alive. Meanwhile, in a shadowy laboratory somewhere in the rain-hidden village, Hanzo scrutinized the data report before him, a rare smile gracing his lips. This boy's adaptability is unexpectedly remarkable. It seems Orochimaru did not speak in vain. The rain continued to pour incessantly, as if determined to drown this steel city in a sea of tears. Chapter 13. The fusion of poison from the devil fish and the parasitic worm, the surrounding clamor receded like a receding tide, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Yao Village struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and before him lay an unfamiliar ceiling, its cold stone surface emanating a faint glow. He attempted to move his stiff neck and realized he was resting on a modest yet clean single bed. Where am I? A hoarse voice escaped his throat, tinged with confusion. Fragments of memory shattered like a broken mirror, piecing together with great difficulty. He recalled the fierce battle with the devilfish Hans, the swarming insects, the scythe, and the devilfish's lethal poison. Hans, that fellow showed mercy. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, only to be met with a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to gasp. At that moment, an indescribable agony exploded from the depths of his mind. As if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his cerebral cortex, or something was forcefully trying to invade his consciousness. Yao Village let out a muffled groan, clutching his head tightly, veins protruding on his forehead as cold sweat drenched his brow. This sudden and intense pain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, as the torment receded like a tide. Yao Village gasped for breath, feeling as though the entire world had become considerably clearer. More importantly, within his mind, there seemed to be an added awareness. No. It could be described as an instinctive perception of a transformation occurring within his body. He instinctively turned inward, or rather, utilized the unique perception of the Yao Village clan to sense the parasitic worms residing within him. This awareness made his pupils constrict in sudden alarm. Wait, my worms. In his perception, the parasitic worms that should have been ravaged by the devilfish's poison were not only alive but appeared to have gained an exhilarating vigor. Their shells deepening in hue, even exuding an eerie purplish-black sheen. They traversed through Yao Village's chakra pathways, no longer merely parasites or symbionts, but rather engaged in a form of fusion. The overwhelmingly potent poison of the devilfish was now, in a remarkable manner, intertwining with the vitality of the parasitic worms, seemingly forming an entirely new symbiotic structure. The toxin was no longer a deadly threat. Instead, it resembled a tamed beast, lying dormant among the swarm, becoming part of them. What the heck? This. My resistance to poison maximized, and did it also manage to sway the toxin? Even with his past life's experiences, Yao Village could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. The soul of a former doctoral candidate in bioengineering was roaring. This defies scientific understanding. Yet, upon reflection, chakra itself was inherently unscientific, and the rules of the ninja world clearly could not be gauged by earthly logic. The poison of the devil fish, unsolvable? Hans's boastful words echoed in his ears. Now it seemed that either Hans was exaggerating, or his body, along with these little treasures, had concocted a monumental surprise for him. He cautiously summoned a thread of chakra, attempting to communicate with the parasitic worms within him. A faint vibration emanated from a parasitic insect closest to the heart, conveying a subtle yet distinct sentiment: intimacy, submission, and an ineffable thrill, as if yearning for something. Intrigued, Murakage attempted to channel a trace of chakra towards the insect, issuing a vague command: release the venom. In the next moment, he distinctly perceived a nearly imperceptible purplish-black mist enveloping the insect's surface, the very poison of the salamander. Remarkably, this toxin neither harmed the insect itself nor dispersed. It was meticulously contained around its body. Indeed, it is possible. Murakage's breath quickened with exhilaration. This was nothing short of a divine treasure. Although the Oil Woman clan was renowned for their manipulation of insect swarms, the types and abilities of these insects largely dictated their potential. The venom of the salamander was among the deadliest poisons at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If his parasitic insect could master this toxin flawlessly, a bold thought surged in his mind. Parasitic insect, salamander venomous form. This was not merely a matter of toxin resistance, but transforming the poison for his own use. His insect would become a mobile vessel of deadly venom, each strike infused with the lethal toxin of the salamander. This would represent a revolutionary enhancement to the tactical framework of the Oil Woman clan. Calm down, calm down. Murakage forced himself to regain composure and meticulously analyze the situation. First, he had survived and, through misfortune, gained an unexpected boon, achieving a delicate balance with the salamander's venom, which could even be described as an evolution. Secondly, Hans's words echoed in his mind. You have passed my first test. If you survive, you may qualify to become my disciple, Hans of the Salamander. Test, disciple. Did this fellow never intend to kill me from the outset? Or does he believe I can endure the venom of the salamander? Murakage furrowed his brow. Hans's intentions were inscrutable. Nevertheless, the fact remained that he had survived and garnered unforeseen advantages. What comes next? He began to scrutinize the condition of his body. Aside from a dull ache in his chest and some superficial wounds, although his chakra was significantly depleted, it was gradually recuperating. His mental faculties, invigorated by the earlier agony and current excitement, were unusually vibrant. This symbiotic state seemed to be in its nascent stages, Murakage mused. He sensed that the insect's control over the toxin was still imperfect, and the yield of the poison was limited. This felt more akin to a passive adaptive evolution rather than an active perfect integration. By selectively breeding parasitic insects with strong toxin resistance and combining them with Hans's venom sac cells or toxin injections, he could gradually cultivate a mutated species capable of secreting salamander venom. This was a theoretical deduction he had previously formulated on the battlefield, based on Hans's abilities and the characteristics of the Oil Woman clan. Now it seemed that Hans had, in a more direct and brutal manner, facilitated this preliminary experiment for him. Orochimaru did not entirely speak falsehoods. He recalled the faint words of Hanzo he had heard before losing consciousness. It seemed there was an undisclosed transaction between Hanzo and Orochimaru, of which he was likely a part, or rather, a mere subject of experimentation. However, Murakage harbored no disdain. To him, whether he was a bargaining chip or a test subject was inconsequential, as long as it bestowed him with power and ensured his survival. Perhaps even a better existence. Morality? In the ninja world, where lives are as fragile as blades of grass, morality is the least valuable currency. The notion of embedding toxic crystal substances onto parasitic insects, or forming independent toxic gland chambers within their bodies, activating toxin release through the resonance of chakra from the swarm. These concepts now had a foundation for realization. He even began to envision more distant avenues of genetic fusion. If the insects could integrate with his body on a deeper level, perhaps forming symbiotic toxic glands, would he not then become a humanoid salamander? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within him. Murakage stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with the fervor characteristic of a scientific zealot, while he reveled in the exhilarating prospects of transforming the parasitic insects. The door to the room was gently pushed open. A man clad in the standard attire of a Rain Village ninja entered, his face obscured by a breathing mask, rendering his expression indiscernible, though his gaze bore a hint of wariness and scrutiny. You have awakened. The man's voice emerged from behind the mask, somewhat muffled. Murakage did not respond immediately, merely gazing calmly at the stranger. He sensed that this Rain ninja was formidable, at the very least a Ch. Lord Hanzo instructed that you rest here upon awakening. Should you require anything, feel free to inform me. The Rain ninja's tone was formal, devoid of any emotion. Water. Murakage licked his cracked lips and uttered a single word. The rain ninja nodded, turning to pour a glass of water from a jug in the corner of the room and handed it to him. Murakage accepted the cup, savoring the cool liquid as it quenched his parched throat and somewhat steadied his disordered thoughts. Where is this place? Murakage inquired. The Rain Village, Lord Hanzo's exclusive laboratory area. The Rain Ninja replied, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible reverence. Exclusive laboratory area? Understanding dawned upon Murakage. It appeared that during his unconsciousness, he had been subjected to extensive experimentation. Nevertheless, surviving was a victory in itself. And Lord Hanzo? Lord Hanzo has stepped out for a matter. He instructed that he would personally visit you once your health improves. Murakage nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He needed time to process the changes within him, as well as to contemplate how to approach his impending meeting with Hanzo. Noticing Murakage's silence, the Rain Ninja stood quietly to the side, resembling a statue. Murakage closed his eyes, delving once more into the perception of the swarm within him. He discovered that those parasitic insects coexisting with the highly toxic salamander appeared to be even more bloodthirsty, or rather, more aggressive than ordinary parasitic insects. Their vitality far surpasses that of their kind, even as they slowly absorb the ambient natural energy in the air, although the efficiency is exceedingly low. This trend sends a shiver down Murakumi's spine. These tiny creatures seem to be evolving towards an unknown direction. He attempts to summon more chakra to nourish these mutated parasitic insects. The swarm emits a delightful hum, greedily absorbing his chakra. As the chakra flows into them, he perceives that the fusion between the insects and the toxins appears to tighten, with the purple-black sheen on their carapaces becoming increasingly enchanting. To his astonishment, he discovers that his control over these mutated swarms seems to have enhanced as well. Previously, commanding the swarm felt like communicating through a veil. But now it is as if they respond to his very thoughts, executing his will with precision. Could it be that the toxin from the salamander not only transformed the insects, but also indirectly influenced the mental link between them and me? This revelation fills Murakami with joy. If this is indeed the case, then this poisoning incident has proven to be immensely rewarding. He opens his eyes and glances at the expressionless Rain Ninja beside him, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He senses a new power awakening within him, a power that stems from the legacy of the Oil Woman clan and the gift from the salamander Hans. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to you, Hans, Murakami silently muses. Chapter 14. The guidance of the poisoned fish. Hans. The air in the rain-hidden village perpetually carried a damp scent, a peculiar amalgamation of rust and disinfectant. Yui sat cross-legged upon the frigid stone bed, immersed in silent meditation. 3 days had elapsed since he regained consciousness from the harrowing baptism of the poisonous fish. During this time, aside from the taciturn Rain Ninja who periodically delivered sustenance and water, no one else intruded upon his solitude. He could distinctly sense the tumultuous transformations occurring within the parasitic swarm residing in his body. Those individuals that had successfully coexisted with the fish's toxin now exhibited an even deeper, purplish-black sheen upon their exoskeletons, as if they had crystallized the essence of the toxin itself. Their vitality, predatory instincts, and efficiency in utilizing chakra far surpassed their former capabilities. What astonished Yui even more was the newfound precision with which he could control these mutated parasites, as if they had become an extension of his very being. Creak, the heavy metal door swung open, revealing the iconic figure of Hans the poisoned fish, still adorned with his breathing mask. His piercing gaze swept over Yui, imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible intrigue. It appears you have recovered quite well. Hans's voice remained gravelly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yui opened his eyes, regarding him calmly. Thanks to Lord Hans. He refrained from inquiring about Hans's whereabouts over the past few days or mentioning Orochimaru. In the face of absolute power, unnecessary probing was futile. Hans approached, his gaze lingering on Yui for a moment, seemingly assessing a rare experimental specimen. That fellow Orochimaru has indeed provided an intriguing material, he remarked, extending his hand as his fingertips traced the air. The parasites within you appear to have discovered a remarkable symbiotic relationship with my poison. A shiver ran down Yui's spine. Indeed, the alterations within his body could not escape the notice of this demigod. A most fascinating phenomenon, Hans continued, his tone suddenly turning icy. From this day forth, I shall personally test your limits. Before his words could fully dissipate, Hans's figure vanished like a specter. Yui's pupils dilated in horror, his body instinctively summoning the parasitic swarm to shield him. Bang! An overwhelming force struck him from the side, and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. his body soaring through the air like a severed kite, crashing violently against the cold wall. A metallic taste filled his throat. He nearly coughed up blood. Too slow. Hans's voice echoed in his ears, laced with disdain. Your parasites may sense my movements, but your body cannot keep pace. Gritting his teeth, Yui suppressed the excruciating pain and sprang to his feet, the parasitic swarm forming a flowing black barrier around him. Come again. The ensuing half-month was nothing short of hellish for Yui. Hans refrained from wielding his lethal scythe or summoning the spirit beast, Jaibutsu. Relying solely on pure physical prowess and the exquisite application of his toxins to suppress Yui utterly, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Every day, they engage in numerous high-intensity combat sessions. Hanzo's assaults are both swift and cunning, each strike imbued with just the right dose of the venom from the pufferfish. Initially, Murakage managed to hold on with the resilience afforded by the mutated parasites and his own willpower, but as Hanzo gradually intensified the toxin's potency, he found himself on the brink of collapse, teetering between excruciating pain and paralysis on multiple occasions. After each battle, Murakage emerged as if drawn from the depths of water, drenched and depleted of chakra, his body marred with bruises, and he could even detect the peculiar scent of a mixture of venom and blood emanating from his own skin. Yet, to his astonishment, with each brush with death, the parasites within him exhibited an increased adaptability to the pufferfish toxin, their integration with the venom becoming ever more profound. The mutated parasites bore an increasingly vivid purplish-black sheen on their exoskeletons, and subtle crystalline formations of the toxin could be discerned in the crevices of their shells. They no longer passively resisted the poison. Instead, they began to actively absorb and transform it, as if the lethal venom had become nourishment for their evolution. Your parasites possess more resilience than I had anticipated. During a brief respite in training, Hanzo observed the exhausted Murakage, his tone laced with a barely perceptible admiration. They are actively adapting, even yearning for my toxin. Murakage flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. After several days of interaction, he comprehended that Hanzo likely harbored ulterior motives, though he sensed no murderous intent. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Perhaps they find Lord Hanzo's offering rather palatable? Hanzo snorted dismissively, offering no response. In yet another fierce exchange, Murakage was struck by a palm strike infused with potent venom, targeting his shoulder blade. As searing pain surged through him, instead of retreating, he advanced. His left arm's bones produced a series of sharp crackling sounds. And what should have been a fracture held firm, bolstered by the instantaneous proliferation and enhancement of the parasites. The muscle was ravaged by the toxin, sending waves of agonizing heat coursing through him. For the first time, an unmistakable look of astonishment appeared in Hanzo's otherwise inscrutable eyes. He sensed a remarkable transformation in the density and hardness of Murakage's bones at the moment of impact. Within the secret techniques of the Oil Women clan, there appeared to be no method for such bone enhancement. Hanzo halted his assault, his gaze sharply fixed on Murakage's left arm. Did you devise this yourself? Murakage panted, internally grateful that the parasite-enhanced bones had saved his life. This was an embryonic form of a martial technique inspired by Orochimaru's guidance, developed through the unique traits of the Oil Women clan, allowing specialized parasites to adhere to and permeate the bones, significantly amplifying defense and explosive power in critical moments. Just an immature idea. I hope it does not amuse Lord Hanzo, he replied cautiously. Hanzo did not press further but circled Murakage slowly, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. An intriguing concept, combining the attributes of the parasites with your own bones. What do you call it? Parasite bone, Murakage replied. Insect's bones, Hans repeated, nodding in agreement. The idea was commendable, yet its application was rather crude. Your body is still ill-equipped to perfectly harness the explosive potency of such power, and the expenditure of chakra is excessively great. In the ensuing days, Hans's guidance underwent subtle transformations. In addition to continuing to refine Murakage's swarm and physique through toxins, he began to offer nearly ruthless instruction on Murakage's taijutsu, particularly its application of insect bones. Your method of exertion is flawed. The enhancement of insect bones should not merely entail a simple increase in hardness. Rather, it ought to embody both resilience and explosiveness, akin to the skin of a bullhead. Evade. Do not confront with your insects. A true warrior ensures that their adversary cannot even brush against their garments. Speed. Your velocity is woefully inadequate. In the face of absolute speed, any extravagant technique becomes a mere jest. Hans's instruction was straightforward and unyielding, yet it struck at the very core. He unflinchingly pointed out each of Murak's weaknesses, then unleashed more incisive attacks to impart the lethal nature of those vulnerabilities. Like a sponge, Murak fervently absorbed Hans's teachings. This once semi-divine being possessed combat experience and an understanding of power far beyond what this time-traveling individual could hope to match. With each defeat and every struggle against the encroaching toxins, he sensed his taijutsu advancing at an astonishing pace. His movements became more refined, his timing more precise. And the utilization of insect bones transitioned from initial awkwardness to a gradual fluidity. Moreover, with Hans's assistance, diffusion of the parasitic insects within him and the bullhead's toxins reached an entirely new pinnacle. Now, he could even actively control a portion of the mutated parasitic insects, forming a thin, nearly imperceptible layer of toxic particles on his skin. Every encounter with an adversary allowed him to silently infuse them with the bullhead's potent venom. This was akin to a humanoid, self-propelled gas grenade, and one with a targeted precision. What could Hans possibly seek? As night deepened, Murak lay in bed, feeling the surging power within him, yet his heart was filled with uncertainty. The contents of Orochimaru's letter remained unknown to him. However, Hans's relentless endeavor to cultivate his abilities could not simply stem from a few promises made by Orochimaru, nor from mere interest in his experimental material. Gratitude was present. After all, the profound enhancement of his strength would have taken him an immeasurable amount of time and effort without Hans's guidance. Yet, vigilance had never waned. The name Hans, the bullhead, itself embodied coldness and suspicion. His current generosity would surely demand a commensurate price in the future. Perhaps he was crafting a sharper blade? Murak chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Whether as a pawn or a weapon, he cared not, as long as it rendered him stronger. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as Village Radiance once again struggled to steady himself amidst intense gasps for breath, he sensed that the toxic venom of the pufferfish within him, though still formidable, no longer posed a lethal threat. His parasitic worm seemed to have completely tamed this potent poison, transforming it into an integral part of his own strength. Hans stood silently before him, his gaze beneath the breathing mask appearing slightly softer than usual, albeit only marginally so. It seemed that you have completed the first phase of adaptation, Hans spoke slowly, his voice still hoarse. Your worm has begun to acquire the ability to harness the venom of the pufferfish. Village Radiance remained silent, patiently awaiting further words. He understood that the true trial, or rather, Hans's genuine objective, perhaps had merely begun. Suddenly, Hans retrieved a small scroll from within his robes and tossed it to Village Radiance. This contains intelligence on several rogue ninjas and wandering factions within the Land of Rain. Hans's tone was devoid of any emotion. Within 3 days, I expect to see their severed heads. Remember, success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Village Radiance grasped the scroll, feeling its weight in his hand. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a dense array of names and strongholds, each marked with a level of danger. Is this a new test? Village Radiance lifted his gaze to Hans. A cryptic smile curved at Hans's lips, his black pupils appearing even more indifferent in the dim light. No, this is your letter of challenge. Hans's voice carried a hint of amusement. It is also to familiarize you with the newfound power you possess, and how it can manifest in true slaughter. Moreover, Hans paused, lowering his voice slightly, laced with a whisper of temptation. If you can satisfy me, I would not hesitate to offer you something truly invaluable. For instance, elevating your pufferfish venom to an entirely new level. The blatant allure descended once more. Village Radiance's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 15. Hans's mission: the rain, a constant backdrop of the Land of Rain, fell in a gentle patter. Yuzuki Village's Hui sheltered beneath an oil paper umbrella, navigating through the jungle of steel structures. The cold raindrops trickled down the edges of the umbrella, splattering onto the ground and creating ripples that danced outward. The scroll in his grasp, slightly dampened by the rain, still bore the names and locations inscribed in special ink. Clearly visible. An oath of allegiance, perhaps. A cold smirk graced Huey's lips. Hans truly knew how to make the most of resources. Yet, he relished this task. The newly acquired power required the validation of blood. In 3 days, over a dozen targets awaited. For his former self, such a feat would have been nearly impossible. But now, he arrived at an abandoned pipeline transit station, marked as the first stronghold on the scroll. Here resided a band of rogue grass ninjas who had infiltrated the Village of Rain, living by plunder and employing brutal methods. The air was thick with the scent of rust, mildew, and a faint hint of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Hui stowed his umbrella, his figure melding into the shadows like a specter. His heart's web had long been cast, and electromagnetic waves silently pervaded every corner, vividly relaying the scene within the pipeline to his mind. 5. No 6. There was another lurking in the dark. Hui approached like a patient hunter, moving stealthily. As he rounded a corner, 2 grass ninjas appeared, dividing their spoils by the campfire. Who's there? One of the more alert grass ninjas suddenly turned around. What greeted him was a silent swarm of purple-black insects surging forth. What is this? Ah! The grass ninja barely managed a brief cry before being engulfed by the swarm. He flailed desperately, attempting to disperse the bizarre insects, but it was futile. The purple-black exoskeleton glimmered with an eerie light in the fire's glow, while toxic crystals shimmered between the gaps of the insect shells. In mere moments, the grass ninja convulsed, frothing at the mouth, and his skin transformed into a grotesque shade of purple-black at an alarming rate before he collapsed, lifeless. The parasitic insects did not even need to bite. Mere contact with the venom of the poison frog delivered the fatal blow. The other grass ninja, terrified, turned to flee. Thinking of escape? Huey's voice resonated like a chilling whisper from the abyss. With a mere thought, a portion of the mutated parasitic insects shot forth like arrows, swiftly attaching themselves to the fleeing grass ninja's nape. Ugh! The grass ninja's body stiffened, then fell limply to the ground, meeting the same fate as his companion. Indeed, remarkably efficient. Hui approached the bodies, meticulously observing the signs of toxin manifestation. These parasitic insects, infused with the poison of the frog, were the epitome of an assassination tool. Their potency was fierce, their onset rapid, and nearly insurmountable. He no longer needed to rely on sheer numbers to devour his enemies. A mere intimate encounter between these delightful creatures and the foes sufficed. A humanoid, self-propelling toxic vessel and initial success. We nodded in satisfaction. In the ensuing 2 days, Murakaze traversed the shadowy corners of the rain country like a specter in the rain. The names inscribed upon his scroll were systematically crossed out, one by one. Those renegade ninjas and bandits, who once wreaked havoc in the hidden rain village, were rendered utterly feeble in the face of his silent, deadly insects. He also experimented with the practical application of his insect bone technique. When confronting a rogue ninja from the hidden waterfall, renowned for his formidable taijutsu, Murakaze remained unflinching as the opponent's kunai aimed for his arm. In an instant, a series of minute cracking sounds emanated from his left arm's bones, as the parasitic insects within rapidly proliferated and reinforced, shattering the chakra-infused kunai with sheer force. The astonishment etched upon his adversary's face was the last image he left in this world. The explosive power of the insect bone technique was commendable, yet its subtle control over chakra required further refinement. As he reflected on this experience, he carefully secured the head of the hidden waterfall rogue in a specially crafted sealing scroll. Hanzo desired the heads of his victims, and Murakaze was determined to fulfill his employer's demands. This efficient and merciless slaughter heightened his sense of power, deepening his appreciation for Hanzo's gifts. The old man had not only bestowed upon him poison, but also provided a means to test its potency. Truth be told, Oil Woman Murakaze felt a profound gratitude towards Hanzo. On the 3rd day's dusk, as the rain began to abate, Murakaze arrived at the final marked location on his scroll, a desolate factory near the border. Here resided a formidable faction of rogue ninjas, led by a man named Sandshade, an elite jonin formerly of the Sand Village's Umbu. An elite jonin, indeed. A perfect opportunity to test the limits of my current abilities. Murakaze licked his parched lips, his eyes glimmering with a blend of excitement and gravity. Inside the abandoned factory, the lights blazed and voices clamored. Rather than infiltrating stealthily, he boldly entered through the front door. His sensory network had already mapped the interior with precision. Sandshade and his core members were convening in the factory's central open area. Who goes there? Murakaze's appearance immediately piqued the attention of the rogue ninjas. A dozen armed ninjas encircled him, their eyes glinting with menace. The harbinger of your demise, Murakaze's voice, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying an undeniable chill. You arrogant brat, seeking death, a hot-headed rogue yelled, charging at him with a drawn katana. Murakaze did not spare him a glance, simply raising his hand with a gentle flick. Pft, pft, pft. Several purple-black parasitic insects shot forth like bullets, precisely burrowing into the rogue's nostrils and mouth. The next moment, he collapsed, his body rapidly darkening, meeting a wretched end. Poisonous insects. It's the Oil Woman clan. The surrounding rogue ninjas erupted in a cacophony of alarm, their gazes towards Murakaze now tinged with trepidation. The brat from the Oil Woman clan speaks with audacity. A gravelly voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. As the throng parted, a tall, gaunt man with a grotesque scarred face and hawk-like eyes stepped forward. He was draped in a tattered windbreaker of the sand-hidden style, with several puppet scrolls secured at his waist. It was Shaz. At last, he had deigned to appear. Murakich's gaze was fixed upon Shaz. He could sense that the chakra within this individual far surpassed that of the insignificant foes he had encountered previously. Shaz's eyes glinted malevolently as he scrutinized Murakich. The insect user of Konoha. Has he come to wreak havoc in the land of rain? Is he tired of living? Although he was somewhat perplexed by Murakich's identity as an oil woman, he was too apathetic to ponder it further. Once he subdued his opponent, he would have no trouble extracting whatever information he desired from him. The dead need not know so much. Murakich, disinterested in idle chatter, formed hand seals. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A multitude of parasitic bugs surged forth from his body, swiftly coalescing into a massive black insect sphere, hurtling towards Shaz with a deafening roar. With a cold snort, Shaz advanced instead of retreating, rapidly forming hand seals. Do you think to use insects against me? Naive. Sandgrave. He stomped his foot violently, and the raindrops in the surrounding air seemed to be drawn to him, instantly crystallizing into countless tiny sand blades, forming a visible storm of razor-sharp sand directed at the insect sphere. Boom. The insect sphere collided violently with the sand blade storm, countless parasitic bugs being sliced and shredded by the sharp blades. Yet more insects bravely pressed forward to replenish their ranks. Although the sand blade storm was fierce, it was gradually eroded by the impact of the insect sphere. Interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Shaz's eyes. His technique, Sandgrave, which fused wind release with the secret arts of the sand hidden, was designed to break through various defenses. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the opponent's insect sphere could withstand it for a moment. Red Sand Puppet, SH. Shaz abruptly drew a scroll from his back, infusing it with chakra, and a menacing, dark red puppet materialized beside him. The core of this puppet was a writhing piece of sandstone, exuding a foreboding aura. Kill him. Shaz growled. The red sand puppet, SH, emitted a shrill sound of metal grinding, its joints releasing jets of chakra as it surged toward Murakich with astonishing speed, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Murakich's gaze sharpened. The puppet's speed and strength were formidable. Insect clone technique. Several identical insect clones of Murakich emerged, charging at the puppet, while the real body commanded the remaining parasitic bugs to continue suppressing Shaz. Clang. The insect clones collided with the puppet's claws, instantly torn apart and scattering into a swarm of insects. However, this brief disruption bought Murakich precious time. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Murakich's eyes as a portion of mutated parasitic bugs, infused with the toxic venom of the pepperfish, silently mingled with the ordinary swarm, creeping towards Shaz like a creeping plague. Shaz, evidently sensing the danger, maneuvered the red sand puppet, SH, to shield himself, while simultaneously forming hand seals once more. Puppet secret technique. Red sand whale. The chest of the red sand puppet, SH, suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrent of compressed sandstorm, instantaneously forming a colossal sand wheel with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, roaring with a piercing howl and infused with corrosive chakra, bearing down upon Murakich. In the village of Oil Woman, Hui's pupils constricted sharply. The power of this attack was sufficient to rend him into shreds in an instant. Insect bone, ultimate enhancement. At the precipice of life and death, the parasitic insects within Hui surged violently into his bones, causing his figure to seem to rise several inches. With veins visibly bulging beneath his skin, and his bones groaning under the unbearable strain, he chose not to evade, for he understood that once caught in this move, complete avoidance was nearly impossible. He channeled all his chakra into his arms, crossing them before him, while simultaneously commanding the entire swarm of insects, including the precious mutated venomous ones, to form the most formidable barrier. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying sand will collided with Hui's arms. The unimaginable impact coursed through him, as if his very organs were on the brink of shattering, while the bones in his arms ground against one another, producing a sound that sent shivers through his being. The swarm of insects succumbed in droves to the corrosive chakra and the horrific cutting force. A spurt of blood erupted from Hui's mouth, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a distant wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Hui struggled to rise from the rubble, his body racked with agony, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer. Each breath laced with blood. Still alive? A flicker of surprise crossed Suna's eyes, quickly morphing into a cruel smile. Truly a resilient insect. However, this is where it ends. He maneuvered the red sand puppet, Suna, advancing step by step. Hui gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained remarkably bright. He sensed that Suna, after unleashing the red sand whale, had expended a considerable amount of chakra, his aura distinctly waning. And he, despite his grievous wounds, had withstood the brunt of the damage thanks to the insect bone. More importantly, it seems you have overlooked some small details. Hui grinned, his smile chilling. Suna furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a sharp sting in his arm. Looking down, he saw several inconspicuous, purplish-black insects having attached themselves to his skin, burrowing eagerly into his flesh. This is the poison of the Scorpanicthes? Suna's expression changed drastically. He abruptly recalled Hansa's infamous venom that struck terror into the hearts of many. Correct, but alas, no reward. Before Hui could finish his words, Suna was engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness. His limbs began to numb, and his vision blurred. The lethal poison of the Scorpanicthes had infiltrated his body through the unsuspecting mutated parasitic insects while he remained defenseless. You can actually control the poison of the Scorpanicthes. Suna struggled to speak, disbelief filling his eyes. Surprised, are we? Hui stepped closer, his body rapidly healing. Broken bones mending swiftly under the influence of the parasitic insects. Suna attempted to resist, but his body betrayed him. He watched helplessly as Hui approached him. And then darkness consumed his consciousness. With an expression devoid of emotion, Hui severed Suna's head, securing it within a sealing scroll. The remaining rogue ninjas within the factory, thoroughly terrified by the bloody scene, scattered in all directions. Wainaka Murakatsu refrained from pursuing his target, focusing instead on eradicating the stronghold. With the leader gone, the underlings would surely scatter. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of chakra within him and the heightened vitality of the mutated parasites. The battle against Sanshou had honed his mastery over his own power, and he had gained a clearer understanding of the terrifying potency of the poison from the salamander. Just as he prepared to depart and report back to Hanzo and Rain Hidden Village, several figures suddenly appeared at the factory entrance. At the forefront stood a young man with orange hair, his eyes bright and resolute, adorned with a gentle smile. He was flanked by several ninjas clad in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, each possessing strength above that of a nin. It seemed we have arrived a moment too late. The orange-haired youth observed the chaos within the factory and the sealing scroll in Murakatsu's hand, speaking in a clear voice. Murakatsu's gaze sharpened. These individuals exuded an air of complexity, particularly the young man, who, despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, harbored formidable chakra. Who are you? Murakatsu inquired, his tone cautious. We are Akatsuki, the orange-haired youth replied with a smile. My name is Yuhiko. We too have come to address the unsettling elements within the Land of Rain, but it appears you have already taken the initiative. Akatsuki? Murakatsu's heart stirred at the name, which was not unfamiliar to him. Yuhiko's gaze settled on Murakatsu, a hint of admiration present. Your strength is remarkable. I am truly impressed. May I inquire your name? Murakatsu. He responded, offering his name. Murakatsu. Yuhiko echoed, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features as he noted the scent of salamander toxin in the air. Your method seemed to bear some connection to Lord Hanzo's salamander poison? Murakatsu chose not to confirm or deny. Yuhiko appeared unconcerned, his smile deepening in sincerity. If you would not mind, Murakatsu-kun, might you honor us with a visit to our Akatsuki base? We share a common goal of maintaining peace in the Land of Rain. An invitation? Murakatsu regarded Yuhiko's eyes, which shimmered with idealistic fervor, and glanced at his companions, each displaying varied expressions. Contemplation raced through his mind. With Hanzo's mission accomplished, it would not be amiss to gauge the current state of Akatsuki. Rain began to fall once again, pattering against the corrugated iron roof of the abandoned factory, producing a monotonous yet rhythmic sound, akin to the drumbeats of fate. Chapter 16. The invitation from Yuhiko. Delicate strands of rain wove an infinite web, enveloping the entire Land of Rain. Oil woman Murakumo followed closely behind Yuhiko, the rain dampening his forehead, the cold sensation sharpening his disordered thoughts. The mission to secure the head of the sand's shadow had been accomplished. Hanzo would undoubtedly be satisfied. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering members of the Akatsuki at the end of his assignment. Akatsuki, a name resonant to anyone familiar with Naruto. However, the current Akatsuki merely consisted of a new generation of ninjas from the Land of Rain and neighboring countries, harboring impractical ideals of peace. Upon their meeting, Yahiko indeed matched the portrayal from the previous narrative, a youth radiating the luminescence of idealism, his bright eyes almost blinding. Oil woman Murakumo's heart had long since unfurled. An intricate web sensing the slightest nuances in the environment, akin to the dust suspended in the air. The chakra within Yahiko was considerable, stable, and vibrant. Much like the man himself, the land of rain had endured suffering for far too long. Yahiko's voice, though somewhat ethereal amidst the patter of rain, was remarkably resolute. We, the Akatsuki, exist to bring an end to all of this. Oil woman Murakumo remained noncommittal. Ending suffering? Such a task is not easily undertaken. Coming from an era of information explosion, he understood the fragility and preciousness of peace, as well as the vast chasm between ideals and reality. In this brutal world of ninjas, strength was the only passport to survival. Hanzo grasped this truth, which allowed him to rule Rain Village with an iron fist. Yet, the youth before him, Yahiko, seemed intent on pursuing a different path. They arrived. Yahiko halted, standing before an unremarkable stone structure, hidden amidst a labyrinth of pipes and towers. Exuding a sense of life, in contrast to Hanzo's ominous laboratory, a woman with blue-violet hair approached them. This is Conan, a companion in our quest to realize our dreams. Conan, with a cold demeanor, nodded at oil woman Murakumo, occasionally casting a glance at Yahiko. Imbued with a subtle softness and trust, the stone door slid open silently, revealing a space that was modest yet tidy. A few oil lamps dispelled some of the darkness, and the air was suffused with a faint scent of paper and herbs. Yahiko, you have returned. A somewhat hoarse voice emerged. In the corner of the living room, a young man sat cross-legged, his hands wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of tranquil eyes. On the low table before him sat a cup of tea, still warm. Sarayu, this is Murakumo-kun, a friend we have just met. Yahiko introduced him, his tone familiar. The youth named Yamashiro Sarayu merely nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his silent task of polishing a uniquely shaped umbrella, its ribs seemingly concealing some mystery. Oil woman Murakumo noticed faint burn marks beneath the bandages encircling his arms. Clearly, he was a man with a story. Ah, we have a guest. How rare. A different voice chimed from within, imbued with a playful tone. A young man clad in somewhat tattered sand-hidden attire emerged, his stature modest, hair tousled. Yet his face bore an odd concentration. In his hands, he was fiddling with a broken kunai, endeavoring to repair it with fragments of pottery and fine thread. Light. Do be careful not to startle the guests, Xiaonan whispered gently. Ah, my apologies. The youth named Light scratched his head, his gaze shifting to Murakatsu, only to be drawn to the ninja tool pouch at Murakatsu's waist, possibly worn from battle. My friend, it appears your tool pouch is fraying. Would you like me to assist in mending it? Broken things deserve gentle care. The corners of Murakatsu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This individual possesses a rather unique thought process. Nonetheless, the intensity in his eyes, fixated on mending damaged items, reflected a certain artisan's dedication. No need, Murakatsu replied coolly. His gaze swept over Qinglu and Light, assessing the two, their abilities likely aligned with that of an average jonin, each possessing distinct traits. Qinglu struck him as more of an assassin, whereas Light resembled a logistics officer. Murakatsu, please take a seat. Mihiko gestured toward a stone bench. As they settled down, Xiaonan quietly poured hot tea for everyone. The chill brought by the rain seemed to dissipate somewhat in the warmth of the modest space. Murakatsu, we witnessed your battle at the abandoned factory. Mihiko spoke first, his orange eyes fixed on Murakatsu. Your strength is formidable, particularly that purple-black insect, which seems to harbor potent toxins. Murakatsu lifted his teacup, savoring a sip. The tea was coarse yet warm. Just some minor tricks. Minor tricks? Mihiko chuckled. Easily dispatching an elite jonin like Sand Shroud is no trivial feat, to be honest. We intended to deal with Sand Shroud ourselves, but you got there first. His gaze lingered on Murakatsu's attire, pondering for a moment. The lingering aura on the battlefield bears some resemblance to Lord Hanzo's salamander toxin. Yet your garb does not suggest you are from the rain-hidden village. Here it comes, Murakatsu thought, recognizing the crux of the matter. Murakatsu. Mihiko's expression grew serious and sincere. I know this may seem abrupt, but I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in Akatsuki. Join you? Murakatsu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mihiko's eyes burned with fervor. The land of rain has long suffered under the ravages of war. The iron hooves of great nations trample our lands, leaving our people displaced, living in despair. Although Lord Hanzo is powerful, his reign brings more fear and a stifling order than genuine peace. He paused, his voice becoming more earnest. Our goal in Akatsuki is to change all of this. We aim to forge true and lasting peace for the Rain-Hidden Village and the entire ninja world with our own hands. Murakatsu, your strength is considerable. If you fight alongside us, I believe our ideals can be realized more swiftly. The atmosphere in the living room grew momentarily tense. Shandai Qinglu ceased the act of polishing the umbrella, and Deng lowered the damaged shuriken in his hand. Both of their gazes converged upon Mu Hui. Xiaonan quietly regarded Mi Yin, her eyes brimming with support and anticipation. Mu Hui set down his teacup, the bottom of the cup making a gentle sound as it met the stone table. He gazed into Mi Yan's eyes, which shimmered with the brilliance of ideals, yet felt little turbulence within. Peace? What a splendid term. Yet, in his view, the so-called peace was merely a temporary stability born from the disparity of overwhelming power. Your Excellency Mi Yan's ideals are indeed admirable. Mu Hui spoke slowly, his voice calm and unruffled, yet I fear I must disappoint you. Mi Yan's expression of hope faltered slightly. Do you mean to say? Before responding to your invitation, I wish to clarify my identity. Mu Hui's gaze swept over every individual present. My full name is Mu Hui, a ninja from Konoha. Konoha. The mere utterance of this name sent a wave of tension through the room. Shandai Qinglu tightened her grip on the umbrella's handle, her eyes sharpening with vigilance. Deng also withdrew his playful demeanor, instinctively retreating a half-step. Xiaonan furrowed her brow, her gaze towards Mu Hui now tinged with scrutiny, although not directly adversarial. The relationship between Yuin Village and Konoha had been strained through numerous ninja world wars, with the smaller nation of Yuin often suffering collateral damage from the conflicts of the larger powers. The appearance of a Konoha ninja here was inherently sensitive. Mi Yan's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. A ninja from Konoha. This indeed exceeds my expectations. So, Mu Hui, what brings you to Yuin Village? Mu Hui met Mi Yan's gaze directly. I have come to Yuin Village to fulfill a mission, to persuade Hanzo of the Salamander to dispatch troops to assist Konoha in jointly combating the invading forces of the Cloud and Rock Ninja Allied Army at the borders of the Land of Fire. He paused briefly, adding, the Battle of Tachikage Mountain, I trust you are all aware of it. War has erupted in full force. The words Tachikage Mountain Battle struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. As ninjas in tumultuous times, they were acutely aware of the gravity of this war. Mi Yan's countenance grew solemn. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. I see. It is to seek Lord Hanzo's aid. Mi Yan sighed, his expression complex. Konoha is also embroiled in dire straits? War has no true victors. Mu Hui remarked quietly, only endless hatred and sacrifice persist. Lord Hanzo is the leader of Yuin Village. His strength is crucial in breaking the current stalemate. Therefore, regarding Your Excellency Mi Yan's invitation, Mu Hui shifted his tone. Speaking without a hint of hesitation, I must respectfully decline. My mission and my stance find no common ground with the ideals of Akatsuki for the time being. He emphasized the phrase for the time being lightly, yet it bore significant weight. The disappointment on Mi Yan's face was palpable, yet he did not respond with anger or persistence. He merely cast a deep glance at Murakami, then smiled wryly and said, I understand. Since our stances differ, we of the Akatsuki will not impose upon you. Rising to his feet, his expression regained its previous resoluteness. However, Murakami, I still hope you will remember this. War brings only greater suffering, regardless of Konoha's intentions. I merely wish for the people of the Land of Rain to endure no further calamity. I will remember your words, my lord, Murakami replied as he also stood. Well then, we shall not keep you any longer, Murakami, Yahiko stated. With the tumultuous nature of Amage Cure, please exercise caution. Thank you for the warning. Yoin Murakami nodded slightly to the group before turning to leave. Conan silently opened the stone door for him. As he stepped once more into the cold rain, a voice behind him expressed a hint of regret. Alas, what a formidable individual, such a pity. Does his equipment truly not require any repairs? Shandai Qinglu remained silent, yet the grip on her umbrella appeared to tighten. Yoin Murakami raised his oil paper umbrella, the rain cascading off its surface and splashing at his feet. The Akatsuki, Yahiko, their presence was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through his once clear plants. Yahiko's ideals, in his eyes, resembled a flickering candle in the rain, beautiful yet fragile, yet that unwavering dedication, that desire to change the world, bore an undeniable strength. A group of naive idealists. Murakami murmured to himself, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. But sometimes, naivety can also serve as a weapon. He needed to report back to Hanzo swiftly. With Shad eliminated, Hanzo's first phase of testing was effectively passed. What lay ahead was the true spectacle. The more valuable promises Hanzo had made were what he currently yearned for most. As for the Akatsuki, this unexpected interlude might present opportunities for future encounters. The rain fell heavier, washing over this scarred nation, seemingly heralding an even more tumultuous future. Yoin Murakami's figure gradually melded into the depths of the rain, leaving only the fading echoes of his footsteps and a faint, elusive scent of the parasitic creatures in the air. He could sense the mutated parasites within him stirring with renewed vigor after the battle with Shad. Their thirst for the toxin of the Japanese giant salamander and their yearning for combat grew ever stronger. Truly, a group of belligerent little creatures. Murakami's stride did not falter. His target was clear, Amigakure. Chapter 17. Transplanting the poison gland of the pufferfish in the land of rain. The metallic structures glistened with a cold and oppressive sheen beneath the incessant downpour. The familiar scent of rust mingled with antiseptic lingered in the air, seemingly more pronounced than ever. The figure of oil woman Murakami appeared like a ghost seamlessly merging with the rain curtain, silently emerging outside of rain-hidden village. He eschewed an umbrella, allowing the frigid rain to wash away the blood and grime clinging to him. 3 days of relentless hunting had deepened his understanding of the newfound power coursing within him. The parasitic insects, infused with the venom of the pufferfish, were truly the epitome of creations born for assassination. After the report, he was brought before Hanzo. The same dimly lit room greeted him, where Hanzo's signature breathing mask cast unsettling shadows in the flickering light. Where are the items? Hanzo's voice remained hoarse and devoid of emotion. Oil woman Murakami wasted no words, placing several sealed scrolls methodically on the low table before Hanzo. 13 targets in total, their severed heads were all contained within. Hanzo casually picked up one of the scrolls, his chakra perception sweeping over it, nodding slightly before placing it down, not bothering to inspect the others. It was as if these heads, once pivotal in the turmoil of the land of rain, were mere insignificant stones in his eyes. Well done. Hanzo's praise was sparse and frugal. Murakami remained composed, having long since acclimated to Hanzo's demeanor. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, then spoke up voluntarily. Lord Hanzo. While dealing with the last target, the rogue ninja from Sand, Suna, I encountered a group of individuals who referred to themselves as Akatsuki. Hanzo's sharp eyes, concealed behind the mask, seemed to narrow slightly, yet he uttered no sound, indicating for Murakami to continue. The leader, a young man with orange hair named Yahiko, possesses the strength of a jonin, along with several other formidable members. Murakami recollected the scene, striving to describe it objectively. They appear to be committed to eradicating the destabilizing elements within Rain-Hidden Village. I observed them. While many seem to harbor somewhat naive ideals, their strength cannot be underestimated. If Lord Hanzo could recruit them, it might significantly bolster the power of Rain-Hidden Village. This statement was delivered with impeccable precision, highlighting both the existence and potential value of Akatsuki while positioning himself as a loyal subordinate concerned for Hanzo's interests. A non-committal grunt escaped Hanzo's nostrils, devoid of any response to Murakami's suggestion. His eyes swept over Murakami with a hint of scrutiny, as if assessing the veracity of his words and the motivation behind his mention of the matter. Murakami understood well. Hanzo, the cunning old fox, would not easily reveal his thoughts. This statement of his would likely sink without a trace, yet it had planted a small seed in Hanzo's mind. Follow me. Hanzo suddenly rose, breaking the silence. Murakami was taken aback for a moment before promptly following. Hanzo did not head toward the training chamber as usual, but ventured deeper into the stronghold, towards a heavily guarded area. As the rain fell along the way, even the most stoic of figures bowed their heads respectfully upon encountering Hans, their eyes brimming with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Passing through several heavy metallic doors, the pungent scent of disinfectant in the air grew increasingly intense, intermingled with a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness characteristic of biological tissues. Eventually, they arrived before a colossal alloy door. Hans executed a series of intricate hand seals, and the alloy door slid open silently, revealing the interior. Inside lay a laboratory of considerable size, filled with an array of sophisticated instruments blinking with indicators, glass vessels bubbling with contents, and peculiar devices of forms he had never before encountered, all meticulously arranged within the room. The atmosphere was steeped in a chilling and lethal aura, starkly contrasting with the damp and chilly environment of the outside world. This is my private laboratory, Hans's voice reverberated slightly in the vast space. Some matters can only be optimally addressed here. An involuntary shiver coursed through Yin Village's Hui. It appeared that Hans was not merely a man of combat. His research in certain fields had undoubtedly reached a profound depth. Reflecting on the collaboration between Orochimaru and Hans, it seemed there existed not just a mutual exchange of interests, but also an academic rapport between them. Hans guided Hui to the center of the laboratory, where a massive cylindrical glass container stood, filled with a pale yellow nutrient solution. Suspended in the very center of this solution was a fist-sized, deep purplish-black sac. Its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, pulsating gently like a heart. An overwhelmingly potent and unsettlingly toxic aura emanated from it, palpable even through the thick glass and nutrient solution. The mutated parasitic insect within Hui stirred restlessly at the mere whiff of this essence, conveying a complex blend of desire and dread. This is... Huey's voice faltered, dry with disbelief. He was almost certain that this entity was inextricably linked to the venom of the fugu. The venom sac of the fugu. The one I transplanted years ago. This is its progeny, cultivated under special conditions, possessing a refined toxicity that is even more alive. Hans's tone bore a subtle hint of pride, as if unveiling a flawless work of art. Huey's heart raced. The fugu's venom sac. Alive. Hans turned to him, his gaze piercing. You previously inquired what truly valuable gift I might bestow upon you should you satisfy me. This is my answer. He gestured towards the venom sac within the glass container. The parasitic insects within you, after this period of adaptation and refinement, have begun to establish a symbiotic relationship with the fugu's deadly venom. They no longer reject the toxin. In fact, they have developed a yearning for it. This surpassed my expectations. Hui remained silent, acutely aware of the increasing velocity of his blood flow. Hans continued. The direct transplantation of this venom sac now carries minimal risk for you. Your parasitic insects will serve as the finest buffer and medium. Moreover, the distinctive symbiotic relationship between the Oil Woman clan's ninjas and the parasitic bugs allows one, after a period of adaptation, to masterfully control the potency of the venom sacs. Perfect control? The keyword caught the attention of Yin Village's Hui. Indeed, a subtle curve seemed to grace Hanzo's lips beneath his breathing mask, suggesting that it was not merely about enabling your insects to bear poison. Once transplanted, this venom sac would become an integral part of your being. Akin to a natural organ, you would wield the ability to generate, store, and even expel toxins with the precision akin to controlling chakra. There would no longer be uncontrollable venom overflow, nor would excessive stimulation of the parasitic bugs result in self-intoxication. Each of your assaults could deliver the exact dosage you desired. You could expel the poisonous mist of the pufferfish from your very mouth, and perhaps even surpass my abilities. Boom. Hanzo's words reverberated in Huey's mind like thunder. A humanoid pufferfish. This was indeed a maddening temptation. Although he could currently utilize the mutated parasitic bugs to inflict venom, it remained an indirect approach. And the quantity and activity of the swarm limited the total output and persistence of the toxin. If he could truly transplant this venom sac and achieve perfect control, his combat style would undergo a revolutionary transformation. He would no longer merely be an insect wielder, but rather a mobile source of lethal poison. A genuine biological weapon in human form. The mutated parasitic bugs within him would evolve continuously due to the presence of this venom sac, becoming its most loyal guardians and extensions. Hanzo's voice was laced with temptation. Envision every one of your bugs as the most precise carriers of the pufferfish's potent venom, and you would fully command this power, making it an integral part of your being. Huey's breath grew heavier. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Hanzo was investing considerable effort into nurturing him, even offering such a precious pufferfish venom sac, which undoubtedly came at a significant cost. What would be the price? Hui raised his head, locking eyes with Hanzo. The price? Hanzo seemed to chuckle softly, his voice gravelly, saying, once you truly master this power, we shall discuss the cost. For now, simply tell me, do you wish to accept it or not? A blatant scheme. Hanzo was confident that, faced with such a monumental enhancement of power, no one could refuse. Countless thoughts raced through Huey's mind. Risks, rewards, Hanzo's ulterior motives, the path ahead. As a PhD in bioengineering, he possessed an innate curiosity and excitement for genetic fusion and organ transplantation. As a traveler struggling for survival in the ninja world, power was fundamental to his existence. Hanzo the pufferfish sought to forge him into a sharper, more effective blade, and he needed this blade to grow stronger. What is the success rate of such a transplant? We posed the final, most crucial question. With your current physical condition and the adaptability of the swarm to toxins, Coupled with my expertise, Hanzo spoke with an unwavering confidence, exceeding 90%. 90%. That is sufficient. Yonai Murakami grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His eyes glimmering with a frenzied excitement akin to a ravenous wolf on the brink of a feast. Such generosity from Lord Hanzo, should I refuse? It would be an affront to his kindness. His voice bore an unmistakable thrill, declaring, I accept this gift. Hanzo nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Murakami's response. Excellent. He turned toward the adjacent console, commencing the calibration of the instruments, preparing for the operation, which was about to begin. Yonai Murakami gazed intently at the pulsating poison sac of the pufferfish in the nutrient solution, feeling an insatiable yearning emanating from the parasitic swarm within him. A tumultuous surge of indescribable emotion swelling in his heart. The name Pufferfish Hanzo would etch itself deeper into the fabric of his existence. It represented both opportunity and a shackle. The rain in the hidden rain village continued to fall, cold and merciless. Yet, within the laboratory, the air became suffused with a fervent heat, heralding the imminent arrival of new life. Yonai Murakami's gaze remained fixated on the poison sac, as if seeking to merge it with his very soul. He had no reason to refuse, nor had he ever contemplated such a denial. Chapter 18. Departure from the Land of Rain. In the uniquely cold and damp air of the Land of Rain, why Ninja Village's Hui gradually opened his eyes. It had been a full 2 days since the surgical implantation of the poison sac from the pufferfish. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive that the once unfamiliar organ within his chest now pulsed gently in rhythm with his heartbeat, as if it were an innate part of himself. Pure and refined toxins brewed and circulated within, ultimately merging with his meticulously controlled chakra, and, through the perfect intermediary of the parasitic swarm, extending to every corner of his body. Exhaling softly, Hui opened his mouth, releasing a wisp of pale purple toxic mist that spread before him. Precisely contained within a 3-foot square, with no trace of leakage. The mist, upon contact with the metal wall, emitted a faint hissing sound, leaving shallow corrosive marks. Then, with a mere thought, the toxic vapor retreated as if alive, disappearing back into his mouth. This extraordinary mastery over the pufferfish's lethal toxin was an unfathomable experience. His parasitic swarm, those mutated individuals that had long coexisted with the pufferfish poison, were now filled with exuberance. They no longer passively adapted but actively absorbed the minute essence of toxins wafting from the poison sac, their chitinous exoskeletons gleaming with an increasingly profound and sinister purplish-black sheen. On some particularly robust individuals, one could even observe minute crystalline formations of toxins emerging on the surface, resembling countless tiny black diamonds embedded within. This sensation, we gazed at his hands, fingers slowly curling into a fist, feeling the surging power and the latent deadly toxicity within him. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. He could even sense that, under the continuous nourishment of the poison sac, his insect-bone secret technique had achieved an even tighter integration with the parasitic insects, subtly enhancing both strength and resilience. Just as he reveled in the satisfaction brought by this newfound power, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Lord Hui. Lord Hanzo requests your presence. It was the taciturn rain ninja. Hui adjusted his attire, still clad in the black high-collared cloak of the Y Ninja clan. However, at that moment, he exuded an aura that, compared to 2 days prior, bore an inexplicable air of danger and depth. In the same dim room, Hanzo, the pufferfish wielder, remained seated with his breathing mask, still as an ancient statue. Yet, Hui keenly sensed that Hanzo's gaze upon him held not only scrutiny, but also a hint of satisfaction. It seems you have begun to adapt to this gift. Hanzo's voice was husky, yet carried an imperceptible tremor. Thanks to Lord Hanzo, I feel unprecedentedly well. Hui replied, bowing slightly, his tone calm. He did not deliberately flaunt his mastery over the toxins, but before a master of Hanzo's caliber, no subtle change could escape his notice. Hanzo nodded, seemingly unfazed by Hui's rapid adaptation. The emissary sent by Orochimaru has arrived in the hidden rain village. With a sudden shift in tone, he divulged a momentous piece of news. Oil Woman Villages. Hui felt a stir in his heart. Orochimaru's people? So soon? It appears that the cooperation between Orochimaru and Hanzo is far more profound than he had imagined. Furthermore, the fact that Orochimaru has dispatched someone at this critical juncture likely correlates with the outcomes of his current endeavors. Is it someone from the roots? Hui tentatively inquired. Hanzo neither confirmed nor denied, but continued. You are surely aware of the conflict at Kikyo Mountain. The situation in Konoha is rather grim. He paused, his piercing gaze fixed on Hui. I intend to allocate a contingent of elite rain ninjas to be led by you, to promptly return to the land of fire and provide support at Kikyo Mountain. Huey's pupils constricted slightly. Elite rain ninjas? Under his command? To support Konoha? The weight of this revelation was considerable. He quickly comprehended that this was not merely a collaboration between Orochimaru and Hanzo. It likely involved the enigmatic Danzo, lurking in the shadows of Konoha, deeply entwined as well. He and this group of rain shinobi might very well be bargaining chips in some transaction. Or perhaps he himself was the pivotal executor of a grand design. Lord Hanzo, Hui pondered for a moment. What do you mean by this? A victory for Konoha would not be detrimental to the hidden rain village, Hanzo replied, his words meticulously crafted, concealing deeper intentions. And you, Hui from the Oilwoman village, after this period of refinement, should return to your rightful battlefield to test your true strength. Hui fell silent. He understood that Hanzo had invested considerable resources in him, far beyond the mere cultivation of an intriguing asset. This investment would inevitably demand a return, with interest. The present moment might indeed be the initial opportunity for appraisal. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the surging power emanating from his venom sac and the eager excitement of the parasitic swarm within him. He could not deny that, despite knowing Hanzo's cunning and that he surely had ulterior motives. The guidance he had received during this time, especially the transplantation of the salamander's venom sac, was an immense stroke of fortune. He acknowledged this favor, or rather this transaction. Hui understood. He lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes behind his sunglasses, resolved not to betray Lord Hanzo's trust. Excellent. Hanzo seemed pleased with his response, producing a scroll from his robe and handing it to Hui. This contains the list of personnel from the Rain who will accompany you and their signal for assembly. They will await you outside the village. Hui accepted the scroll, its weight slightly burdensome in his hands. Exercise utmost caution on your journey to Kikyo Mountain. Hanzo's tone remained even, yet Hui discerned an unusual undertone within it. Orochimaru was not one to be trifled with, and Danzo, HM, was an insatiable old fox. Was this a warning? Hui felt a twinge of surprise. The demigod of the Hidden Rain village seemed to harbor doubts regarding his allies. As the moment of parting approached, Murakami paused, seemingly recollecting something, and turned to face Hanzo. Lord Hanzo, he spoke with a note of gravity. I previously mentioned our brief encounter with the Akatsuki organization during the suppression of the rebel ninjas. I might possess a piece of intelligence that warrants your attention. Hanzo, concealed behind his mask, raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. There exists a core member within the Akatsuki. Murakami articulated each word with clarity, his eyes reflecting the legendary Rinnegan. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that instant. Hanzo's sharp gaze ignited with astonishing intensity, fixating on Murakami as if attempting to pierce through him. An invisible pressure emanated from Hanzo, causing even the parasitic insects within Murakami to stir uneasily. The mention of the Rinnegan. These three syllables, for anyone privy to the clandestine secrets of the ninja world, evoke notions of taboo and myth. Are you certain? Hanzo's voice, for the first time, carried unmistakable doubt and gravity. Although he had never encountered Nagato, Murakami, drawing upon his understanding of the narrative and to allay Hanzo's suspicions, provided a rational explanation. My electromagnetic firefly, under close observation, cannot err, Murakami responded calmly. The unique chakra fluctuations and ocular characteristics align closely with the descriptions found in ancient texts. Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any other ocular bloodline limit that could evoke such a sense of oppression. Hanzo fell silent, the room so still that one could hear a pin drop. After a lengthy pause, he slowly spoke, his voice regaining its gravelly tone yet infused with an elusive depth. The Rinnegan, how intriguing, increasingly so. That little brat Yahiko has such a monstrous presence lurking by his side? Murakami refrained from replying, aware that the weight of this intelligence would compel Hanzo to reassess numerous matters. This also served as a modest token of his gratitude for Hanzo's recent guidance, while simultaneously embedding a deeper strategy for his future endeavors within the Rain Village. You may depart. Hanzo waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat disinterested, yet seemingly engrossed in contemplation of something significant. Murakami bowed once more and turned to exit the room that had instigated a transformative change in him. Outside the Rain Village, the cold raindrops continued to fall incessantly. A squad of 20 elite Rain ninjas had long been awaiting their orders, clad in standardized Rain Village combat attire. With breathing masks covering their faces, their expressions were cold and fierce, exuding a palpable aura of seasoned warriors. The leader of the squad, A tall rain ninja wielding a distinctive broad-bladed sword stepped forward as Murakami approached, dropping to one knee. Lord Murakami, the Rain Village Special Operations Team, at Lord Hanzo's command, stands ready for your orders. Rise, Murakami acknowledged with a nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of rain ninjas. Each of them is a seasoned jonin, with several exuding a presence that approaches the level of elite jonin. Hans has truly invested heavily this time. The target, the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain in the Land of Fire. Murakage offered no superfluous words, issuing commands with resolute authority. Understood. The 20 rain shinobi responded in unison, their voices resonating ominously amidst the curtain of rain. The group surged forth like a streak of gray lightning, swiftly vanishing into the vast downpour. Racing towards the Land of Fire, Oil Woman Murakage felt the fervent power coursing within him and the fierce loyalty of his followers behind. A cold smile curved upon his lips, concealed beneath his sunglasses. Kaiki Mountain, Orochimaru, and the impending foes. This time, he would no longer be the Oil Woman Murakage who merely relied on clever tricks and swarms of insects to barely survive. The war machine, he murmured softly to himself, his eyes glimmering with excitement and anticipation. I wonder if my newly forged venomous fang is sharp enough. A new storm is brewing at Kaiki Mountain, and he, Oil Woman Murakage, would enter this increasingly chaotic battlefield with a renewed resolve. This time, he would not merely be an ordinary ninja struggling for survival, but rather one capable of altering and even dictating the course of war. Murakage held this confidence deep within his heart. Chapter 19. Journey to the Hidden Rock Battlefield. The relentless march of 2 days and nights was merely an exceptional opportunity for Yanvillage Hui to test the newfound capabilities of his body. The poison sac of the pepper fish pulsed steadily within him, forming a remarkable symbiotic cycle with the parasitic swarm. With each breath, it seemed he could draw energy from the air, transforming it into purer toxins and chakra. Behind him, 20 elite rain shinobi trailed closely, like silent shadows, following his every step without a word. The only sounds were the rustle of their rain gear and the synchronized rhythm of their footsteps, establishing a resolute cadence upon the muddy path. These rain ninjas, forged into instruments of death by Hanzo, exhibited discipline and resilience far beyond that of ordinary shinobi. As they approached the Kaiki Mountain, the air thickened with an increasingly palpable scent of anxiety and blood. The once familiar outlines of the camp appeared within view, now shrouded in a weightier atmosphere of impending doom. The number of patrolling leaf ninjas had noticeably increased, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the unexpected arrival of this squad. Yanvillage Hui's heart net had long been silently cast, capturing the tension within the camp, the groans of the wounded, and the hurried logistics of supplies, all unfolding in real time like a dynamic painting in his mind. The pressures of war felt heavier than when he had departed. Halt! Who goes there? A sharp voice interrupted Hui's observations. Several leaf ninjas blocked their path, the kunai in their hands gleaming ominously in the dim light. The leading rain ninja stepped forward, his muffled voice emanating from beneath a cold mask. Special Operations Team from Rain Village, under the orders of Lord Yanvillage Hui, here to support the leaf. Yanvillage Hui? The leading leaf jonin paused momentarily, his gaze flitting between Hui and the formidable rain ninja squad behind him, confusion evident in his expression. He had some recollection of Yanvillage Hui as a clan member with considerable achievements in reconnaissance, but when had he gained the authority to mobilize rain ninjas? Especially such an elite team? Yanvillage Hui removed his hood, revealing his signature sunglasses and high collar. It is I. There is an urgent military matter that requires immediate audience with Commander Minato. His voice was calm yet imbued with an undeniable weight, an aura emanating from him that caused the jonin to feel an inexplicable pang of apprehension. The tent at the Kaiki Mountain Command Post remained brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than when Hui last visited. Standing before a vast sand table, Namikaze Minato's golden hair appeared slightly disheveled. His azure eyes laced with bloodshot veins, yet they continued to shimmer with resolute determination. Upon witnessing Yanvillage Hui enter, accompanied by a cadre of formidable rain ninjas, even Minato, with his composure, could not help but show a flicker of surprise. Huikuin, you. Minato's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, but more so, astonishment. He astutely sensed that the Yanvillage Hui before him had undergone a profound transformation compared to just a few days prior. It was not only the visual impact of the rain ninjas beside him, but also the metamorphosis of Hui's own aura, a latent yet far more dangerous presence. Akin to a blade forged in fire, its sharpness concealed. Lord Minato, I am honored to fulfill my mission. The oil woman, Hui, slightly bowed. While the rain shinobi team behind him knelt in unison, their movements exhibiting the unique coldness characteristic of the Hidden Rain Village. These are ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village? Minato regarded the rain shinobi, a flicker of insight flashing in his eyes. The Hidden Rain Village has always maintained its independence, occasionally clashing with Konoha. For them to dispatch reinforcements is indeed a significant matter. Hui organized his thoughts, initiating the carefully prepared discourse. Lord Minato, this is a lengthy tale. Under the command of Lord Orochimaru, while en route to undertake a mission in the Land of Wind, he astutely perceived that, given the current dire circumstances, the Hidden Rain Village also harbored potential for negotiation. Thus, I was discreetly dispatched to the Hidden Rain Village to attempt contact with Lord Hanzo. He paused, gauging Minato's expression, and continued, though the process encountered some hurdles. Lord Hanzo, understanding the greater good and recognizing the principle of mutual survival, was moved by Konoha's sincerity and ultimately consented to send this elite squad, led by me, to support the battlefield at Kaiki Mountain. This statement, a blend of truth and fabrication, attributed the primary credit to Orochimaru's astute strategy and Hanzo's profound understanding, concealing the transaction between himself and Hanzo, along with the secret of the salamander's poison sac. Hui was aware of Orochimaru's enigmatic nature, leaving him with some inexplicable merits aligned perfectly with the latter's persona. Minato listened quietly, the flicker of contemplation illuminating his azure eyes. Orochimaru's intentions had always eluded complete understanding, yet irrespective of the circumstances. The arrival of these 20 elite rain shinobi was akin to a timely blessing for Konoha. I see, Minato nodded, the weariness on his face seemingly dissipating, revealing a faint smile of relief. Hui, your efforts are greatly appreciated. This support is crucial to us. He refrained from probing further into the details. During wartime, the outcome often outweighs the process. He sensed the change within Hui and believed that this young man harbored his own secrets, yet as long as it benefited Konoha, he was willing to extend his trust. It is my duty, Hui replied calmly. Minato turned his attention to the sand table, his expression once again grave. You have returned just in time. The situation is more arduous than we anticipated. He gestured towards the northwest of the sand table, where flags representing the hidden cloud were densely planted, a sight that instilled fear. 4 days ago, Orochimaru Senpai already led a contingent of ninja, summoned from the hidden sand, to the even more pressing battlefield of the hidden cloud. Minato spoke solemnly, the fourth Raikage, is even more ferocious than his father. The assault from the hidden cloud is exceptionally fierce, rendering that area a veritable meat grinder. Orochimaru Senpai and the reinforcements from the hidden sand have temporarily stabilized the situation. Yet it remains precarious. We understood. Orochimaru was indeed remarkably efficient, not only persuading the hidden sand but also engaging in the most brutal of battlefields. Thus, the value of his unconventional forces became even more pronounced. Minato's gaze shifted to the opposite side of the sand table, where the flags representing the hidden stone were equally aggressive in their positioning. Upon receiving news that our main forces were being restrained by the Hidden Cloud Village, the offensive from the Rock-Hidden Village intensified with fervor. That old coot, Noki, was determined to carve a piece from us. He lifted his gaze, his azure eyes fixed on Murakatsu, filled with solemnity and trust. Murakatsu-kun, the reinforcements you have brought are formidable. Now, I need you to lead them immediately to the Eastern Front to support the battlefield at Rock Hidden. The mention of the Rock Hidden battlefield stirred a flicker of emotion beneath the shades worn by Murakatsu. That very place was where his latent powers first manifested, a stage upon which he longed to test his newfound strength. The lightning release chakra from Killer Bee had greatly benefited him. What could the earth release ninjas from Rock Hidden bring to his repertoire? The Rock Hidden battlefield was under the command of his senior, Nara Shikaku, who faced daunting pressure due to insufficient forces. Minato continued, your insect reconnaissance abilities, combined with the combat prowess of the Rain Hidden team, alongside your own, I believe your current strength can be pivotal in breaching the Rock Hidden defenses or solidifying our position. Though Minato did not explicitly state the extent of Murakatsu's capabilities, the weight of his trust spoke volumes. I understand, Murakatsu replied without hesitation, assuring the completion of the task. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a chilling confidence. The poison sac within him seemed to sense its master's battle intent, warming slightly, while his parasitic insects began to stir excitedly within his chakra pathways. Excellent. Minato's face broke into a trusting smile. Detailed mission briefings and communication methods with Shikaka Senpai will be provided. We must not delay. Depart immediately. Yes. Mirakatsu bowed once more. Then turned to the rain-hidden team, still kneeling. All rise. Our objective is the Eastern Rock-hidden battlefield. Let us set forth. Yes. 20 members of the rain-hidden responded in unison, their voices subdued yet brimming with a lethal aura, akin to unsheathed blades. Amidst the astonished gazes of other leaf ninjas in the command tent, Mirakatsu led this team, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As they swiftly exited the tent, stepping into the cold night air, the chill brushed against Mirakatsu's face. He inhaled deeply, the rich sense of blood and smoke invigorating rather than unsettling him, awakening a thrilling excitement within. Earth release ninjas from rock hidden, along with Naka's dust release. A subtle smile curved Mirakatsu's lips, his eyes behind the shades flickering with the fervor and anticipation of a researcher discovering rare experimental materials. The consciousness of the hive, combined with the venom of the salamander and the explosive close-quarter capabilities of insect bone. How much intriguing data could he harvest? He envisioned countless rock-hidden ninjas wailing in agony within the meticulously woven web of death he crafted, transforming into nourishment for his ascendant power. The colossal meat grinder of war was already whirring at high speed, and he, Mirakatsu, the newly forged venomous fang, could hardly contain his eagerness to take a significant bite on this battlefield. A group of individuals wasted no time. Swiftly following the guidance of a Konoha ninja as they raced towards the battlefield of Awagakure, situated to the east of Kaiki Mountain, beneath the cloak of night. Their figures resembled specters, silently merging into this land rife with peril and menace. A new hunt is about to commence. Chapter 20. The balance of scales on the eastern front of the Kaiki Mountain. The air above the battlefield seemed to solidify like a clot of coagulated blood. Thick and suffocating. The ear-splitting sounds of explosions, anguished screams, and the jarring friction of clashing metal intertwined to form a symphony of doom. The earth was stained a dark crimson with blood, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. The atmosphere was saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the unique dust of earth-shifting ninjutsu. Yuya Mirakumo and his entourage moved like phantoms through the chaos that lay behind, the 20 Rain Village ninjas behind him betraying no emotion beneath their masks. As if the horrific scene before them were merely an ordinary landscape, Mirakumo's heartnet had long since enveloped this area. An influx of information flooding his mind, the weary gasps of leaf ninjas, the frenzied howls of stone ninjas, the violent fluctuations of chakra, and the desperate heartbeats of the dying. What a cacophony it was. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Mirakumo's lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light behind his sunglasses. The scale of energy release and changes in vital signs presented an exceptional opportunity for data collection. Lord Mirakumo. Ahead lies Lord Narashikaku's temporary command post. The guiding leaf ninja pointed to a tent precariously shielded by an earth-style barrier, urgency lacing his tone. Inside the tent, Narashikaku was hunched over a rudimentary sand table, his brow furrowed so deeply one could almost imagine it could crush a fly, his signature mustache appearing somewhat lackluster. Beside him, Yamanaka was pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, evidently exhausted from prolonged mental perception and information relay. Lord Shikaku, Lord I am here to provide support as commanded by Commander Minato. Mirakumo's voice, though not loud, reached the ears of both men with clarity. Narashikaku abruptly lifted his head, and upon seeing Mirakumo and the fierce, imposing rain ninjas behind him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by unmistakable relief. Mirakumo-kun? And reinforcements from the Rain Village? His voice trembled slightly, the previous worry evaporating, replaced by a sense of reprieve. Dingzwa is still holding the front. He can barely withstand it. Yamanaka said urgently, his tone laden with concern. Those stone bastards are attacking with relentless ferocity. Narashikaku pointed to an area on the sand table marked with a focus on stone arrows. Our left flank is under the greatest pressure. The Akimichi clan members are struggling to hold their ground in coordination with a few Jainin. Mirakumo-kun, your arrival is most fortuitous. This squad of rain ninjas. He assessed the rain ninjas, sensing the iron-willed aura emanating from them, their prowess evident. Mirakumo responded emphatically, Lord Shikaku, please issue your orders. Very well. Narashikaku wasted no time, swiftly marking the sand table. Immediately engage on the left flank, coordinate with Dingzwa and his team, and ensure we push back the stone offensive. I entrust this to you. His voice carried a tone of earnestness. Understood. As Yun Village, we turned around to face the rain-hidden squad behind him. His voice was cold and resolute. Listen, our mission is to annihilate the enemies before us. Let those rock-dwelling fools witness the fangs of the Rain Hidden. Understood. The 20 Rain ninjas responded in unison, their voices subdued yet imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Without further ado, Young Village we took the lead. Akin to a cheetah in the dark night, guiding the Rain Hidden squad towards the tumultuous left-wing battlefield. His mind was already locked on to every detail of the battlefield. With the nascent electromagnetic fireflies resembling invisible tentacles, constructing a real-time dynamic model of the combat zone in his mind. 30 meters to the left front. 3 rock-hidden Chunin were preparing to unleash a combined ninjutsu with their Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall defense. Squad members 3 and 5. Flank them and disrupt their jutsu with your rain needles. 50 meters to the right rear, a rock-hidden explosion squad was advancing towards our medical point. 7 and 8. Prioritize their elimination. Huey's voice reverberated through the micro-swarm, accurately reaching the ears of every rain ninja. His command was calm and efficient, akin to a precisely functioning war machine. The rain-hidden ninjas were like activated instruments of slaughter, their movements swift and lethal, working in perfect harmony as a myriad of rain-hidden techniques unfolded. Some rain ninjas formed hand seals, unleashing a torrential downpour of shuriken. Each one precisely aimed at the vital points of the rock-hidden ninjas, others stealthily crept like phantoms, their short blades slicing through the throats of the rock-hidden before they could even react. What further unsettled the rock-hidden ninjas was the emergence of a faint lavender mist that began to permeate the battlefield. This mist, though not dense, carried a disquieting corrosiveness. Those rock-hidden ninjas who inhaled it first experienced dizziness, followed by sluggish chakra flow and slowed movements. It's poison. Beware of the toxic mist. One rock-hidden ninja cried out in terror. A cold smile curled at the corner of Huey's lips. The venom of the mountain pepper fish, having undergone his swarm's secondary processing and precise deployment, was far more effective than ordinary toxins. This poison was capable of stealthily diminishing the enemy's combat capabilities, creating prime opportunities for his rain-hidden squad to strike. With the addition of this fresh force, the precariously balanced left-wing defense of Konoha saw a rapid turnaround. Akimichi Ding's was enormous figure barreled through the battlefield, each charge of his fleshly war machine crushing a swath of rock-hidden ninjas, and now, having gained some breathing room, his fighting spirit soared. Damn it, where did these guys come from? A rock-hidden J-Nin bellowed in fury as he saw their line being breached. Just as he attempted to organize a counterattack, several glimmering rain needles sealed off all his escape routes. In the next instant, a rain-hidden ninja materialized behind him like a specter, swiftly ending his life with a kunai. The rock-hidden ninjas began to retreat in disarray, while the morale of Konoha surged. Just then, a powerful chakra fluctuation, far beyond that of an ordinary J-Nin, erupted like a slumbering volcano. Earth-style, earth-rising excavation. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, causing the ground to quake violently. In an instant, a colossal, earthen fist erupted from beneath the surface, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, crashing mercilessly into the cluster of Konoha and Amigakure ninjas. The subsequent explosion was deafening, as dust and debris filled the air. Several unfortunate Konoha ninjas were instantly reduced to mere pulp, while a rain ninja responsible for flank surveillance was thrown back by the overwhelming shockwave, blood spewing from his mouth. His demise imminent. As the haze gradually dissipated, a formidable figure emerged at the edge of the crater, a man of imposing stature, with short brown hair and a thick beard adorning his chin. Clad in the standard Jounin vest of a Wagakure, his fierce gaze radiated an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. It was Lord Tsuchi. The surviving Awagakure ninjas erupted in cheers of relief at his appearance. The Tsuchikage's son, Anoki, the embodiment of Awagakure's formidable strength. With an icy glare sweeping across the battlefield, Lord Tsuchi's brow furrowed slightly upon spotting the Amigakure ninjas before him. These pathetic remnants dare to meddle in our conflict with Konoha? His voice rolled like distant thunder, laced with disdain and murderous intent. He stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble anew, and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth-style, mountain earth technique. 2 massive illusory peaks surged upward with tremendous force, aiming to crush Akimichi Dingzo and several rain ninjas who were attempting to regroup for a counterattack. Should this strike land? Even if Dingzo were to withstand it with his body expansion technique, the rain ninjas beside him would undoubtedly perish. Not on my watch. Oil Woman Murakumo's eyes narrowed. This Tsuchi was indeed formidable, his grasp of the situation and the potency of his jutsu far from trivial. Her keen senses detected the overwhelming earth chakra pulsating within him, along with a weightiness that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. An intriguing specimen, she murmured to herself. her figure flickering as she positioned herself between Tsuchi and Dingzo. Your opponent is me. Murakumo's voice was calm, yet the eyes behind her sunglasses gleamed with an unsettling light. She could feel the venomous chakra of her parasitic insects thrumming with excitement, their bloodthirsty buzz echoing within her. Tsuchi halted his nearly completed jutsu, his gaze snapping towards the unexpected appearance of this Oil Woman clan ninja. He sensed the dangerously potent aura emanating from her, a sensation that even caused his heart to race. The Oil Woman clan. Humph, a bug user from Konoha? Tsuchi scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals once more. Let me see if your insects can gnaw through my rock. Earth style, rock fist technique. Tsuchi's right arm was instantly encased in heavy stone, transforming into a fearsome, rock-clad fist that howled through the air as it descended towards Murakumo. This strike was immense and powerful, seemingly capable of shattering mountains. Instead of retreating, Oil Woman Murakumo advanced, her body sinking slightly as the parasitic insects surged within her. Black chitin rapidly enveloped her arms, forming a grotesque armor reminiscent of bone, the insect bone secret technique. Simultaneously, a faint purple toxin coiled around the edge of his fist, as if it possessed a life of its own. Insect biting. There were no extravagant techniques, only the most direct and primal clash. Bang! The colossal rock fist collided violently with the insect bone fist shrouded in toxic mist, producing a sound that could make one's teeth ache. A tempestuous wave of energy emanated from the two, sweeping outward and destabilizing the surrounding ninjas. Huang Tu felt an eerie, cold force gnawing at his rock fist, the surface of which emitted a hissing sound of corrosion, while a numbing sensation sought to infiltrate his arm. The seemingly frail fist of his opponent, however, harbored unimaginable explosive power, causing his arm to tingle slightly. Young Murakage was equally affected. Huang Tu's strength surpassed his expectations, the sheer physical impact causing the insect bones in his arm to emit ominous cracking sounds. Were it not for the swift regeneration and force-dissipating abilities of the parasitic insects, that blow could have shattered his bones. The two retreated a few steps from each other, eyeing one another warily. How intriguing. Huang Tu shook his slightly numb arm, observing the subtle corrosion marks on his rock fist, his gaze turning grave. Your insects are toxic, and furthermore, their power is not to be underestimated. Likewise, young Murakage flexed his wrist, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses akin to the calmest of hunters. Your earth release is quite solid. I wonder how many of my little cuties it can withstand. No sooner had he spoken than countless parasitic insects, glimmering with a purple-black sheen, surged forth from his sleeves like a torrential black tide, sweeping toward Huang Tu. Each of these insects exuded a nauseating venom, their exoskeletons adorned with fine crystalline toxins that flickered with an uncanny light in the dimness. Huang Tu's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release. Earthquake core. Boom. The ground trembled violently, colossal earth walls rising from the ground in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the swarm. A confrontation between top-tier warriors erupted suddenly on this chaotic battlefield. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi gazed at the scene from afar, their hearts filled with both astonishment and a hint of anticipation. Just how many hidden cards does this child Murakage possess? Can he truly withstand the might of the formidable Huang Tu? Chapter 21. Fierce battle. A deafening roar erupted as Huang Tu struck the ground with both hands, causing the earth to convulse violently, akin to an enraged beast. Earth release. Great earthquake. Massive earthen walls surged from the ground, resembling the jagged maw of a colossal creature, attempting to crush and devour the surging tide of purple-black insects. As the walls closed with a thunderous sound, dust and debris filled the air. Humph, mere trifles. Huang Tu scoffed. For him, dealing with the Oil Maiden clan's insects was straightforward. Using this expansive earth technique to isolate them from the caster and then systematically crush them was the simplest and most effective method. However, a moment later, his expression shifted slightly. Under the cover of his mental network, Murakage was acutely aware of every movement and every fluctuation of chakra from Huang Tu's day. Just as the earth walls were about to converge, his swarm had already split like quicksilver, with part of it skimming the ground and the other part transforming into smaller forms, slipping through the gaps of the walls and the earth beneath Huang Tu's feet. The unsettling sound of corrosion echoed from beneath Huang Tu and behind the earthen walls, those seemingly indestructible barriers, upon contact with the purple-black swarm, deteriorated rapidly as if doused in strong acid, becoming mottled and even starting to dissolve and collapse in certain areas. What? Huang Tu was taken aback. His earth techniques, reinforced by his own chakra, were significantly harder than ordinary rock. No typical insect could possibly shake them. let alone corrode them. These insects were undoubtedly peculiar. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. Without hesitation, Huang Tu stomped down, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously, sending countless fragments of rock and soil erupting upwards like a fountain in an attempt to dislodge the insects that had burrowed from below. Yet, the oil maiden clan swarm, having been tempered by the venom of the mountain pepperfish, not only possessed heightened toxicity but also had a tougher exoskeleton. The tiny insect legs clung tenaciously to the ground, resisting the impact with sheer determination. More insects seized the opportunity while Huang Tu dealt with the immediate threat beneath him, converging from all directions to form a colossal purple-black toxic net descending upon him. Secret technique. Insect ball. Murakage formed hand seals, and the swarm rapidly gathered to create a gigantic black sphere several meters in diameter, its surface shimmering with crystalline purple-black toxins that emanated a nauseatingly sweet odor. The potency of this insect ball. Huang Tu's gaze sharpened. He could sense the terrifying toxicity and remarkable chakra contained within. This was no ordinary level of skill for a member of the Oil Maiden clan. Earth release. Collapsing rock dome. Rather than retreating, Huang Tu pressed forward, forming hand seals once more as the ground around him dramatically rose, creating a massive rocky dome that enveloped him. Simultaneously, large boulders coalesced above the dome, crashing downward like meteors toward the insect ball. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the boulders with the toxic sphere erupted in a deafening roar. Venom splattered, and debris flew in all directions. A dense, noxious mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Even those nearby, the rock-dwelling ninjas, were struck by dizziness from a mere whiff. Their chakra flows obstructed, prompting them to retreat in terror. This poison, how tyrannical. Within the rocky confines, Huang Tu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Though his earth-style techniques could mitigate much of the toxic gas, the pervasive, corrosive aura still left him profoundly unsettled. Amidst the haze of smoke and poison, a figure flitted like a specter, stealthily approaching Huang Tu's rocky abode. Under the veil of his heart's web, Huang Tu's defenses felt utterly transparent. Oil Woman Village's Hui bore a cold, sinister smile, her parasitic insects stirring restlessly within her. I have found you. Huey's form appeared as if teleported to the side of the rocky shelter. Her right fist, encased in insect bones, was entwined with a purple-black miasma that writhed as if alive, and she struck with tremendous force. Insect Devour. Piercing strike. Crack. Huang Tu's prideful rock defense crumbled like paper, blasted apart by the concentrated venom and explosive power of her punch, creating a gaping hole. What? Huang Tu's pupils contracted sharply. He had never anticipated such terrifying close combat ferocity from his adversary. Furthermore, that chilling toxin had already begun to seep in with the force of the punch. With no time to ponder, Huang Tu's right arm turned to stone as he executed the earth-style, rock fist technique. In a moment of desperation, he could only respond with aggression. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed. This time, Huang Tu distinctly felt a piercing numbness and intense corrosiveness emanating from Huey's fist. The rocky armor on his arm hissed upon contact, rapidly darkening and showing signs of dissolution. This poison. Can it corrode my earth-style directly? Huang Tu's heart raced in horror. Huey's insect bone fist also experienced a significant backlash, but the parasitic insects within her swiftly mended the minute damages to her bones, while more toxins incessantly infiltrated Huang Tu's rocky arm through the force of her strike. Your hardness, it seems, has reached its limit. Huey's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Huang Tu roared in fury, seizing Huey's arm with his left hand, attempting to restrain her, while the earth chakra within him surged forth, aiming to force her back. However, Huey's other hand had already stealthily extended, countless minuscule electromagnetic threads entwining around Huang Tu's body like living strands. What is this? Huang Tu felt a sudden numbness, his chakra flow momentarily stalling. In the art of skilled combatants, moments can shift in an instant. It was this fleeting pause that granted Hui an exceptional opportunity. Secret technique. Insect swamp. The parasitic insects within Hui surged forth like a torrent, racing along their clasped arms, wildly converging upon Huang Tu. These insects were no longer mere gnaws. Imbued with the venom of a mountain pepperfish, they burrowed into the crevices of Huang Tu's rocky armor, even attempting to penetrate his skin. Ugh! Huang Tu emitted a muffled cry of agony. He could distinctly sense that countless venomous insects were ravenously gnawing at his flesh, eroding his meridians. The sensation of numbness, sharp pain, and burning agony was driving him to the brink of madness. Even more terrifying was the fact that his proud earth-release chakra seemed to have lost its original weight and resilience in the face of these toxic creatures, becoming sluggish. "Get away from me," Huang Tu roared, as chakra surged uncontrollably from his body, forming a powerful shockwave in an attempt to repel Uneru village Hui and the insects. Boom. The force of this desperate counterattack sent Uneru village Hui hurtling backward, executing a roll in midair before landing steadily. His gaze behind the sunglasses remaining cold as ice. Huang Tu stumbled a few steps, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. He glanced down to find his right arm had turned a sickly shade of black and purple, riddled with tiny holes, from which wisps of black mist emerged, exuding a foul stench. Other parts of his body also radiated waves of excruciating pain and numbness. What kind of poison is this? Huang Tu's voice trembled with disbelief. As the son of the third Tsuchikage, he had encountered various secret techniques and toxins. Yet he had never witnessed such a domineering and bizarre poison. Not only could it corrode chakra, but it could also directly invade his body and even affect his nerves. The gift from the salamander, combined with my slight modification, came Uneru village Huey's calm voice as he approached Huang Tu, akin to a judge confronting a condemned sinner. Your earth release is indeed formidable, providing quite a bit of interesting data. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the rock, it cannot withstand the erosion of time, nor the insidiousness of life that permeates everywhere. Countless purple-black parasitic insects once again surged from Uneru village Huey's sleeves, like harbingers of death, slowly encroaching upon the now largely incapacitated Huang Tu. Damn it, to think I would fall in such a place. Huang Tu's eyes brimmed with unwillingness as he attempted to gather chakra once more, only to find it frozen within him, impossible to summon. The cursed toxin had already penetrated to his very marrow. The surrounding rock-hidden ninjas, witnessing their Lord Huang Tu being cornered by an obscure Konoha insect user, were filled with shock and horror. They rushed forward to provide aid, only to be firmly entangled by the rain-hidden team brought by Village Hui, unable to break free. In the command post at the rear, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi observed this scene through Inoichi's mental perception, their faces reflecting disbelief and shock. That Uneru village Hui. He has truly subdued Huang Tu. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice trembled slightly. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, murmuring, not just subdued. This is outright crushing. What kind of poison is that? Even Huang Tu's earth release can be corroded. When did Village Hui acquire such formidable power? On the battlefield, Uneru village Hui had approached Huang Tu, looking down upon him. As a precious experimental specimen, it would indeed be a pity to let you die like this. In the tone of young Murakami, there lingered a tinge of regret akin to that of a researcher who has stumbled upon a rare specimen. Yet the gaze behind the sunglasses remained chillingly indifferent. However, in times of war, efficiency reigns supreme. I have nearly gathered all your data, he declared, slowly lifting his right hand, now cloaked in the remnants of insect bones, as a purplish-black toxic mist began to coalesce once more, poised to deliver the final blow to Huang Tu. Huang Tu clenched his teeth, a flicker of despair igniting in his eyes. He understood that today might well be his last. He did not fear death. Rather, he resented the idea of perishing so indignantly at the hands of a mere insect manipulator. Father, the diminutive yet resolute figure of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, flashed through Huang Tu's mind, just as young Murakami's poisoned fist was about to descend. A pressure far surpassing Huang Tu's own, indeed more terrifying than any chakra young Murakami had previously encountered, enveloped the battlefield like the wrath of a divine being. The sky appeared to dim in that very moment, and all present on the battlefield felt a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls. The moment young Murakami's sensory network connected with this chakra, an unprecedented alarm rang out, as if countless electromagnetic fireflies had been startled, flickering wildly in his mind. What is this chakra? He abruptly raised his head to the heavens. There, suspended in the sky, was a diminutive figure, hands clasped together. As a transparent cube emanating a sense of annihilation rapidly began to form between his palms, the very space surrounding the cube seemed to warp and disintegrate. Just release. World separation technique. A voice, ancient yet brimming with boundless fury and authority, reverberated from the void above. Following this, the transparent cube, imbued with the terrifying power to render all into nothingness, surged forth towards young Murakami like a ray of judgment. The speed was such that there was no time for reaction. Oh no. Young Murakami's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. From that radiance, he sensed an authentic threat of death, a force capable of utterly disassembling him and his parasitic insects down to their very atoms. With no time to ponder further, The poison sac within him throbbed violently, and the parasitic insects coalesced at an unprecedented speed, forming several impenetrable walls of insects before him. Simultaneously, his body was enveloped by the swarm, retreating rapidly. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, as if the entire world trembled beneath that singular strike. Where the world separation technique made contact, the earth, rocks, and the few parasitic insects that had not managed to flee were instantaneously obliterated, leaving behind a vast, smooth crater. As if an invisible force had erased a portion of reality itself. The violent shockwave cascaded outward, sending all surrounding ninjas flying. As the dust settled, Noki's diminutive figure descended slowly from the sky, standing at the edge of the profound pit, gazing at his son Huangtu, whose body was ravaged by insects and who had succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact. Once more, he cast a glance at the distant figure of Yun Village's Hui, who barely managed to steady himself, a trickle of crimson staining his lips, revealing a rather disheveled appearance. His aged eyes brimmed with a frigid murderous intent. The young ninjas of the Hidden Leaf stepped onto the battlefield against the rock-hidden village. Are you prepared to embrace death? A terrifying pressure bore down upon Hui, as palpable as a physical force, momentarily stifling his breath. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki of the two great scales, has personally arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 22. The Watergate Rescue. A terrifying pressure loomed over Yun Village's Hui like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily upon his chest and inflicting searing pain with each breath. The name of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the ninja world, and at this moment, his gaze pierced Hui with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down his spine. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Hui's mouth, a remnant of the injuries sustained from the residual shockwaves of Doton. Within him, the parasitic insects were fervently repairing the damaged tissues, while the venom sac of the salamander pulsed subtly, poised to counter any deadly strike. His mind's web was fully extended, constructing Naki's every movement within the confines of his consciousness, rendering even the minutest flow of chakra visible. Tsuchikage-sama, upon this battlefield, each fights for their village. Life and death are fated. Hui's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his tone remained unervingly calm, as if discussing a matter of no personal concern. He understood that any plea for mercy or display of weakness would only hasten his demise. In the face of such a formidable adversary, the only path to survival lay in demonstrating sufficient worth, or perhaps, sufficient trouble. How commendable, fighting for your village. Noki scoffed, his diminutive frame trembling with rage. Let me see if your life is indeed resilient. Before his words could linger, Noki clapped his hands together and bellowed, Doton, Iwa Kin no Jutsu. In an instant, his scrawny right arm was encased in heavy rock, transforming into a monstrous fist that descended upon Hui with a deafening rush, tearing through the air. Though this punch appeared simplistic and brutal, it harbored an extraordinary refinement of Doton chakra, its weight and density capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Hui's pupils constricted, and he dared not underestimate the attack. He was acutely aware that his pride in the enhancement provided by his parasitic insects would likely falter against such unadulterated force. Secret technique, insect wall. Countless parasitic insects surged forth from Hui's body, coalescing before him into thick, black walls of insect matter. These walls were not mere lifeless barriers. The swarm within writhed at high speed, continuously altering their structure to dissipate the impact. Simultaneously, Hui propelled himself backward with forceful determination. Boom! The colossal rock fist struck the insect wall with a resounding thud. The outermost layer of the wall shattered instantly, scattering countless insect carcasses in all directions. Yet, the subsequent layers exhibited remarkable resilience, overlapping and continuously absorbing the might of the giant fist. Interesting, a flicker of surprise glinted in Naki's eyes. He had not anticipated this young member of the Yun clan to possess such defensive prowess. However, he pressed on with unyielding ferocity, his left hand forming another seal, Doton, J Ryoku Iwa no Jutsu. The rock fist suddenly sank, its size unchanged, yet the oppressive aura emanating from it multiplied exponentially. Crack! The remaining insect wall groaned under the sudden surge of weight, fissures rapidly spreading throughout its structure. Hui's heart raced with alarm. This old man's mastery and application of Doton was nothing short of textbook excellence. He dared not resist any longer. With a swift thought, the swarm enveloping his body abruptly dispersed to the sides. Simultaneously, the muscles in his legs tightened as he executed an extreme backward arch, narrowly evading the tremendous strike. The colossal stone fist grazed the tip of his nose before crashing into the ground, creating a massive pit, and sending shards of rock flying. Enveloped in a cloud of dust. Reacting swiftly, the formidable Yuki emitted a cold grunt, his form rising gracefully like a specter, casting a condescending gaze upon Meraki. Yet, while evasion was possible, survival was not guaranteed. Once more, he brought his hands together, channeling an even more terrifying chakra than before. Dust release. Meraki felt his scalp tingle. Not this again. He had no doubt that should that transparent cube merely graze him, he and the parasitic insects within would be reduced to molecular dust. The ominous warnings of his mind surged forth. The specter of death had never been so vividly clear. He could not allow him to unleash it. This thought flashed through Meraki's mind. Drawing a deep breath, the poison sac within him throbbed with unprecedented intensity. And a purple-black mist erupted from every pore of his body, forming a dense cloud of toxicity that enveloped him completely. Secret technique. Poisonous miasma swamp. This was no mere toxic mist. It was infused with countless minuscule parasitic insects, barely discernible to the naked eye. These parasites were themselves carriers of potent venom, darting through the miasma at high speeds, creating a three-dimensional field of lethal poison that permeated the air. Simultaneously, Meraki slammed his hands into the ground. Secret technique. Insect pillar technique. Several enormous black spires, composed of parasitic insects, erupted from the earth, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike, launching themselves at Yuki from various angles in an attempt to disrupt his incantation. A trivial display. A flicker of disdain crossed Yuki's eyes as he effortlessly maneuvered in midair, easily dodging several insect pillars, while issuing a low command. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A formidable wall of rock surged upward, intercepting the remaining insect pillars in the oncoming toxic mist. The contact between the toxic miasma and the rocky barrier produced a series of piercing corrosive sounds, the surface of the wall quickly becoming pockmarked. Yet its impressive thickness held firm against any immediate breach. Yuki's dust release was primed and ready, the annihilative transparent cube once more forming in his palm, radiating a sense of despair. Meraki's heart sank to the depths of despondency. He had exhausted all his means. Yet before this towering figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world, he felt utterly powerless. The chasm of disparity was vast, almost suffocating. Was he truly destined to perish here today? A bitter pang surged through his mind. Having traversed into this world, he had not yet had the opportunity to delve into its mysteries before facing such a dismal end. He refused to accept it. Just as Yuki was on the verge of unleashing his dust release, original world-severing technique, a golden flash, akin to lightning tearing through the night, suddenly illuminated the battlefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, a radiant golden light flashed to its zenith, leaving no time for a reaction, and appeared directly beside Noki. Following this, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated. Lord Suchikage, to resort to such extreme measures against a junior from Konoha seems rather unbecoming of your stature, does it not? The golden light receded, revealing a tall and elegant figure, with short golden hair and striking azure eyes, adorned with a signature gentle smile. It was none other than the esteemed yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. In his grasp was a specially crafted kunai, its tip poised against the wrist of Naka's hand, which was about to unleash dust release. A mere flick of his wrist could easily render Naka's arm useless. But Suchikage's movements came to an abrupt halt as the transparent cube in his palm dissipated. Slowly, he turned to face Minato. A flicker of gravity passing through his aged gaze. Minato. Naka's voice deepened significantly. Murakami is a ninja of Konoha. I cannot stand idly by. Minato maintained his smile, yet his eyes bore an unwavering resolve. Moreover, Lord Suchikage, you seem to have forgotten that this is the battlefield of the Land of Fire. Upon witnessing Minato's arrival, Murakami's taut nerves finally relaxed, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Saved at last. This man always appears at the most critical junctures. He is truly a savior in times of distress. Humph. Noki scoffed, his gaze sweeping between Minato and the distant Murakami. This brat possesses immense potential, allowing him to remain posed as a continual threat. Minato smiled faintly. The growth of the younger generation is the hope of the village. I firmly believe that Murakami will one day become a remarkable pillar of Konoha. He shifted his tone, becoming more serious. Lord Suchikage, the current situation on the battlefield is, I believe, clear to you. Continuing this conflict will yield no benefits for Iwagakure. Noki fell silent. He was well aware that with Minato's arrival, the prospect of eliminating Murakami had become an impossible task. Furthermore, he glanced at his son, Keidu, who lay unconscious nearby, his heart heavy with concern. Keidu was poisoned, though it was temporarily subdued by chakra. Without prompt treatment, the consequences would be dire. Murakami, whose mind was attuned to the atmosphere, noticed the glance Noki cast towards Kei-do and grasped the unspoken truth. This old man still harbored affection for his son. Moreover, Minato continued in a calm yet persuasive tone. The war has dragged on, and both sides have suffered grievously. I believe neither Konoha nor Iwagakure wishes to incur further needless casualties. Naka's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He recognized the truth in Minato's words. The surprise attack on Kaiki Mountain was initially thought to secure a swift victory, yet Konoha's resistance had proven unexpectedly tenacious, particularly that of Murakami, who had become a significant variable. With Minato himself arriving, further conflict would only lead to greater losses for Iwagakure. The golden flash of Konoha truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Gradually, Noki retracted his imposing aura, the oppressive pressure dissipating into the air. He cast a deep glance at Oil Woman Village Hui, as if to convey, "Young man, you are fortunate to be alive. Let us depart." With a low admonition, Daimyo swiftly approached Huangtu and carefully lifted him into his arms. The remaining rock-hidden ninjas gathered around, forming a protective circle around the earth shadow, warily observing Watergate and Village Hui. "I hope that our next encounter does not unfold in such a manner." Watergate maintained his courteous smile. Daimyo offered no reply, instead leading the remnants of his forces away with great haste into the distance. His figure soon vanished amidst the swirling smoke and dust. Only after confirming that Daimyo had completely departed did Oil Woman Village Hui release a long sigh, feeling utterly drained of strength. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately managed to stabilize himself with the help of his swarm. "Village Hui, are you all right?" Watergate inquired, approaching him with concern. His gaze lingered on Oil Woman Village Hui, filled with a hint of astonishment. This young member of the Oil Woman clan had withstood the full force of the Third Earth Shadow's assault for an extended duration, even forcing Daimyo to resort to dust release multiple times. Such strength and resilience were truly commendable. "Watergate, my lord." Oil Woman Village Hui replied with a bitter smile, the calmness he had previously exhibited dissipating, leaving only a sense of relief from surviving the ordeal. "Thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I fear I would have truly become dust today." He recalled Daimyo's earlier words, "Are you prepared for death?" The old man had indeed harbored murderous intent. Watergate gently patted his shoulder, smiling warmly. "Your performance was exceptional. To endure against the Third Earth Shadow for so long is a feat few in the Leaf Village could match." He paused, admiration flickering in his eyes. "Your Swarm's reconnaissance abilities and decision-making in battle are particularly impressive. Moreover, your body's regenerative capacity is astonishing." A spark ignited within Oil Woman Village Hui. Watergate was recognizing his worth. For someone in a position of authority, the value of subordinates often dictated their level of esteem. "It is merely a matter of minor cleverness," he humbly replied, though internally he resolved to enhance his strength. He did not wish to experience the sense of helplessness inflicted by Daimyo again. "By the way, Watergate-sensei, what is the situation on the battlefield?" Oil Woman Village Hui inquired. Watergate's smile faded slightly, his expression turning serious. "The main forces of Rock Hidden have begun their retreat, but the war is not yet concluded. We must swiftly eliminate the remaining enemies and fortify our defenses." He turned his gaze to Oil Woman Village Hui. "You have sustained significant injuries. It would be wise for you to rest in the rear." Oil Woman Village Hui shook his head resolutely. "I can still endure. At such a time, every bit of strength is invaluable." The parasitic insects within him were rapidly mending his wounds, and the life force provided by the venom sac of the mountain pepper fish nourished his body. More importantly, he did not wish to miss this prime opportunity to gather data. Watergate observed the determination in Village Huey's eyes and nodded. "Very well, but do take care. Your mind network plays a pivotal role on the battlefield, providing us with invaluable intelligence support." At that moment, a communication ninja from the Leaf Village rushed over, his expression fraught with urgency. "Lord Minato, Lord Kagetsu. Urgent report from the Cloud Hidden battlefield. The forces of the Cloud Hidden Village have launched a sudden and ferocious assault, and the AB combination has reappeared on the battlefield." Oil Woman Kagetsu and Wave Wind Minato exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. Chapter 23, Turning Point. The AB combination, the development of UN Village's Huey's HeartNet ability, and the birth of countless electromagnetic fireflies can be attributed to that boy Karabi's lightning release chakra. As someone who has faced these two-tailed beasts in human form, we understands all too well the immense impact of their simultaneous presence on the battlefield. A shadow of gravity crossed the azure depths of Minato's eyes. The situation on the Western Front was bound to become more precarious with the return of those brothers. He turned to Hui, who regarded him with a gaze infused with exhaustion and curiosity. It seems our troubles are far from over. Hui managed a strained smile, his voice still raspy. The battle with Inoki had drained him significantly, although his insects were rapidly mending his physical state. The fatigue of his spirit would take time to alleviate. The battlefield in the Land of Clouds had Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru-sama, and Tsunade-sama stationed to maintain stability. Minato pondered. Yet with the Raikage personally involved, the conflict would likely escalate to a brutal intensity. We must swiftly resolve the issues at hand, and then... Before he could finish his thought, a vigilant leaf ninja rushed in, bearing an unusual expression. Lord Minato, Lord Hui, outside the camp. A messenger from a Wagakure seeks an audience. A messenger from a Wagakure? Minato and Hui exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. That old Kudanoki had just threatened to obliterate Hui, and now sends a messenger? What is this charade? What sort of trickery is afoot? Have them wait beyond the perimeter. I shall return shortly, Minato decided after a brief contemplation. He needed to ascertain a Wagakure's intentions. Hui was then placed in a makeshift medical tent at the rear for examination. Despite his insistence that he was fine, the medical ninja insisted on a thorough checkup. After all, it was the residual effect of the third Tsuchikage's dust release, and no one dared to be careless. His heart net quietly expanded, enveloping the area beyond the camp. Hui observed a seemingly composed but chakra-wearied Wagakure Jonin holding a scroll, accompanied by several leaf ninjas, awaiting Minato's audience. Intriguing. A subtle smirk played upon Hui's lips. Would that old fox Inoki truly submit so readily? Surely, there must be a compelling reason for him to bow his head. Meanwhile, miles away at a Wagakure's temporary encampment, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Inoki sat grim-faced within the main tent, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of medicine and blood. He had just received the latest report from the medical team, and the prognosis for Karatsuchi was grim. Lord Tsuchikage, the toxins within Karatsuchi are exceedingly peculiar. They not only continue to erode his chakra pathways, but are also relentlessly destroying his vitality. We have tried various antidotes, yet none have proven effective. An older medical ninja, drenched in sweat, spoke with a trembling voice. Useless. Suddenly, Noki slammed his hand on the table, his diminutive stature radiating an astonishing aura that nearly suffocated the medical ninja present. What I demand is a solution, not your incessant complaints. He was acutely aware of the dire situation concerning Karatsuchi. Previously, he had forcefully suppressed the toxins using his own chakra, but that was merely a stopgap measure. The venom from that oil woman's child was exceedingly potent, akin to a parasite gnawing at Karatsuchi's vitality. What alarmed him further was the apparent evolution of the toxin, displaying an ever-increasing adaptability to chakra. Lord Tsuchikage, please remain calm. Another medical team leader mustered the courage to speak. The toxin afflicting Lord Karatsuchi can likely only be neutralized by the perpetrator or by a ninja with profound expertise in toxicology. Moreover, the longer we delay, the more perilous Lord Karatsuchi's situation becomes. Should he miraculously survive, his abilities may be permanently compromised. He dared not voice the latter part of his sentence. Yet Noki comprehended all too well. Should the toxin remain unpurged in a timely manner, even if Karatsuchi's life were spared, he would never again be capable of serving as a ninja. Noki's fists clenched, producing a cracking sound, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Karatsuchi was his most cherished son and the future pillar of a Wagakure. If Karatsuchi were rendered incapacitated, it would spell catastrophic repercussions for the village. Outside the tent, a high-ranking IWA official hurriedly entered, his expression grave. Lord Tsuchikage, we have just received intelligence indicating that the ninja on the battlefield included elite forces from Amigakure, seemingly directing their efforts toward Konohagakure. The ninja from the Oil Woman clan may be a direct disciple of Hanzo of the Salamander. What? Noki's pupils constricted. Amigakure? A disciple of Hanzo of the Salamander? The battle at the Kaiki Mountains had already exacted a heavy toll on a Wagakure. The resilience of Konoha was beyond expectation, and the Oil Woman clan represented a monumental variable. Now even the previously neutral Amigakure was becoming involved, intensifying the dire situation for IWA. The ratio of losses to gains had drastically inverted. His initial strategy had been to strike swiftly, inflict severe damage upon Konoha, and seize strategic locations within the Land of Fire to secure greater benefits for a Wagakure. However, now not only had the strategic objectives remained unfulfilled, but he had also lost his own son, and the losses among his forces were grievous. If the conflict were to persist, Iwagakure might suffer irreparable harm, potentially leaving it vulnerable to incursions from other ninja villages. Amidst this dual blow, a crack finally appeared in Naka's heart, as steadfast as rock. Negotiation. A word he had never contemplated, escaped his lips through gritted teeth. The high-ranking officials within the tent exchanged glances, none daring to voice dissent. They understood that Lord Tsuchikage's decision had been born from profound inner turmoil. Send envoys to Konoha's camp, informing them that Iwagakure is willing to negotiate. Noki's voice bore traces of exhaustion, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, in the makeshift command center, Minato Namikaze regarded the Iwagakure envoy before him. His face retained its gentle smile, yet his azure eyes glimmered with an acute perception of the entire situation. Lord Tsuchikage's intent is clear. Should Konohagakure surrender YN village's Kazashi, Iwagakure shall immediately withdraw its forces and offer compensation for the damages incurred during this conflict. Minato recounted the terms with an even tone. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, seated beside Minato, furrowed their brows in concern. Indeed, the Iwagakure envoy held his head high, striving to maintain the dignity of the great ninja village. Kazashi's actions have harmed our future pillar, Lord Kaitsu. This grievance must be avenged. Should Konohagakure relinquish this scoundrel, all matters can be negotiated. Minato's smile remained, yet his tone turned 3 degrees colder. Esteemed envoy, it appears you have misunderstood a crucial point. On the battlefield, each fights for their village, and life and death are subject to fate. Captain Kaitsu's injury at the hands of Kazashi reflects his inadequacy and skill. Are we to surrender a hero who protects our village to quell your ire? Forgive my candor, but such terms are unacceptable to Konohagakure. Though his voice was gentle, the resolute conviction within it sent a shiver through the Iwagakure envoy. Commander Minato, are you intent on pursuing this war to its bitter end? The envoy barked, his demeanor fraught with false bravado. Whether the war proceeds to its conclusion depends on Lord Tsuchikage's sincerity. Minato lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. If these are Iwagakure's terms for peace, then I fear we have little to discuss. The Iwagakure envoy was taken aback, unprepared for Minato's staunch resistance. Narashikaku cleared his throat, speaking leisurely. Esteemed envoy, let us speak plainly. The situation of your village's Captain Kaitsu is dire, and I trust Lord Tsuchikage is equally anxious. Rather than exchanging veiled threats, it would be prudent to demonstrate genuine goodwill. The envoy's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. He realized that Konohagakure had seen through their hand. Kaitsu's injury was indeed their greatest vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. Very well, Lord Minato, we can concede a step. We do not demand Kazashi's surrender, but he must administer an antidote to Lord Kaitsu. As long as Lord Kaitsu is unharmed, Iwagakure will promptly withdraw its forces and shall not set foot in the land of fire for a year. This was the utmost concession they could offer. Minato did not reply immediately, but instead turned his gaze to a corner of the tent. There, unbeknownst to them, Kazashi had completed his medical examination and leaned against one of the tent's support pillars, sporting an enigmatic smile. Kazashi, what is your stance? Minato inquired. All eyes turned to Kazashi. He straightened and approached with measured steps. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet his eyes shone with clarity. Administering an antidote to Captain Kaitsu is feasible, but several conditions require Iwagakure's cooperation. The envoy felt a tightening in his chest. What conditions? Kazashi raised a finger. First, I must personally examine Kaitsu's wounds to ensure my antidote is effective. After all, my poison cannot be easily cured. This statement, while seemingly explanatory, bore a subtle air of pretentiousness that caused the corner of the rock-hidden envoy's mouth to twitch slightly. Secondly, Murakawa paused, his gaze behind dark glasses sweeping over the rock-hidden envoy with the scrutinizing gaze characteristic of researchers. During the detoxification process, the Tanchiello must fully cooperate with my treatment, including providing some, bodily data. Bodily data? The rock-hidden envoy was taken aback. What sort of condition was this? Watergate and Deer Long exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. Of course, all of this is to better formulate the antidote and ensure the efficacy of the treatment. Morikawa declared with a sincere expression, as if to convey that he was acting in the envoy's best interest. The rock-hidden envoy hesitated for a moment, feeling that these two conditions did not seem excessive. Moreover, given Lord Tancher's precarious situation, any information regarding him was trivial compared to his life. He nodded and said, all right. As long as you can cure Lord Tancher, we agree to these conditions. Then, Let us cooperate harmoniously. Morikawa extended his hand. The rock-hidden envoy hesitantly grasped it, feeling that although the other's palm was somewhat cool, it exuded remarkable strength. Thus, a preliminary ceasefire agreement was reached in a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Once the rock-hidden envoy departed, the atmosphere within the command center relaxed significantly. Morikawa, you did well. With just a few words, you managed to handle those rock-hidden fellows deftly, exclaimed Yamanaka Hachi, unable to contain his laughter. Nara Deerlong nodded in agreement. To end the conflict with the rock-hidden without bloodshed and to have them owe us a favor is undoubtedly the best outcome for Konoha at this moment. Morikawa shrugged. I was merely intrigued by Captain Tantra's Earth-release physique and the subsequent effects of the composite mountain pepper fish toxin he has been exposed to. This is a rare opportunity for living experimental material, or rather, a precious clinical case. Watergate gazed at Morikawa with admiration in his eyes. This young man not only possessed formidable strength but also exhibited exceptional intellectual agility, consistently discovering solutions to problems from unexpected angles. Now that the conflict with the rock-hidden had temporarily subsided, we could redirect more of our energy toward the defense of the cloud-hidden battlefield. Watergate's expression turned serious once more. The AB combination of cloud-hidden was not to be underestimated. Morikawa's mind subtly buzzed. Countless electromagnetic thoughts simulating various combat scenarios within his consciousness. The ultimate speed of the fourth rakeage, the uncanny footwork and tailed beast power of Killer Bee. In the previous battle between Watergate and the AB brothers of Cloud-Hidden, Morikawa had merely been a minor player unable to even enter the battlefield. But now the situation was vastly different. They were indeed formidable opponents. However, a challenging adversary only held greater value, did it not? He could sense that the parasitic worm within him seemed to stir with excitement in anticipation of the impending formidable foe. A great battle has just subsided. Yet another, more perilous conflict appears to be brewing. Chapter 24. The retreat of Awagakure. The journey towards the Awagakure encampment was neither heavy with tension nor entirely relaxed. Namikaze Minato maintained his customary gentleness, yet within the depths of his azure gaze lay an unwavering vigilance. He was acutely aware that this incursion into enemy territory, even with the pretext of negotiation, was akin to stepping into a dragon's lair. That old coot, Inoki, was no benevolent soul. In contrast, Oil Woman Village's Kage appeared remarkably composed, or perhaps it was a different kind of focus. His mental web, akin to invisible tendrils, meticulously sensed every subtle disturbance in the surroundings. This was not mere caution. It resembled an instinctual gathering of information. He held a profound interest in the defensive arrangements of Awagakure, the fluctuations of the ninja's chakra, and even the dusty atmosphere that permeated the air. Minato-sama, do you think that old man Inoki might have concealed 300 axe-wielders within the earthen tent, just waiting for me to enter and treat his son? After which he would give the signal. Kage's voice, filtered through his sunglasses, carried a hint of teasing. Minato couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Kage's remark. When did this fellow acquire the knack for delivering dry humor? He replied, Kage-kun, after all, the Tsuchikage is the leader of a village. He must possess some level of credibility. Moreover, the life of Captain Tsuchi is currently in your hands. Indeed, Kage shrugged, acknowledging that precious clinical cases were a rarity. To ensure the treatment proceeded smoothly, he would likely cooperate fully. The atmosphere within Awagakure's encampment was stifling, reminiscent of the sea before an impending storm. The patrolling Awagakure ninjas bore expressions of wariness, their gazes towards Minato and Kage laden with complex emotions, a mixture of hatred, trepidation, and a hint of something ineffable. Anticipation? Perhaps the ordinary ninjas of Awagakure were also weary of war. Upon reaching the tent where Inoki resided, a diminutive yet imposing figure awaited them. It was the third Tsuchikage, the formidable Inoki. His weathered visage, marked by deep wrinkles, bore the signs of an intense internal struggle, exhaustion intermingled with an almost imperceptible relaxation. Upon seeing Kage, a flicker of sharpness flashed through his murky old eyes, but it was swiftly subdued. Namikaze Minato, and Oil Woman Village's Kage. Inoki's voice was hoarse and deep, imbued with the gravitas of one accustomed to power. Tsuchi is within. As he spoke, a seasoned Awagakure Nin presented a scroll. Kage took the scroll, his fingertips gently grazing its surface as he infused it with chakra. It contained comprehensive data regarding Tsuchi's bodily functions, including the flow patterns of chakra and the characteristics of Earth-style ninjutsu. Minato-senpai, please wait outside for a moment. Kage nodded at Minato, his tone calm as if addressing a familiar threshold of his laboratory. After all, My treatment process may not be suitable for spectators. In the azure depths of Watergate's eyes, a flicker of concern briefly surfaced, yet he nodded affirmatively. All must be approached with caution. He was aware of Village's discretion, but this was, after all, the stronghold of Rock Hidden. Dame Yu let out a cold snort, uttering no further words, merely stepping aside to clear the path to the tent. His sole thought now was to rescue his son. Everything else could be set aside for later. Young Village's Hui lifted the tent flap and entered. The interior was dimly lit, filled with a potent aroma of herbs mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. Huang Tu lay upon a makeshift sickbed. His once robust physique now appeared emaciated, his complexion a distressing shade of purple, lips chapped, eyes tightly shut, and his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His right arm was particularly dire, swollen and dark, skin riddled with minuscule punctures, from which a sinister black mist seeped. The situation was even graver than anticipated. Village Hui approached the bedside, his gaze concealed behind sunglasses, meticulously scrutinizing every detail of Huang Tu's condition. The corrosive nature of the mountain pepper fish toxin, combined with the catalysis of the parasitic insect, indeed yielded intriguing mutations. This composite toxin had escalated in its destructive capacity against chakra pathways, as well as its ability to drain vitality. He muttered to himself, as if the figure before him was not a perilously ill adversary, but rather a rare specimen of immense research value. Hui extended his hand, not to touch Huang Tu, but to silently summon a few diminutive parasites, shimmering with a dark purple hue, from his sleeve. These creatures were the core entities he employed for his toxic endeavors. Go forth, my children. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Village Hui's lips. Retrieve the gift you left behind in its entirety. In passing, do assist me in tasting the essence of Earth Release Chakra. The specially designed parasites, as if obeying a command, deftly crawled towards Huang Tu. Instead of opting to enter through the wounds, they instead burrowed into his ears, nose, and mouth. This method was gentler, given Huang Tu's current injuries, which could hardly withstand further disturbance. For the parasites, the human body's 7 orifices merely served as convenient conduits to the interior. Outside the tent, Namikaze Minato stood with hands clasped behind his back, golden locks gently swaying in the breeze. His senses had been honed to perfection, closely monitoring any fluctuations of chakra within and beyond the tent. Dame Yu stood not far off, hands tucked into his sleeves, appearing calm. Yet the slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, the tent shrouded in silence. Save for the occasional soft sound of Village Hui unrolling scrolls, it was unclear how long had elapsed, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps longer. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, and young Village's Hui emerged with measured steps. His complexion retained a hint of sickly pallor, yet his gaze exuded an unusual tranquility. How did it go? Dame Yu nearly rushed forward, his voice tinged with urgency and a barely perceptible tremor. Young Village's Hui returned the scroll to the nearby rock-hidden Jonin. Speaking in a flat tone, the toxin has been eradicated. However, the chakra within him had been severely depleted due to prolonged exposure to toxins, necessitating a period of rest for recovery. Cleared? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Naka's eyes. Lord Suchikage, the medical team, an esteemed member of a Wagakure, urgently called out. The medical ninjas, who had been waiting with bated breath, swiftly rushed into the tent. Moments later, an elder medical ninja emerged, his face a canvas of astonishment and elation. Lord Suchikage. Lord K2, the toxins within him have truly vanished. Though his pulse and chakra flow are faint, they have stabilized. A long sigh escaped Noki, his tense form relaxing as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him appearing somewhat aged. He regarded in Village's Kai with a gaze still laced with complexity, though the malice within had significantly diminished. Kai. Naka's voice regained a semblance of the steadiness befitting the Suchikage. You have saved K2. This favor shall be noted by a Wagakure. Kai smiled noncommittally. It is but a courtesy, Lord Suchikage. I merely fulfilled our agreement and, incidentally, conducted an intriguing clinical observation. He paused, adding, by the way. Captain K2's chakra appears to be slightly less than what was recorded on the scroll. This may be a normal consequence of toxin removal. There is no need for concern. Naka's eyelid twitched, this young man, benefiting while pretending to be coy. Yet, he was not in the mood to dwell on such matters. K2's life had been preserved, and that was of utmost importance. He cast a profound glance at Namikaze Minato, speaking gravely. Lord Minato, a Wagakure shall immediately withdraw all troops. As for the subsequent affairs of this war and the relations between our nations, I shall dispatch formal envoys to Konohagakure for detailed discussions. That Tsuchikige's profound understanding of righteousness is commendable. Minato nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face, assuring that Konohagakure welcomes the arrival of Iwagakure's emissaries at any time. Thus, a brutal conflict that had nearly torn apart the defense of Kaiki Mountain reached a temporary conclusion amidst a somewhat dramatic turn of events. As Minato and Kei-Kai departed from the Iwagakure encampment, the Iwagakure ninjas behind them began to methodically dismantle their camp. The golden hues of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures as they retreated. Kei-Kai, I owe you my gratitude for this, Minato sincerely remarked. Were it not for your formidable and enigmatic toxins compelling Noki to hesitate, it would have been nearly impossible for Iwagakure to retreat so easily. Merely a matter of mutual benefit. Kei-Kai's voice revealed little emotion. I acquired the desired data, Iwagakure safeguarded their future pillar, and Konohagakure averted greater losses. This is a threefold victory, is it not? Minato gazed at Kei-Kai, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This young man consistently exhibited a maturity and ruthlessness far beyond his years. Yet, it was undeniably this very trait that rendered him so formidable on the merciless battlefield. The threat of Yuin has been temporarily alleviated. Yet the situation at Yunin. Watergate shifted his tone, his expression once again turning grave. The AB combination will likely prove to be even more formidable than Yuki and K2. The gaze of Kagaya from the oil woman village, obscured behind sunglasses, seemed to pierce through the distant realms, landing upon the western battlefield. Within the intricate web of his mind, countless electromagnetic fireflies flickered madly, simulating the encounter with those brothers wielding lightning release. The fourth Raikage's unparalleled speed and strength, Killer Bee's bizarre swordsmanship, and the ferocity of his tailed beast. Indeed, a troublesome adversary. Yet, the corners of Kagaya's mouth slowly curled into a challenging smile, imbued with the thrill akin to that of a researcher discovering a novel subject. However, it is precisely this challenge that renders it all the more valuable, is it not? He could sense that the parasitic insect within him seemed to stir with excitement in anticipation of the impending formidable foe. That innate desire to devour, to evolve, to grow stronger harmoniously intertwined with Kagaya's own will. The smoke of Kaiki Mountain has not yet fully dissipated, yet a new storm is already brewing in the distance. Chapter 25. Promotion to Jonin at the Kaiki Mountain defense line. As the Iwagakure ninjas retreated like a receding tide, Konoha finally found a moment of respite, long awaited. The acrid scent of gunpowder and blood still lingered in the air, yet the immense weight pressing upon the hearts of the Konoha ninjas had begun to ease significantly. Standing atop a hastily erected command tower, Minato Namikaze gazed toward the direction of the Iwagakure's withdrawal, his golden hair billowing gently in the breeze. He methodically commanded the various units to regroup, tally the casualties, and attend to the wounded, each task executed with remarkable orderliness. Why Ninja Kawaii did not linger long on the ravaged front lines. Under Minato's orders, he led the remnants of the elite team from Amigakure, which had managed to survive the earlier skirmish. His thoughts, however, had already flown back to his modest tent, to the precious materials he had gathered from the earth. Upon returning to his humble quarters, Kawaii eagerly immersed himself in new research. Inside the tent, a potent blend of antiseptic and the earthy scent of soil mingled with an unsettling, faintly sweet odor. Remnants of the samples extracted from the blood of the earth and the necrotic tissue he had cleaned. The transformation of earth-style chakra properties, intertwined with the biological characteristics of his specially cultivated parasites. Kawaii, donning custom goggles, focused intently, his gaze fervent behind the lenses. His fingers deftly navigated among various petri dishes and microscopic apparatuses, while several specially cultivated electromagnetic fireflies danced around his fingertips, emitting subtle electromagnetic waves to assist him in performing ultra-precise cellular operations. The chakra, albeit diminished, from the earth had not vanished into thin air. A portion had been quietly consumed by Kawaii's specially designed parasites as they eliminated toxins, while another portion, along with the tissue samples, had become the sustenance for his current endeavors. Carefully, he extracted a minute quantity of cell extract infused with the properties of earth-style chakra and slowly injected it into the body of a genetically optimized mother parasite. This mother parasite exhibited a sturdy, dark yellow hue, slightly larger than the ordinary parasites, with a distended abdomen. The electromagnetic fireflies meticulously monitored the flow of energy and the subtle changes in the genetic sequence within the mother parasite. Beads of perspiration formed at Kawaii's brow. This cross-species fusion of chakra properties was a daunting challenge, even for him. With risks and rewards entwined, should he succeed, his swarm would achieve unprecedented evolution. As time slipped away, the tent was filled only with the faint sounds of colliding vessels and Kawaii's occasional low murmurs. Suddenly, the mother parasite within the petri dish trembled violently, its dark yellow surface deepening rapidly, spreading patterns reminiscent of rock. Its exoskeleton thickened and roughened at a visible pace, as if donning a natural rock-like armor. Success. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Kawaii's eyes. He could distinctly perceive that this newly born rock-armored insect not only perfectly inherited the weight and resilience of Earth-style chakra, but also possessed a significantly enhanced vitality. The mother insect soon laid a batch of new eggs, and the larvae that hatched emerged encased in a hard, earthy yellow shell, resembling miniature rock beetles. They scurried rapidly across the culture medium, exhibiting vitality far surpassing that of ordinary parasitic insects. Let us name you. Rock-armored ants. Why Ninja Murakami's lips curled into a satisfied smile, infused with the unique obsession of a researcher. The defense provided by the earth-style shell of the parasitic insect, indeed, should withstand considerable impacts from ninjutsu. He picked up a rock-armored ant, scrutinizing it carefully on his fingertip. This little creature possessed an incredibly tough exoskeleton that gleamed with an earthy luster, its 6 legs robust and powerful, while its mandibles had become increasingly fearsome. Murakami could even sense a natural affinity between these rock-armored ants and the earth itself. A new ninjutsu could be developed, aptly named Earth-style, Insect Path Stealth. His thoughts began to race, envisioning countless battlefield applications. Imagine, on a battlefield strewn with rocks, or across vast desert expanses, these rock-armored ants would thrive. They could effortlessly burrow underground, constructing complex networks of insect pathways. During combat, countless rock-armored ants could erupt from beneath the enemy's feet, their hardened exoskeletons sufficient to withstand hasty counterattacks. Simultaneously, they could collaborate with Earth-style ninjutsu to instantaneously create large-scale ground collapses and quicksand traps, disrupting enemy formations while providing excellent opportunities for the sudden assaults of other parasitic insects. Further complemented by my electromagnetic firefly for battlefield information suppression and precise targeting, along with those specialized squads infused with the venom of the venomous fish. The more Murakami contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, as if envisioning an invincible army of insects taking shape under his command. He even began to conceive whether the rock-armored ants could master further applications of Earth-style techniques, such as collectively constructing rock barriers or forming localized earthen walls for defense. This seamless integration of ninjutsu with biological weaponry captivated him. Just as why Ninja Murakami was lost in boundless imaginings of the rock-armored ant's future combat capabilities, the tent's entrance was suddenly drawn open with a swift motion from the outside. A familiar figure stepped inside, his golden hair shimmering even in the dim light of the tent. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, who had just concluded matters at the front lines. He wore his customary gentle smile, though a hint of imperceptible fatigue lingered in his eyes. Murakami-kun, it seems your prowess has reached a new breakthrough? Minato instantly noticed the uniquely shaped rock-armored ant in Y Ninja Murakami's hand, as well as the excitement that still illuminated his face. For this young member of the Y Ninja clan, Minato always harbored a sense of curiosity and admiration. His imaginative ideas and ceaseless ingenuity never failed to yield unexpected surprises. In the tranquil atmosphere of the Oilwoman village, Hiroshi returned the armor ants to the folds of his sleeve, his gaze behind the sunglasses calm and undisturbed. Lord Watergate, these are merely inconsequential trinkets, forgive my frivolous display. Naturally, he would not divulge the full extent of the armor ant's capabilities, especially while they were still in their nascent stages. Watergate chuckled nonchalantly. He was aware that the Oilwoman clan typically exhibited a reserved temperament, eschewing ostentation. Stepping closer to Hiroshi, his demeanor grew more solemn. Hiroshi-kun, I have come bearing good news. Oh? Hiroshi raised an eyebrow, his thoughts racing. Good news? Could it be that there had been a significant victory on the front lines? Or perhaps, after consultations with Shikaku, the clan leader of the Nara, Captain Hachi, Captain Dingzwa, and several esteemed jounin, and with the approval of Lord Hokage, Watergate's voice was clear and resolute. In light of your remarkable abilities and significant contributions during the recent battle at Kaiki Mountain, whether it be your summoning of the Rain Shinobi as reinforcements or your pivotal role in compelling the Rock Shinobi to retreat, we have unanimously decided to exempt you from the Jounin examination and promote you directly to the rank of Leaf Jounin. The air within the tent seemed to stagnate at that moment. A promotion to Jounin? Exempt from examination and elevated directly? Hiroshi's sunglasses slid slightly down, revealing a pair of profound eyes that flickered with a barely perceptible hue of surprise. He had anticipated that, given his recent accomplishments, a promotion was inevitable. But he had not expected such expeditious advancement, nor in such an extraordinary manner. This was far more efficient than the conventional route of examinations, saving considerable time and effort. That, Hiroshi feigned contemplation, as if absorbing the shock of this sudden revelation. Watergate, noticing his surprise, gently elaborated, Hiroshi-kun, your strength and contributions are evident to all. In times of war, we strive for simplicity, enabling you to better unleash your talents. As a Jounin, you will possess greater autonomy and gain access to more vital resources and intelligence from the village, which is crucial for your ongoing development and for navigating the potentially more severe challenges that lie ahead. Watergate paused, his tone imbued with a hint of expectation, particularly concerning the situation with the Cloud Village. The formidable duo of the Fourth Raikage A and Killer B poses a significant challenge. Konoha requires more stalwart individuals like you. Hiroshi nodded slowly, his voice betraying little emotion. I understand. I am grateful for the recognition from you, Lord Watergate, and the esteemed leaders. As a member of Konoha, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Polite words were necessary, yet internally, he was rapidly calculating the tangible benefits that this promotion to Jounin would afford him. Greater autonomy signified fewer constraints, allowing him the freedom to pursue his research. Access to core resources and intelligence would nourish his electromagnetic firefly network, enabling him to glean more secrets of the world and amass greater power. As for notions such as the will of fire and the duty to protect Konoha, they paled in comparison to the concrete benefits and strength he sought. He merely requires a more solid and expansive platform to support his ever-growing ambitions. Excellent. Minato gently patted Kurai's shoulder, assuring him that the formal appointment letter and the Jounin vest would soon be delivered. For the next few days, take the time to rest and acclimate to your new identity. In the future, we are likely to face even more formidable challenges. After imparting a few more instructions, Minato turned and departed the tent. As the flap of the tent fell, it once again separated the interior from the outside world. Yamanaka Kurai stood still for a moment, enveloped in silence. He extended his hand, and a rock-armored ant appeared at his fingertip, its hard shell glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light. Jounin, he murmured softly, a meaningful smile gradually curving his lips. This indeed marks a promising beginning. Greater resources, elevated authority. It seems my little treasures shall indulge once more. His gaze drifted beyond the tent, as if penetrating through layers of barriers to behold the distant battlefield of the Hidden Cloud. The AB duo of the Hidden Cloud. The unparalleled speed and strength of the Fourth Raikage, the beastly power of Kurabi. Truly, they are formidable adversaries of considerable worth. In Yamanaka Kurai's eyes sparkled the excitement and yearning of a researcher uncovering a novel subject, tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible greed for immense power. The smoke from Kaiki Mountain had yet to fully dissipate, yet a new storm brewed in the distance. And he, Yamanaka Kurai, had already secured a more advantageous position in this brutal game of war. Chapter 26. The Fog's Invasion within the temporary command tent at the front lines of Konohagakure. The eyes of Oil Girl Villages we reflected countless flickers of electricity, a testament to his electromagnetic firefly engaged in rapid calculations and simulations. The target was the formidable AB combination on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud. The Fourth Raikage, A, wielded lightning release chakra, granting him unparalleled speed and brute strength, while Killer B's strange footwork, infused with the chakra of the Eight Tails and his Seven Sword style, along with the ferocity of his tailed beast transformation. These elements gathered through the electromagnetic firefly's remote reconnaissance, combined with known intelligence, ignited a fervent excitement within Hui, causing the parasitic insects within him to tremble. Especially the unique mutated parasite, resonating with the venom sac within his chest, conveyed a profound yearning, a desire for a thrilling battle, an urge to consume more potent chakra, a longing to decipher more unique genetic sequences. The AB combination, an exquisite sharpening stone. The corners of Huey's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold arc. His recent battles with the Rock Village, particularly against the Yellow Earth, had further honed his abilities. And he now sought a more formidable opponent to test and surpass his limits, just as he immersed himself in plans for future combat. A voice outside the tent caught his attention. Nara Shikaku, weary yet resolute, called out, "Hui, come in for a moment. Minato has something for you." Hui reined in his thoughts, the fervor of scientific obsession subdued, replaced by his usual composure. He entered the main tent to find Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaku poring over a large map of the Land of Fire, their expressions grave. "Wikuin, you've arrived," Minato greeted. Lifting his gaze, his gentle smile tinged with an imperceptible weariness. The relentless intensity of battle and command had begun to weigh on even him. "Lord Minato, Shikaka-senpai." We acknowledged with a slight nod. Shikaku pointed to a corner of the map on the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, sighing, this is troublesome. Just as we dealt with the rock, the mist has resurfaced." Huey's gaze fell upon the map, his brow subtly furrowing. The southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Facing the Land of Water. The Mist Village. They too have begun to mobilize? Indeed, Minato continued, his tone heavy. According to urgent intelligence from the Uchiha clan, the Mist has assembled a sizable force led by several elite jonin, launching fierce assaults on several of our outposts along the southeastern coast. Although the Uchiha are resisting valiantly, the disparity in numbers places tremendous pressure on the front lines. We understood fully. The Third Great Ninja War had left Konohagakure besieged, a reality not to be taken lightly. Just as the Rock Village had retreated, the Mist Village was eager to seize their share. Minato added, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "The Rain Village forces we borrowed from Hanzo have already set off back to the Land of Rain now that the dust has settled on the battlefield with the Rock. They indeed played a significant role in the earlier conflicts." Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples and continued his analysis. "On the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud, with Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, along with your support and that of the Hyuga clan, we can temporarily maintain stability. However, in the Hidden Mist, the Uchiha clan is currently the only one holding the line independently, and the pressure on them is immense. Should their defenses be breached, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist would surge forth, and the consequences would be dire." Murakage listened quietly, his mind racing. The Uchiha clan, the Sharingan, the Hidden Mist Village, known for its dense blood mist and the multitude of enigmatic bloodline limit ninjas it produces. Thus, after deliberation with Shikaku, Namikaze Minato turned his gaze to Yunya Murakage, his azure eyes reflecting trust and anticipation. "We will allocate a contingent of elite ninjas, and you will be among them. This time, you will lead independently as a Jonin, and you are to rush to the southeastern front to assist the Uchiha clan. It is imperative that we contain the onslaught of the Hidden Mist at the border." Led independently? Murakage was somewhat taken aback, although his strength had significantly improved. There were still Jonin within Konoha with greater experience and prowess. "Indeed," Nara Shikaku affirmed with a nod. "Murakage, we have witnessed your performance against the Rock Ninja at Kaiki Mountain. Your insect nest consciousness offers unparalleled advantages in intelligence gathering and battlefield control. And your newly acquired abilities are sufficient to handle various complex situations. More importantly," he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Yunya Murakage, "you possess a decisive and composed nature." Namikaze Minato added, "The southeastern coastal region is fraught with complex terrain, numerous islands, mudflats, and dense forests, all of which are exceptionally suited for your parasitic insects. Additionally, the Hidden Mist ninjas excel in water release and silent assassination techniques, making your sensory abilities crucial." Yunya Murakage did not hesitate, although the prospect of battling alongside the AB duo had fallen through. The enigmatic bloodline limit ninjas of the Hidden Mist presented an equally compelling subject for study. For instance, the legendary Shikatsu Miyaku, the ice release of the Mizuno Kuni clan, and even the more mysterious Boil release and Dissolution release, each stood as a unique genetic treasure trove. "I understand," Murakage replied succinctly. "What about the team members?" "Your old partners, Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi," Namikaze Minato stated. "They are familiar with your combat style and will coordinate effectively with you." "Asuma and Kurenai." Murakage nodded. These two had grown significantly through the trials of the Kaiki Mountain battle, making them excellent choices for support and assistance. Additionally, there is one more. Namikaze Minato's expression softened, taking on a more serious tone. "My disciple, Rin Noera, will accompany the team as a medical ninja." "Rin Noera?" Murakage's gaze behind his sunglasses sharpened slightly. The name and her identity as a medical ninja instantly conjured numerous associations in his mind. The disciple of Namikaze Minato, a medical ninja, ventured toward the perilous battlefield of the mist. Suddenly, he recalled a plot from his past life, where Noera Rin was cursed by Uchiha Ibido at the mist battlefield, with a spell inscribed upon her heart, implanting within her the Three Tails plan to devastate Konoha. As the curse prevented her from inflicting harm upon herself, Rin chose to sacrifice her life beneath Kakashi's Raikiri to protect Konoha from destruction. Her untimely demise directly catalyzed Uchiha Ibido's descent into darkness. Despite her youth, Rin exhibited remarkable prowess in medical ninjutsu and possessed a resilient spirit. Minato's voice interrupted Yoino Village's contemplation. After the meeting concluded, Minato retained Yoino Village. Kagwai-kun, Minato spoke with an unusual sincerity, I entrust Rin to you this time. Please. Do your utmost to ensure her safety. Kagwai regarded Minato, the future fourth Hokage, who, at this moment, revealed more of a mentor's concern and affection for his disciple. Entrust? Kagwai mused inwardly, discerning that this request resembled a personal plea rather than a command from a Hokage to a subordinate. He did not delve deeper but calmly responded. Rest assured, Lord Minato. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure her safety. This was both a promise and a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. Thank you, Kagwai-kun. Minato sighed with relief, a smile of assurance gracing his features. Soon, the team assembled. Asuma and Kurenai expressed surprise at Kagwai's promotion to Jonin. But given the wartime context and Kagwai's capabilities, they refrained from further inquiries. Sarutobi Asuma maintained his usual boisterous demeanor, yet a newfound determination lingered in his brow. TCH. Those shadowy figures from the mist. Kagwai, we must teach them a severe lesson this time. Kurenai remained more composed, simply nodding at Kagwai, her gaze conveying trust. Having endured the sacrifice of Captain Jean, she had matured significantly and gained a deeper understanding of the war's brutality. Noera Rin donned the standard Konoha ninja attire. A medical pack slung across her back. Although she and Kagwai were not well acquainted, she stood slightly tense beside him, her eyes clear and resolute. Kagwai-senpai, Asuma, Kurenai. I look forward to working with you. Kagwai's gaze swept across the trio, adjusting his assessment of the mission. Asuma's close-range explosiveness, Kurenai's genjutsu, Rin's medical support, and himself as the absolute core. In the southeastern coastal region, among the mist ninjas, the bloodline limits, he murmured softly. A flicker of inexplicable brilliance shimmering behind his sunglasses, the excitement and anticipation of a researcher discovering a novel subject. This evening, he would prepare his belongings and ready himself. At dawn, they would depart alongside the main force to assist on the battlefield against the mist. Chapter 27, Uchiha Shursui on the following morning. At the temporary assembly point on the border of the Land of Fire, the air was thick with an unusual blend of tension and restlessness. When Oil Woman Village's hero arrived with his team, even his typically composed demeanor faltered slightly in the face of the scene before him. A dense throng of individuals, predominantly elite members of Konoha, loomed ahead. At the forefront stood Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga family, clad in traditional white martial attire. His hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of solemnity. His pure white eyes seemed capable of piercing through the very souls of those he gazed upon. Beside him stood several imposing Hyuga clan Jainin, each radiating an impressive presence akin to towering giants. Hiro understood that the elite from the Hyuga branch, led by Hyuga Hizashi, were currently engaged in a fierce confrontation on the western front against the Hidden Cloud. Konoha had indeed been driven to a corner. Among the ranks, a silver-haired figure caught the eye. Kakashi Hitaki, his iconic forehead protector obscuring his left eye, appeared as a blade sheathed within its scabbard, seemingly languid, yet harboring a latent sharpness. Additionally, there were dozens of Konoha Jainin and countless battle-hardened elite Chunin, each face reflecting the resilient determination and weariness that war bestows. Is this a prelude to a direct confrontation with the hidden mist, intent on sweeping through the land of water? Asuma Sarutobi mused, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. In contrast, Yugao Yuzuki furrowed her brow and remarked softly, since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, the Hidden Mist Village has conserved its strength. Their sudden aggression now indicates they are well prepared. It is only natural for the village to take such measures. Meanwhile, Rin Noera anxiously adjusted the straps of her medical pack, as this marked her first foray into large-scale battlefield support. Hiro's gaze, shielded by sunglasses, calmly swept over the formidable assembly. He comprehended the rationale behind the higher-ups' decisions. The Hidden Mist Village, after all, ranks among the 5 great shinobi villages, renowned for producing bloodline limit ninjas and housing the elite of the 7 ninja swordsmen, boasting a profound legacy. Had it not been for the unforeseen withdrawal of Awagakure, Konoha would hardly be able to muster such a substantial force. Conserving strength? Merely a pack of hyenas biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Hiro thought with a sneer. To him, these so-called elites were nothing more than higher-grade materials and data sources. Within him, the parasitic creatures, particularly the unique mutated parasite, along with the venomous pouch of the nude in his chest, stirred with a subtle excitement at the convergence of such formidable chakra. Without extensive pre-battle mobilization, Hyuga Hayashi succinctly issued the command to advance. The vast ninja force moved forth like a silent giant serpent, seamlessly merging with the soft dawn light. Racing towards the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, days of relentless marching, night and day, had become a commonplace affair for the shinobi. In the village of Oilwoman, Hueji perpetually maintained a peculiar state of vigilance, his hive-mind consciousness having already disseminated far and wide. Countless minuscule electromagnetic fireflies, akin to invisible sentinels, enveloped the extensive area along the convoy's route, rendering him acutely aware of any rustle or disturbance. This omnipresent, all-encompassing battlefield surveillance rendered him notably understated within the ranks, yet he exuded an unspoken reliability that instilled a sense of reassurance. At last, on the third day at dusk, the main force arrived at the frontline command camp situated on the southeastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Here, rudimentary defensive fortifications had already been erected, and the air was thick with the briny scent of the sea mingled with a faint trace of gunpowder. Before the main tent, a contingent of Uchiha ninjas awaited, led by none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. His countenance was grave, marked by an unmistakable weariness and concern, revealing that the situation at the front was far from optimistic. As Hyuga Hizashi touched down, he exchanged a silent glance with Uchiha Fugaku. Neither exchanged superfluous pleasantries as they proceeded directly into the main tent, clearly with urgent military matters to discuss. The remaining ninjas were instructed to disperse freely, to rest for half a day while awaiting further orders. Asuma stretched languidly, grumbling, "Finally, we can take a breather. This wretched weather is both humid and stifling." Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru also sought out their respective places to recuperate and regain their strength. However, Hueji exhibited no inclination to relax. For him, this half-day of liberty represented the optimal opportunity to gather first-hand intelligence. Briefly informing Asuma and Kurenai with a simple, "I'll scout ahead," he stealthily departed from the main force's rest area, akin to a specter, stealthily advancing toward the true front line of engagement. The coastal thicket was dense, its terrain intricate, with the moist air saturated with the scent of decaying leaves and sea salt. Hueji melded seamlessly into the environment like a chameleon, his silhouette flickering in and out amongst the shadows of the trees. His electromagnetic fireflies had already dispersed like ink droplets in water, swiftly permeating the surroundings. There are signs of chakra collisions ahead, and not merely one source. In his mind, a rudimentary three-dimensional model of the battlefield rapidly formed, with several luminous points representing chakra sources moving and intertwining vigorously. He approached stealthily, halting at a cliff concealed by dense foliage. Below, in the tidal flats and rocky terrain, a small-scale yet exceptionally fierce skirmish was underway. On one side stood three ninjas clad in the Mist Village's combat attire, their coordination impeccable, unleashing an array of water-style jutsu with ferocity. The leader, though not particularly tall, exhibited remarkable agility, his right eye obscured by a peculiar eye patch, while his exposed left eye gleamed with shrewdness and ferocity. Hueji's electromagnetic fireflies detected an unusual chakra fluctuation near the obscured right eye. Is that the Byakugan? The reputation of the Mist Byakugan assassin is indeed well-deserved, Hueji mused. He understood that this individual had acquired the Byakugan from a member of the Hyuga clan. Their adversary, however, was but one. A young boy, clad in the traditional dark battle attire of the Uchiha clan, appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age. His features were strikingly handsome, yet within his pitch-black eyes, three tomos spun slowly, exuding an unsettling aura of insight. His movements were astonishingly swift. Amidst the assault of three mist ninjas, he glided effortlessly like a butterfly among flowers, each evasion executed with exquisite precision and every counterattack aimed directly at a vital point. Body flicker technique. The gaze of Kagaya from Yunin village narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. This name was nearly synonymous with genius among the new generation of Konoha. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Shirsue's voice resonated clearly and steadily as he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth, forcing one of the mist ninjas to retreat under the intense heat. Water style, water surge wave. Aoi shouted, forming hand seals of his own, unleashing a torrent of water that collided violently with the fireball, generating a thick cloud of scalding steam that enveloped the battlefield. The other two mist ninjas seized the opportunity to flank from both sides, their kunai glinting menacingly as they aimed for Shirsue's ribs in the small of his back. Shadow clone technique. Just as the kunai were about to strike, Uchiha Shirsue's figure suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, multiple identical versions of him appeared in various locations. each bearing a fierce offensive intent, countering the Mist Ninja's assault. Not again. Those damned clones. One of the Mist Ninjas cursed furiously, frantically defending against the onslaught coming from all directions. Although these shadow clones lacked physical striking power, their lifelike movements and reckless aggression severely disrupted the ninja's judgment. Kaguya stood aloof, resembling a detached observer. His electromagnetic earpiece faithfully recorded every detail of the battlefield, the nearly imperceptible trajectory of Shirsue's body flicker technique, the Sharingan's keen insight into the enemy's movements, and the vulnerabilities within the Mist Ninja's coordinated attacks, facing 3 opponents yet still maintaining the upper hand. The brilliance of the Uchiha indeed warranted admiration. A subtle smile curved Kaguya's lips. This dynamic combat data was an exceedingly valuable sample. He had no intention of intervening. Firstly, it was evident that Uchiha Shirsue had yet to exert his full strength, easily managing the current situation. Secondly, he wished to take this opportunity to delve deeper into understanding the true prowess of the elusive Shirsue, as well as the combat strategies of this elite team from the Mist, particularly Aoi's Byakugan and the secrets concealed beneath his eye patch, both of which intrigued Kaguya greatly. At the center of the battlefield, Aoi's expression grew increasingly grave. His once proud combat intellect now felt inadequate in the face of Uchiha Shirsue's almost otherworldly body flicker technique and the penetrating insight of the Sharingan. Every movement from Shirsue was shrouded in uncertainty, causing their meticulously planned joint attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. This guy is like a specter. Aoi gritted his teeth, sensing that the opponent's chakra reserves remained abundant, while his own team was beginning to show signs of fatigue under the strain of sustained high-intensity combat. Suddenly, Uchiha Shirsue seized the opportunity presented by a Mist Ninja's momentary lapse in defense, his silhouette advancing like a specter, the kunai in his hand tracing a chilling arc through the air. With a soft thud, blood spattered as the Mist Ninja emitted a brief, anguished cry. Clutching his shoulder and staggering backward. Retreat. Aoi decisively signaled the withdrawal. If they continued to engage, they would likely meet their demise here. He cast a deeply penetrating glance at Uchiha Shirsue, whose swirling Sharingan appeared as though it could consume his very soul. The other 2 Mist Ninjas seemingly granted reprieve, feigned a maneuver and swiftly retreated into the dense forest, concealed by the cover of the water release technique. Aoi, too, exhibited no reluctance in battle, disappearing into the enveloping mist with a few agile leaps. Uchiha Shirsue did not pursue. He remained still, gazing in the direction where the enemies had vanished. As the 3 tomo of his Sharingan gradually reverted to ordinary black pupils, he breathed slightly heavier, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating that the preceding battle had taken a toll on him. Yhk, observing from afar, noted every detail. His electromagnetic firefly even detected a fleeting pulse of chakra emanating from Aoi's masked right eye just before the retreat. The Byakugan, truly a troublesome ability. Yet, Uchiha Shirsue, Yhk's gaze fell upon the slender figure of the youth below, contemplating that the level of body flicker technique exhibited moments ago must have expended considerable chakra and mental energy. Moreover, his Sharingan seemed to emanate a sense of oppression, more intense than that of an ordinary Uchiha. Was it an illusion, or perhaps the kaleidoscope? This thought flickered through Yhk's mind. According to his memories from before his time travel, Uchiha Shirsue was indeed the possessor of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, with his ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, reputed as the most formidable jinjutsu. An abundance of intriguing material was emerging. He muttered to himself, his gaze behind his sunglasses glimmering with a blend of clinical coldness and fervent enthusiasm. Just then, a sudden urgent alarm from his deployed electromagnetic firefly interrupted his thoughts. It did not emanate from the previous battle, but rather from further along the coastline. A massive and chaotic surge of chakra, akin to a raging tide, was rapidly approaching. The numbers vastly exceeded those of the earlier Mist squad. Oh, something significant is on the horizon. A subtle smile graced Yhk's lips, his demeanor not one of anxiety, but rather of anticipation. Chapter 28. The Konoha millipede Uchiha Shirsue took a moment to adjust his breathing. The recent skirmish with the 3 Mist Ninjas, while appearing effortless, had indeed drained a considerable amount of his chakra and mental fortitude. His tranquil black eyes subtly scanned the densely leafed area above the cliff. It was about time for the figure hidden there to reveal themselves. Your presence has been noted, Shirsue's voice rang clear, infused with the distinctive timbre of youth yet remarkably composed. He felt no panic within. If the stranger harbored malicious intent, the moment during his fierce battle with the Mist Shinobi particularly when he had exposed a vulnerability, would have been the prime opportunity to strike. Since no action was taken, it remained uncertain whether the individual was friend or foe. However, it was evident they were not hastily seeking his demise. Despite this, his top physique and the chakra he subtly gathered indicated that he remained vigilant. A shadow flitted amongst the trees, and a figure descended from the cliff with a ghostly silence, standing a short distance before Shui, clad in the standard attire of a Konoha ninja. The newcomer wore oversized sunglasses that obscured much of their face, revealing only the faint curve of their lips, rendering their true emotions inscrutable. Yamanaka Kage raised a hand, pointing to the forehead protector gleaming on his brow, the Konoha symbol shining brightly in the waning light of the sunset. Upon seeing the familiar emblem, Shusui's taut nerves eased slightly, and his defensive stance relaxed. It was merely a senior from his village. How rude of him. Yamanaka Kage, the newcomer, introduced himself, his voice calm and unyielding, much like the gaze hidden behind his dark glasses, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The recent battle was quite splendid, Shusuo-kun. Your body flicker technique was exquisite, and your use of the Sharingan is nothing short of exemplary, even for someone as composed as Shui. The direct compliment drew a hint of bashfulness to his cheeks, enhancing the youthful charm of his already handsome face. You flatter me, senior. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed me to repel the enemy. He paused, a flicker of realization and reverence crossing his eyes. Yamanaka Kage, might you be the same individual who, on the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain, single-handedly turned the tide, severely wounding the third Tsuchikage son and forcing the Iwagakure to retreat? Oh. Kage raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised that Shui recognized his name. Shui continued, I have heard that the enemies on the battlefield refer to you by a particular moniker. He seemed to choose his words carefully, his tone laced with curiosity. The Konoha millipede. Millipedes are not known for their pleasant connotations within the shinobi world. This venomous creature is infamous for its toxicity, and wherever it roams, it is often accompanied by illness and death. Regarded by ordinary folk as a harbinger of misfortune and calamity, to address a Konoha ninja by such a name carries a clear implication, fear, and profound trepidation. A broader smile crept across Yamanaka Kage's lips, accompanied by a low, rumbling chuckle. The Konoha millipede. How fitting. He did not take offense, rather. He found that the title aptly encapsulated certain characteristics of his combat style, ubiquitous and lethally toxic. For him, the fear instilled in his enemies was, in itself, a form of recognition. Uchiha Shursui was not angered by the presence of oilwoman Murakatsu. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief within. He pondered that the arrival of Murakatsu here indicated that reinforcements had come. He could sense that this elder of the oilwoman clan, although his aura was restrained, emanated an occasional pressure that was far from what ordinary elite genin could muster. Particularly, the unique scent mingled with parasitic insects and deadly poison made him instinctively uneasy. The merits of Elder Murakatsu were already well known to the younger generation. It was indeed an honor to meet him today, Shursui sincerely expressed. He did not hesitate to show respect for the strong. The two exchanged a few brief pleasantries, and surprisingly, the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious, reminiscent of old friends. Shursui admired Murakatsu's unfathomable strength and illustrious reputation on the battlefield, while Murakatsu held a keen interest in the valuable talents that Shursui represented. Well then, let's put aside the formalities, Murakatsu said, breaking the brief harmony. His gaze behind the sunglasses seemed to pierce through the dense forest, looking toward the distant coastline. Shursui-kun, your recent battle was merely an appetizer. Upon hearing this, Shursui's expression turned serious. What do you mean, elder? His little ones had informed him, and although Murakatsu's tone remained calm, the content made Shursui heart race. Approximately 10 kilometers to the east, a vast and diverse array of chakra was rapidly converging. The density and intensity were far beyond what the earlier skirmish had suggested. His electromagnetic field had long since enveloped the area, and countless minute chakra points coalesced in his mind into a surging tide, slowly advancing toward their defensive line. Numerous? Shursui inquired. Knowing that the Oil Woman clan's reconnaissance abilities were inferior to the Byakugan in Konoha. Since Murakatsu claimed this, it must be undeniably true. Roughly estimated. At least a squadron in scale, and it seems there are quite a few formidable opponents among them. A playful smirk graced Murakatsu's lips, suggesting that the mist ninjas intended to use the cover of night to deliver a grand surprise upon them. Shursui's expression instantly turned grave. A squadron of mist ninjas, especially with skilled fighters mixed in, could spell disaster for the recently arrived, and still unsteady forces of Konoha if they launched a night raid. I must return at once to report to clan leader Fugaku, Shursui decisively proclaimed. Precisely, Mirakatsu nodded. Shursui-kun, you have just endured a fierce battle, and your chakra has been considerably depleted. Returning to deliver the news is most prudent. Additionally, take back the intelligence regarding Ao's Byakugan. The Hyuga clan would surely appreciate this information. Shursui cast a deep glance at Mirakatsu. Then, Elder, you. The smile of young villages Hui radiated an excitement and anticipation akin to that of a researcher discovering a rare specimen. Naturally, I remained here to graciously entertain the guests who had traveled from afar. It is indeed a rare occurrence to have such an abundance of experimental materials presented so willingly. The parasitic creatures within him, particularly the mutated individuals infused with the venom of the pufferfish, along with the venom sacs nestled within his chest, began to stir with an insatiable thrill and desire upon sensing the vast and intricate source of chakra. Ji Shui discerned a deeper implication in Yun Village's Huey's words and felt the barely perceptible aura of danger emanating from him. He understood that this Leaf Village anemone was no ordinary ninja. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly stated, Senior, the Mist Village comes prepared this time, and it will undoubtedly be exceedingly perilous. You. Rest assured, Yun Villages Hui interjected, his tone imbued with absolute confidence. Instead of worrying about me, you should prioritize your own safety. After all, should a genius of the Uchiha perish in such a place, it would be a tremendous loss for Konoha. He paused momentarily before adding, Moreover, my little ones have been hungry for quite some time. Countless imperceptible electromagnetic fireflies flickered around him, reminiscent of the dimmest stars in the night sky, yet exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Ji Shui recognized the futility of persuasion, especially given the urgency of the military situation. He respectfully bowed to Yun Village Hui, saying, Please take care, Senior. I will return immediately to convey the message. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ji Shui's form flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the Konoha camp with a speed that was truly ghostly. Yun Villages Hui watched as Ji Shui departed, his gaze behind the sunglasses profound and contemplative. The immense and intricate tide of chakra was drawing nearer. Mist. How much intriguing data will the blood mist bring me? He mused softly, the cold curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike, evoking a chilling smile. The wind seemed to grow colder. Above the sea, a waning moon was shrouded by dark clouds, and the night was on the brink of descending. Chapter 29. Ambush of the Mist Ninja. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. The direction in which Uchiha Shursui had departed was now silent, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze through the treetops, reminiscent of the whispers of death. Oil Girl Villages Hui stood at the edge of a precipice, his gaze inscrutable behind his sunglasses. He resembled a rock seamlessly blending into the night, his presence so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible unless one actively sought to detect it. Within the web of his mind, countless electromagnetic fireflies flickered like luminous points, constructing a real-time dynamic sand table in his consciousness. 10 kilometers to the east, along the coastline, a vast and chaotic tide of chakra was slowly yet resolutely inching towards the defenses of Konoha. Amidst this, several particularly dense chakra points stood out like tiger sharks among a school of fish, indicative of a formation larger than a squad, mixed with elite Jainin. It appeared the mist had indeed invested heavily this time. A cold smile curved Huey's lips. It was precisely the moment for his little treasures to indulge. He was not fighting alone. This expansive forest was about to transform into his hunting ground, and the myriad of insects under his command would serve as his most lethal hunters. The forces of nature, geography, and humanity seemed to align in his favor. Hui murmured to himself, infused with the satisfaction of a researcher discovering the perfect experimental environment. The night was the finest of covers. This rugged, intricate woodland was a natural paradise for his parasitic insects, and his profound mastery over the swarms was the ultimate expression of human advantage. The plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. His objective was not the complete annihilation of the several hundred mist ninjas that was unrealistic and contrary to his interests. Rather, he aimed to weaken them to the greatest extent possible, to delay their advance, thereby buying precious reaction time for Konoha's main forces. Naturally, if he could simultaneously gather data on the mist ninjas' reactions to various toxins and parasitic insect attacks, it would be all the more advantageous. With a mere thought, the swarm concealed within him began to move quietly and stealthily. A portion of the electromagnetic fireflies, like invisible phantoms, spread further, enveloping several kilometers ahead, leaving no rustle or movement undetected. They were not only his eyes, but also the nerve endings of his consciousness. Next came the performance of the rock arm ants. These parasitic insects, having evolved with Earth attribute chakra shells, were slightly larger than ordinary parasitic insects, their exoskeletons resembling the gray-brown hue of rock, nearly indistinguishable in the cover of night and soil. They burrowed into the ground in organized formations, akin to seasoned engineers silently excavating on the preordained battlefield. Beneath the soft surface soil, concealed pits and narrow yet profound tunnels were rapidly taking shape. Some rock arm ants bore several parasitic insects, venomous species of the giant salamander, affixed to their backs, awaiting the misstep of an unsuspecting victim. Meanwhile, the true assassins, mutated parasitic insects infused with the venom of the giant salamander, lay in wait under his command, like a well-trained special forces unit, lurking among the treetops, in the grass, and within the crevices of the rocks. Certain swarms secrete toxins with a faintly paralyzing effect, mingled with pollen and dew, quietly dispersing in the air to form nearly imperceptible zones of poisonous mist. Others concentrate their venom in specialized pincers and stingers, waiting for a single lethal strike. In villages, we even channels a small amount of chakra to conjure several indistinct insect clones, allowing them to wander at the forest periphery, serving both as sentinels and as bait to lure enemies deeper into the trap. Everything is prepared, akin to a meticulously woven net, awaiting the unsuspecting prey to stumble into its grasp. As time ticks away, the briny sea breeze carries a faint hint of sanguine sweetness. They have arrived. Huey's gaze behind his sunglasses sharpens. Within the web of his heart's perception, the bulk of the mist-hidden forces has entered the perimeter of his ambush. Their movements are silent and synchronized, unmistakably the elite of their ranks. At the front of the formation, several mist-hidden ninjas form hand seals, and a dense white mist rapidly envelopes them, soon swallowing their forms entirely. The mist-hidden technique, a mere parlor trick, Hui scoffs dismissively. Before the electromagnetic web he has constructed, such a degree of visual concealment is utterly futile. He can clearly discern the position and movements of each mist-hidden ninja within the fog, even noting their slightly disordered breaths from the unfamiliar mountainous terrain. This thick mist, rather than obscuring vision, has become a cage that ensnares their own sight. The mist-hidden ninjas cautiously advance through the swirling white fog, warily surveying their surroundings. They are accustomed to battling in such environments. This should be their domain. Suddenly, the foremost mist-hidden ninja stumbles, letting out a short gasp as he vanishes without a trace. What? Alert! A commotion erupts within the ranks. Almost immediately, as if triggered by a chain reaction, several other mist-hidden ninjas find the ground beneath them collapsing without warning, as if consumed by an invisible maw. A pitfall trap? A commanding mist-hidden Janin shouts, his experience allowing him to quickly assess the situation. No chakra fluctuations. Beware the ground. Yet, his warning comes too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp sound of piercing air echoes from all directions as those fallen into the pits are overwhelmed by a swarm of rock-armored ants surging forth from the earthen tunnels. The venomous creatures, with their toxic spines, viciously pierce the skin upon contact. A chilling scream rends the tranquil night sky, shattering the last vestiges of hope for the mist-hidden ninjas. The purplish-black toxin spreads rapidly, causing convulsions, frothing at the mouth, and skin to rot and darken at an alarming rate, rendering the scene utterly horrific. Enemy attack. It's the venomous insects. What in the world are these creatures? Chaos spreads like a plague through the ranks of the mist-hidden. The very fog they prided themselves on has transformed into a death knell, obscuring friend from foe and rendering them blind to the source of their assault. A group of ninjas recklessly brandish their shuriken, unleashing water-style ninjutsu. Yet they often struck nothing but empty air or inadvertently harmed their own comrades. Steady. Do not panic. A mist-hidden Jonin bellowed, endeavoring to regain control of the situation. With swift hand seals, he invoked water-style, great waterfall technique. A torrential surge of water materialized, aiming to wash away the surrounding area and ensnare those accursed insects. However, Murakage had anticipated such a response. Through the hive mind of his insects, he commanded the majority of the rock-armored ants to retreat deep into the earth, while the minuscule and agile venomous salamander bugs either clung to the undersides of leaves or burrowed into the shallow soil, deftly evading the frontal assault of the water technique. When the waters receded, they merely rendered the ground more sodden and the mist more dense, yielding little benefit. In contrast, as the moisture evaporated, the trace amounts of paralyzing toxin previously dispersed in the air grew increasingly potent. Many mist ninjas began to feel lightheaded, their breathing labored, and their movement significantly slowed. Cackling with delight, while Ninja Murakage stood aloft, akin to an audience member savoring an opera, his eyes glinting with excitement behind his sunglasses. These experimental data were far more vivid than any battlefield report. He resembled a ruthless conductor, orchestrating each swarm of insects with precision through his mental network. Where there was resistance, the venomous salamander bugs would execute targeted strikes. Where enemies clustered, the rock-armored ants would initiate another round of ground collapse. The mist ninjas found themselves engulfed in panic. They had never encountered such a bizarre assault, as if the enemy was omnipresent yet elusive. The insidious insects and the unforeseen traps made them feel as though they had intruded upon a vast insect nest, with themselves as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Is that a ninja of the Y Ninja clan? At last, an astute mist ninja discerned the origin of the unique attacks, his voice tinged with dread. When did the Y Ninja clan of Konoha become so formidable? Wait, the swarms, the toxins, could it be the Konoha elite renowned on the Iwagakure battlefield? Withdraw. Quickly retreat. Something is amiss here. Instinct for survival eclipsed their fighting spirit, and some mist ninjas began to recklessly flee. Trying to escape? Have you consulted my little darlings? Y Ninja Murakage scoffed. He had no intention of letting these precious specimens slip away so easily. Yet, just as he prepared to command his swarms to expand their gains and further impede the mist ninjas' retreat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A burly Mist Jonin, his face marred by grotesque scars, suddenly let out a furious roar, shielded by several comrades. His crimson eyes, clearly incited by the horrific scene and the deaths of his allies, blazed with fury. Whatever monster you are, come forth and meet your demise. Water style, water shark bomb technique. A colossal torrent of water surged before him, swiftly coalescing into a fierce shark-like form. Propelled by a violent momentum not directed at any specific foe, but rather aimed at a seemingly vacant expanse. This very area was precisely what Murakami had sensed through his insect clones, a node where the chakra of the insect swarm was notably concentrated. A chill ran down the spine of Yonai Murakami. This mist village Jonin possesses formidable prowess. He did not rely on conventional perception instead. He seemed to discern the direction of the impending assault through an instinct akin to that of a wild beast, fortified by extensive combat experience. The water shark roared forth, crashing violently into the trees and rocks of that region, producing a deafening cacophony. Water splashed, debris flew, and the overwhelming shockwave caused even Murakami, situated at a distance, to feel a tremor beneath his feet. Boom. A multitude of trees were severed at their bases, the ground gouged into a profound chasm. The dense mist was forcefully dispersed, revealing a chaotic battlefield. In that fleeting moment, beside the scarred-faced Mist Jonin, a previously silent mist ninja, adorned with an eye mask, abruptly raised his head. The gleam in his solitary visible eye shone with intensity as he abruptly pointed towards the cliff where Murakami lay concealed. There. I sense a faint yet highly concentrated chakra manipulating the insect swarm. His voice was sharp and assertive, piercing the night sky like a swift arrow. Almost simultaneously, within Murakami's heart network, several potent chakra signatures locked onto his position. Exposed. The cold curve at the corner of Yonai Murakami's mouth stiffened momentarily, and the gaze behind his sunglasses sharpened with newfound intensity. He understood that this unilaterally favored hunting game was likely to reach an abrupt conclusion. What lay ahead might very well be a genuine struggle. The wind grew colder. The waning moon remained shrouded by dark clouds. Yet the chilling aura of impending death was far clearer than the moonlight itself. Chapter 30. Kagaya Kakai as the voice of the mist ninja, donning an eye patch. Faded away, a multitude of chakra imbued with murderous intent ensnared the cliff where Yoin Village's Kagaya concealed himself like a parasite. The scarred-faced Mist Janin, who had previously unleashed the water release, water shark bomb technique, strode forth from the shattered trees, his mist ninja attire torn in multiple places, revealing the sinewy muscles beneath, marred by grotesque scars. With each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath him, a primal and ferocious aura emanating, more concentrated and perilous than his earlier fury. Kagaya clan. Kagaya Kakai. The scarred man's lips curled into a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth, his voice gravelly yet oppressive. Yoin brat, your insects are quite intriguing. As the first to push me to this extent, I shall ensure your demise is far from merciful. Kagaya clan. The pupils of Yoin Village's Kagaya narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. This surname, especially for one well-versed in the lore of the shinobi world, signified a faction of unrestrained battle maniacs and the dreaded bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, the elite Jainin of the Kagaya clan, judging by the explosive fluctuations of chakra. likely possessed strength on par with the Kage, indicating that the mist ninjas had previously concealed their power. Thoughts raced through Yoin's mind, yet his expression remained composed. However, he pondered whether your bones could withstand the enthusiasm of my little treasures. No sooner had he thought this than Kagaya Kakai's figure vanished from sight. So swift. Yoin's heart network instantly detected a blurred afterimage hurtling toward him at an unfathomable speed. The air was torn asunder, emitting a sharp whistle. Insect bone enhancement. The parasitic insects within Yoin's body fused deeply with his bones, a surge of power erupting from within. He chose not to withstand it head-on. Instead, he tapped his toes at the edge of the cliff, his body drifting backward like a falling leaf, while his hands swiftly formed seals. Secret technique. Insect Jade. A torrent of parasitic insects surged forth from his sleeves, coalescing into several rapidly spinning black insect orbs before hurtling toward Kagaya Kakai with a piercing roar. Insect manipulation technique. A flicker of disdain crossed Kagaya Kakai's eyes. He neither dodged nor evaded the approaching insect orbs. Instead, he swung his right arm with tremendous force. Shikatsumiyaku, finger bullets. With a swift motion, his finger bones shot forth like bullets, striking each insect orb with precision. The terrifying force and sharpness contained within the bone projectiles instantly shattered the orbs, sending countless remnants of the parasitic insects scattering. Yet, this was merely the beginning. My little treasures are not so easily vanquished. Yoin's voice carried a hint of coldness. Those fragmented parasitic insects, as long as their cores remained intact, could swiftly reassemble or be consumed by subsequent swarms, transforming into new combatants. More electromagnetic fireflies shimmered around him like stars, maximizing the range and accuracy of his heart network's perception. Every subtle movement of Kagaya Kakashi, every flow of chakra, vividly unfolded in his mind. I found you. Kagaya Kakashi's low growl resonated like thunder. With a beastly intuition, he pinpointed the true form of Murakami amidst the swarming insects and unleashed a punch. A sharp bone spike suddenly protruded from his fist, aimed directly at Murakami's heart. Too slow. The voice of Murakami echoed in his ears. Kagaya Kakashi's pupils constricted as he realized he had struck nothing but a clone composed of countless tiny parasitic insects. In the instant the clone disintegrated, a multitude of venomous fish-like insects, shimmering with a ghostly purple hue, surged towards him like a plague. Corpse pulse. Dance of the large. Unfazed, Kagaya Kakashi's body instantaneously sprouted numerous robust bones, forming a menacing skeletal armor that enveloped him completely. The venomous insects collided against the bone armor, bouncing off without leaving a trace, their sharp pincers unable to pierce the hardened bone. Impressive defense. Murakami's voice came from another direction, tinged with admiration, as if assessing an experimental specimen. The bone density is exceedingly high, and the chakra conduction efficiency is quite remarkable. However, it seems your joints are not fully covered? A chill ran through Kagaya Kakashi's heart. This oil woman had an astute observation. Before he could react, the ground suddenly shifted. Earth release, rock-armored and trapped. Under Murakami's command, dozens of house-sized rock-armored ants had long been lying in wait around Kagaya Kakashi's landing spot. At that moment, they surged forth simultaneously, their hardened shells acting like the sharpest plow, turning the ground upside down. Kagaya Kakashi lost his balance as the ground gave way beneath him. Seizing this fleeting moment, Murakami approached like a wraith. Parasitic body technique, insect bone barrage. His arms were enveloped in a layer of dense black insect armor, the bones groaning under the strain. Each punch and kick, infused with explosive power and resilience from the parasitic insects, struck fiercely at the gaps and joints of Kagaya Kakashi's skeletal armor. Corpse pulse, dance of the willow. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kagaya Kakashi displayed no signs of panic. His body twisted with an astonishing flexibility, limbs swaying like willow branches in the wind, new bone blades sprouting from his arms, elbows, and knees to deftly block and deflect Murakami's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. In that moment, atop the precipice, bone and insect clashed violently. The sound of metal striking metal echoing incessantly. The residual chakra rippled outward, fracturing the surrounding rocks. The Kagaya clan, a race born for battle, truly lived up to their reputation. Murakami's heart raced with increasing alarm. The opponent's battle intelligence and reaction speed far surpassed his preconceived notions of the Kagaya clan as mere brutes. Each attack felt as though it had been anticipated, even managing to disrupt his own judgment to some extent. This feral instinct for combat may be sensed by the opponent, and indeed, your insects are quite troublesome. Kagaya Kakashi's voice bore a hint of breathlessness, yet his fighting spirit surged even higher. However, this would be the end. Bone pulse, dance of camellia. He suddenly drew a remarkably long bone knife from his left arm, its blade as white as snow, glimmering with a chilling light. Combined with his precise and fluid martial arts, the bone knife transformed into a myriad of afterimages, weaving a dazzling net of blades that enveloped Murahikari. Clang! Murahikari crossed his arms to block, the collision of insect armor and bone knife sparking a flurry of flames. The tremendous force sent tingles through his arms. Now is the moment. Murahikari's gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, sharpened abruptly. Seemingly suppressed for an instant, his chakra erupted violently from within. And countless tiny electromagnetic fireflies surged forth, not as an attack, but enveloping him and Kagaya Kakashi in an area of high-concentration electromagnetic interference. Kagaya Kakashi felt the scene before him blur, accompanied by a momentary delay in perception. It was akin to being ensnared in some form of mental illusion, yet distinctly different. In a battle between masters, victory and defeat hinge on the briefest of moments. Secret technique, insect swamp. Seizing this rare opportunity, the ground beneath Murahikari transformed into a writhing sea of insects, countless parasitic bugs ensnaring Kagaya Kakashi's legs as if animated by life itself. This is bad. Kagaya Kakashi thought to himself, attempting to break free, but the mucus secreted by the parasitic bugs was exceptionally resilient, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. At that moment, a dense, purplish-black mist silently emanated from the venomous bugs, swiftly enveloping Kagaya Kakashi. This toxic mist did not attack directly but seeped in through respiration and skin contact, gradually infiltrating. Cough, cough. Kagaya Kakashi was seized by a violent fit of coughing, feeling his chakra flow becoming sluggish, and waves of numbness coursed through his limbs. It is over. Murahikari's voice was frigid as he formed a spear from high-density parasitic bugs and crystallized venom, shimmering with a deadly glow, and without hesitation, thrust it towards Kagaya Kakashi's heart. Thud! The bone armor's defense ultimately failed to fully withstand this strike, which contained the full force and venom of Murahikari. The spear pierced through the gaps in the armor, embedding itself in Kagaya Kakashi's chest. Ugh! Kagaya Kakashi emitted a muffled groan, disbelief flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by a tide of fierce battle intent that ebbed away to leave only silence. His towering figure swayed before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding mist ninjas, witnessing this scene, were left in shock. The formidable Kagaya clan J-Nin had actually been defeated? Murahikari panted heavily, his face pale beneath the sunglasses. In this battle, he had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. Kagaya Kakashi's strength far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for the last-minute utilization of the electromagnetic firefly's interference properties, combined with the lethal venom of the swamp insect and the mountain pepper fish, the outcome would have remained uncertain. This data is invaluable. Oil Girl Village. We gazed at the fallen Kagaya Kakashi, and the instinct of a researcher began to stir within him, but he swiftly quelled that thought. This place is not suitable for lingering. The remaining mist ninja, having recovered from their shock, began to slowly encircle him, their eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. A hasty retreat is imperative. A loud alarm rang in Huey's mind. He could distinctly sense the tightening of the encirclement. If he did not act swiftly, he would indeed be trapped like a dumpling. However, just as he prepared to summon the swarm to force a breakout, an indescribable sense of horror surged forth from the depths of his heart, akin to a cold serpent striking upward, piercing through to his very consciousness. This sensation was even more intense than when confronting the remains of Kagaya Kakashi. What is happening? Huey's heart raced with alarm as he instinctively poured his chakra unreservedly into the parasitic swarm within him. Buzz! Billions of parasitic insects instantly coalesced into a massive black vortex, lifting Huey's body as it surged upward, attempting to escape the ground. Almost simultaneously, the mist ninjas on the ground, poised to unleash a barrage against him, erupted into panicked screams. To their astonishment, the once motionless and gasping Kagaya Kakashi's body began to convulsively thrash uncontrollably. A colossal chakra, overwhelming in its magnitude, erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. His skin rapidly withered, as though all vitality had been siphoned away, plunging into the earth. Bone pulse, dance of the early fern. A voice, raspy to the extreme and seemingly inhuman, emerged from the depths of Kagaya Kakashi's throat. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently. Boom! Countless massive and sharp white bone spears erupted from the earth, piercing the sky indiscriminately. The entire battlefield was instantly transformed into a horrifying forest of stark white bones. The Mist Ninjas, who had just formed their encirclement and were ready to attack Hui, were utterly unprepared, being impaled by this sudden barrage of bones, emitting shrill cries as their blood stained the pristine white spears. A madman, a complete lunatic. From his lofty vantage, Oil Girl Village, Hui beheld the scene below, a veritable purgatory, and even his cold demeanor made him feel a chill run down his spine. The Kagaya clan's desperate counterattack was truly terrifying. The scope and power of this dance of the early fern were so vast that even he felt a lingering dread. Had he not reacted swiftly and descended beforehand, he too might have become a corpse within that bone forest. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos below, with the Mist Ninjas suffering heavy casualties and their formation in disarray, Hui dared not linger even for a moment. He urged the parasitic swarm to transform into a streak of black light, hastening towards the Konoha defense line. The wind howled in his ears as the screams and the sound of bones grinding faded into the distance. In the village of Yanf, Hui cast a glance back at the skeletal forest, gradually engulfed by encroaching darkness, his gaze obscured and inscrutable behind dark glasses. The name Kagaya Kakai lingered in his mind. This ambush, though fraught with complications, had nonetheless achieved its preliminary objectives. Yet, the unexpected twist of fortune left his emotions in a state of disquietude for an extended period. Chapter 31. Struggle for power. The winds of strife swept past, carrying with them the distinct scent of rust and charred remnants characteristic of the battlefield. Yuin Village. As we gazed down at the swiftly retreating bone forest, a macabre vista forged from Kagaya's final, desperate lament, even from a considerable distance. The palpable madness sent shivers through him. Next time luck may not be on my side, he murmured softly, his gaze profound behind dark sunglasses. The terrifying dance of early ferns performed by Kagaya was indeed fearsome, yet what filled him with trepidation was the sheer determination of her desperate counterattack. This willingness to embrace total annihilation in combat was an enigma to him, a researcher who revered efficiency and control. Yet it was a force he could not help but respect. A black vortex composed of parasitic insects carved an arc through the sky, hurtling towards the defenses of Konoha. The consumption of chakra was immense. Even with his reserves, he felt a profound emptiness. His confrontation with Kagaya had nearly drained him of every ounce of strength, particularly as he had expended every bit of chakra to escape the grasp of the dance of early ferns. Before long, the outline of the Konoha frontline camp emerged within his sight. Unlike the relative tranquility of the rear, the air here was thick with a palpable tension and an atmosphere of impending conflict. Tents were erected in meticulous order, yet they exuded a sense of hurried preparation for battle. Patrolling ninja teams moved incessantly, their eyes sharp, scanning every corner with vigilance. We controlled the swarm of insects as it gently descended onto a relatively secluded patch of ground at the campus perimeter. The swirling vortex dissipated, returning to him as countless minute parasitic insects, either re-entering his body or concealing themselves beneath his garments. He took a moment to straighten his somewhat disheveled robes, inhaling deeply to suppress his fatigue, and made his way toward the command center at the heart of the camp. As he drew closer to the center, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. He acutely sensed that the ninjas within the camp had subtly divided themselves into three factions, two camps distinctly at odds. One group donned the deep blue uniforms of the Uchiha clan, their crest of the flaming fan glaringly prominent on their chests. Yet now, these typically proud Uchiha ninjas bore expressions tinged with a repressed anger. The other faction consisted of the Hyuga clan members, clad in loose-fitting white training attire. Their expressions were solemn, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable air of arrogance. Lastly, there were ninjas from other clans and civilian ninjas, seemingly oblivious to the covert rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga, or perhaps aware yet choosing to remain neutral. Before the temporary command tent at the camp's center stood two figures side by side, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha, and Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Hui's gaze swept briefly over the two. Uchiha Fugaku maintained his usual composure, yet a barely perceptible shadow lingered between his brows. Beside him, Hyuga Hayashi stood tall, his chin slightly raised, his pure white eyes seeming to penetrate the hearts of those around him, exuding an intangible yet commanding presence. A minute detail caught the attention of Yunuyu Hui. Hinata Hazashi's positioning was slightly ahead of Uchiha Fugaku's by a fraction. To an ordinary observer, this minuscule distance might seem negligible, yet within the realm of ninjas, particularly in such a politically charged environment, its implications were profound and unmistakable. It appears that during my absence, the delicate balance of power among the higher echelons of the Mist leadership has subtly shifted. Yunuyu Hui mused to himself, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's precarious situation within the village. Fugaku's decision to yield was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. He stepped forward briskly, halting 3 paces before the 2 men and bowing slightly in deference. Lord Hizashi. Lord Fugaku, Yunuyuhui, reporting back. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his voice maintaining its characteristic warmth. You have worked hard. I have gleaned the general situation from Shursui. Are there any updates regarding the mist's movements? His gaze towards Hui bore a hint of inquiry and an imperceptible expectation. In contrast, Hinata Hizashi merely acknowledged him with a noncommittal response, displaying an indifferent attitude towards Fugaku's initiative to speak first. Yunuyuhui straightened, his tone calm and measured. As if presenting a laboratory report, the movements of the mist forces have been preliminarily discerned. I employed a special arrangement to successfully impede their advance. During this period, I encountered an elite jonin from the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Kakashi. Kagaya Kakashi? The clan leader of the Kagaya? Hizashi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with scrutiny. He personally led that band of battle-mad Kagaya warriors? Indeed. Although he had only just learned of Kakashi's identity, Yunuyuhui maintained a composed demeanor. He nodded, acknowledging the formidable strength of this individual, whose Shikatsu Miyaku was notoriously difficult to contend with. After a fierce battle, Kagaya Kakashi has been confirmed deceased. At this revelation, the previously silent assembly of ninjas could not suppress a murmur of astonishment. The leader of the Kagaya clan, a figure teetering on the edge of shadow-level power, had fallen on the front lines? A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, prompting him to inquire further. How did this transpire? Yunuyuhui continued. In his dying moments, Kagaya Kakashi unleashed the ultimate technique of the Shikatsu Miyaku, early fern dance. This technique possesses immense power, with a wide-reaching, indiscriminate attack. Not only did it affect him, but it also inflicted significant casualties upon most of the mist ninjas he brought along, as well as those attempting to encircle me. The aftermath was devastating. He deliberately emphasized the heavy casualties and the involvement of other mist forces, subtly suggesting that Kakashi's final act of resistance ultimately alleviated considerable troubles for Konoha and indirectly explaining how he managed to extricate himself from the encirclement. As for his own unscathed condition, that was simply a testament to his exceptional cunning and a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hinata Hizashi's pure white eyes, and a slight upward curve of his lips revealed a barely discernible smile. He spoke in a deep voice. Kagaya Kakai has perished, and a significant number of mist ninja have suffered heavy losses due to their self-destructive techniques. Consequently, this surprise attack from the mist has not only been fully exposed, but has also thrown their ranks into disarray, leaving them devoid of morale. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice suddenly rising with an undeniable authority. At this moment, the spirits of the mist are undoubtedly shaken, and thoughts of retreat will surely arise. This is our opportune moment to pursue relentlessly and deliver a decisive blow, thereby enhancing the prestige of our Leaf Village. The surrounding Hyuga ninjas felt invigorated by his words, their expressions brimming with pride as they echoed in agreement. Lord Hizashi is indeed wise. We must ensure that the Mist's barbaric forces do not return. Conversely, the Uchiha clan members bore even graver expressions, with many impetuous youths igniting with indignation, yet they restrained themselves under the weight of their leader's command. Hyuga Hizashi turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Though his tone was one of consultation, his posture exuded a sense of superiority. Fugaku, in my view, our immediate priority should be for me to personally lead the elite of the Hyuga clan, in concert with some sensory ninjas, to swiftly strike and pursue the remnants of the mist, ensuring they are intercepted beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. His words, though grand, bore an unmistakable subtext. This monumental achievement would undoubtedly belong to the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened instantly, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes, quickly suppressed. He glanced at his restless clan members, then at the imposing figure of Hizashi, and ultimately, that anger transformed into a barely audible sigh. To coexist harmoniously. To coexist harmoniously. Fugaku silently recited these 4 words, a principle he had long upheld, as well as a reluctant choice for the Uchiha clan's survival within the village. In this moment, he chose once again to yield. Hizashi, the clan leader, was indeed far-sighted and reasonable in his analysis. Uchiha Fugaku's voice revealed little emotion, merely a hint of hoarseness. In that case, let the clan leader Hizashi take full command of his pursuit. The Uchiha clan shall cooperate fully, safeguarding the camp against unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Hyuga ninjas brightened even more, While the Uchiha clan members lowered their heads, their fists clenched tightly, the atmosphere thick with tension. Excellent. Hizashi nodded in satisfaction, then turned decisively, issuing orders with a commanding presence, his voice resonating with confidence. Yamanaka Kage stood nearby, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze was as tranquil as water, as if this power struggle devoid of bloodshed was merely a preordained experiment. The age-old principle of survival of the fittest remained unchanged. Internally, Yamanaka Kage chuckled coldly. Hizashi had indeed seized the opportunity. However, despite the losses, the mist's forces, akin to a centipede that, though slain, does not die easily, were likely not yet finished. To easily claim this juicy morsel would not be so straightforward. He glanced at the somewhat despondent figure of Uchiha Fugaku, feeling little sympathy. In this world, weakness itself was a fundamental sin. Hinata Hizashi swiftly assembled an elite team predominantly composed of members from the Hyuga clan, their Byakugan radiating a brilliant luminescence that signified their formidable presence. Depart. At the command of Hinata Hizashi, the team surged forth like a torrent of white, rapidly pursuing the direction in which the mist ninjas were likely to retreat. Within the camp, only the Uchiha clan remained, alongside a few other clan ninjas and some civilian shinobi. The atmosphere was thick with oppression and resentment, almost palpable in its intensity. Yaihai, observing the receding figure of Hinata Hizashi, cast a sidelong glance at the grim-faced Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clansmen, who were seething with indignation yet remained silent. His thoughts whirled as he contemplated the unfolding war, which grew ever more intriguing. The internal power struggles within Konoha, the intricate web of interests among the 5 great shinobi villages, and the clash of bloodline limits. Each element captivated him. While the bone data of Kagaya Kaki was undeniably precious, the living specimens, imbued with greater potential for research, held far more value. Yaihai's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the departing Hyuga members. Pondering the boundless potential encapsulated within their Byakugan, he absent-mindedly touched the parasitic insects concealed within his sleeve, sensing the subtle vibrations they emitted. Chapter 32. Scheming for the Byakugan. The whispers of the wind no longer carried mere notes of rust and char. They now mingled with an ineffable essence of bloodshed and urgency, remnants of life consumed in the fervor of its own demise. The Byakugan, a dojutsu more pristine than the Sharingan, its unparalleled ability to perceive the world is an invaluable treasure for genetic research. In the heart of the Oil Woman village, Kagaya Hui harbored a bitter smile, his gaze behind the sunglasses deep and shadowy. He had just witnessed Hyuga Hizashi's arrogance and his reckless ambition, as well as Uchiha Fugaku's restraint and helplessness. The power struggles within Konoha had reached a fever pitch. To profit from this murky chaos, one must first stir the waters. The pursuit team led by Hyuga Hizashi surged forward with unyielding momentum and formidable strength. Should they seize the opportunity easily, the precious research material that is the Byakugan would slip from his grasp. What he desired was a battle of equals, perhaps even a stalemate, rather than a one-sided pursuit. Although Kagaya Kakaki's early fern dance was undeniably powerful, its death throes had inadvertently revealed the whereabouts and partial deployments of the Mist ninja forces. However, he could not believe that the Mist would so readily sacrifice the majority of their resources here. Pondering, a barely perceptible curve graced the corners of Huey's mouth. The residual parasites left on the battlefield now served as his most effective conduits of communication. Amidst the corpses of Mist ninja, mistakenly slain by the early fern dance, lay several parasites deliberately left behind by Kagaya Hui. They, minute as dust, wriggled laboriously through the crevices of bone and flesh, functioning as the most intricate of spies. Under Huey's mental command, these parasites began to crawl in a specific frequency and trajectory, ultimately coalescing into an imperceptible formation amidst a heap of shattered bones. The information contained within could only be deciphered by Mist ninjas who had undergone specialized training. This intelligence pointed directly to the vulnerabilities of Konoha's pursuit team specifically. Hizashi's reckless ambition and the slight fissures in the defensive formation of the Hyuga forces as they pursued at full speed. Not far from the Bone Forest, in a concealed ravine, several tattered Mist jonin were engaged in a heated discussion, their anxiety palpable. They were the elite remnants of the Mist, seasoned warriors. Yet despair hung heavily on each face. The death of Kagaya Kakaki, along with the indiscriminate assault of the early fern dance, had inflicted devastating losses on their ranks, sapping their morale. We must retreat. If we continue, we shall all perish here, bellowed a grizzled Mist jonin. Retreat? To where? Lord Mizukage commanded us to fight to the last breath. Have you forgotten the fate of that last group who failed their mission? Another burly mist ninja ground his teeth in frustration. At present, the third Mizukage was ensnared in Uchiha Madara's genjutsu. Madara cared little for the future of the mist. He merely desired the village to serve as a useful pawn in his grand scheme for the Eye of the Moon. Yet, Kakahi had perished. The reinforcements from Konoha could arrive at any moment, and with our meager numbers. At that moment, a rare sensory ninja from the hidden mist village suddenly changed countenance, glancing down at his feet where several tiny insects had bizarrely arranged themselves into a pattern. His pupils constricted sharply, and after a moment of careful discernment, he abruptly looked up. It was intelligence. From the battlefield, a few Jainin gathered around, struggling to decipher the information within the insect formation. As phrases such as Hinata Hizashi's reckless pursuit and exploiting a weak formation came into view, they were first struck with shock, then confusion, and ultimately, that confusion morphed into a chilling resolve. Is this real? Did the insect user from Konoha, who killed Lord Kakashi, leave this behind? The bearded Jainin was skeptical. But does it matter if it's true or false? Do we have any other options? The burly ninja took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with madness. Lord Mizukage would not grant us a second chance. Rather than return in disgrace, it would be better to fight here with all our might. Since Konoha's Hinata Hizashi is so arrogant, let us surprise him. Inform everyone, all remaining forces, to immediately redeploy according to this intelligence. Desperation bred courage, and with it, reckless madness. They had no choice but to place their hopes on this piece of mysterious yet timely information. In the air, Kagaya's oil girl, we felt a faint response from the parasitic insects and smiled. The first step of the plan had been flawlessly achieved. He retrieved a soldier's food pill from his ninja tool pouch, flicking it with his fingertip as it landed precisely in his mouth. The medicinal effect spread within him, revitalizing his withered chakra pathways, washing away fatigue like a receding tide. The battle against Kagaya Kakashi, followed by the release of the parasitic insects to relay intelligence, had nearly drained him of every ounce of chakra. At this moment, the restoration of both stamina and chakra heightened his senses. Insect clone technique, he whispered, and a swarm of black insects surged from his body, swiftly coalescing into a figure identical to his own. The clone's gaze behind its sunglasses mirrored his tranquil demeanor perfectly, capable of deceiving even a brief inspection. The insect clone remained near the camp as evidence of his ongoing rest. Meanwhile, Huey's true form transformed once more into a swirling black insect vortex, silently rushing towards the direction of the bone forest. As he approached the battlefield, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, accompanied by the thunderous eruptions of chakra and the heart-wrenching screams of ninjas. In the distance, the forest, constructed from piles of bones, appeared even more sinister under the fading rays of the setting sun, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour its prey, gaping its blood-stained maw. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, the scene before we confirmed his predictions. Hinata Hizashi's Byakugan shone like two pale moons, rampaging across the battlefield. His gentle fist technique tearing through the air, each strike precisely targeting the enemy's vital points. The Hinata clansmen around him fought valiantly as well, their Byakugan perceiving all. Every gentle fist technique lethal, causing the mist ninjas to be pushed back relentlessly. However, the fog-shrouded ninjas, having received their forewarning, had long since cast their intricate web of traps. Countless explosive tags were cleverly concealed within the crevices of bone, and the intertwining of water-based ninjutsu with the techniques of the hidden mist transformed the entire area into a perilous snare. The reckless ambition of Hyuga Hizashi led Konoha's pursuit team straight into the meticulously laid ambush of the mist. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted into a vast chasm, leaving several Konoha ninjas mangled and bloodied beyond recognition. Almost immediately, a torrential onslaught of water dragon bullets rained down upon them, dense and relentless as a ferocious storm, forcing the Konoha ninjas into a state of disarray. Damn it! How could they possibly know our route? A ninja from the Hyuga clan bellowed in frustration. Hizashi's countenance turned ashen. He had never anticipated that a mere moment of negligence could plunge Konoha into such a precarious predicament. With a furious roar, he waved his palms, chakra surging forth from his chakra points, conjuring a blue shield that deflected the incoming water dragon bullets. A trigram's palm. Return heaven. Yet, the ninjas of the hidden mist were not to be underestimated. They flitted through the fog like phantoms, cunningly utilizing traps and water ninjutsu to continuously sap Konoha's strength. The tide of battle began to turn against Konoha, with casualties mounting steadily. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the sounds of lamentation intertwined with the clashing of weapons. as blood and fire ravaged the forest of bones. Elites of the Hyuga, do not falter. Fight for the honor of the Hyuga. Hisashi's thunderous roar resonated, for he understood that retreat was no longer an option. At his rallying cry, several elite members of the Hyuga clan erupted in a synchronized display of their full might. Their chakra flared brilliantly, veins standing out in their Byakugan eyes as they unleashed the full extent of their gentle fist techniques. 8 trigrams empty palm. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Waves of invisible chakra shockwaves burst forth from their hands, striking true against the ninjas of the hidden mist, sending them flying and even shattering their internal chakra points. A few members of the Hyuga clan executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms with lightning speed, effortlessly dismantling the ninjas that besieged them. The battle, once leaning in favor of Konoha, gradually settled into a stalemate. The burning flames of conflict consumed the lives of every ninja present. Yamanaka Kage, slowly descending upon a hidden high ground at the edge of the battlefield, felt as though the surrounding clamor was separated by an invisible barrier. His gaze, concealed behind sunglasses, calmly surveyed the gruesome scene of carnage. He observed the brilliant chakra emanating from the Hyuga ninjas, noting the almost frenzied will to survive reflected in their Byakugan. How intriguing this is becoming increasingly fascinating. Yamanaka Kage's heart beat steadily within his chest, blood coursing with excitement and anticipation. This game of chess had only just commenced. He was the sole player, the only beneficiary. He touched the hidden insects nestled within his sleeve. Their faint vibrations seemed to respond to their master's desire. The Byakugan soon, it would be his prized possession. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he could already scent the sweet fragrance of success. The scent of blood mingled with the acrid aroma of chakra to him, resembled the most exquisite bouquet of fine wine. This represented the efficiency and control for which he yearned, and now, he found himself at the very epicenter of this chaotic yet promising vortex. He refrained from hastily intervening, opting instead to quietly observe, biding his time for the most opportune moment to strike. After all, a distinguished researcher invariably possesses the patience to refrain from rushing toward success. Chapter 33. Profiting from the flames, the acrid scent of smoke and blood thickened in the air. The white-boned forest, under the waning rays of the setting sun, appeared to be cloaked in a sinister crimson hue. Each violent clash of chakra added a stroke of vivid oil paint to this canvas of death, as the anguished cries and lamentations of ninjas intertwined to create a symphony of despair. Oil Woman villages Hui moved like a stealthy leopard lurking in the shadows, silently navigating the chaotic periphery of the battlefield. His sunglasses shielded him from the last glimmers of sunlight, yet could not obscure his keen perception of the unfolding events. The heart web formed by the parasitic insects had already enveloped the entire battlefield, with every subtle fluctuation of chakra and every troop movement resonating clearly in his mind. He had found his target. Huey's gaze fixed upon a relatively concealed slope, where a thin ninja, adorned with the mist-hidden forehead protector, was frantically gesturing tactical hand signs and evidently serving as the temporary commander of the beleaguered mist forces. His voice was hoarse and urgent, clearly under immense pressure. Water Release Team, suppress from the left flank. Earth Release Team, create obstacles to cover the retreat of the wounded. Do not linger in battle. Preserve our fighting strength. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Huey's lips. What a diligent commander he was, but alas, your diligence is about to serve my purpose. Like a specter, Hui advanced, suppressing all chakra fluctuations, reducing even the parasitic insects within him to a minimal state of activity. The cacophony of battle and the cries of the wounded perfectly masked his delicate footsteps. The tactical ninja from the mist continued to command, blissfully unaware that death had already arrived. A soft, almost imperceptible sound echoed, akin to a ripe fruit being effortlessly crushed. Hui's hand, cloaked in a layer of fine black insect exoskeleton, pierced through the back of the mist ninja's heart with precise cruelty, resembling the sharpest of weapons. The ninja did not have time to utter a gasp. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Transformation technique. Huey's body emitted a faint sound of bones dislocating, muscles shifting, and in an instant, he took on the appearance of the deceased mist ninja, complete with tattered clothing and bloodstains meticulously replicated. He even deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking the ninja's hoarse tone. Follow my orders, he bellowed suddenly, turning to the surrounding mist ninjas, who were embroiled in a fierce struggle. The dogs of Konoha are biting too fiercely. Our casualties are too great. Everyone immediately abandon the concentrated defense and disperse to break through. Divide and conquer. Use the terrain to escape them. Hurry. This unexpected command momentarily stunned the remaining mist ninjas. Dispersing to break through? Wouldn't that make them easy prey on the chopping block? Yet, upon witnessing the commander's bloodshot eyes filled with desperation, coupled with the precarious state of their current predicament, the surviving mist ninjas hesitated little. The valiant Kakashi Kagaya has fallen, and the troops have suffered immense losses. They have become like startled birds, seizing upon every opportunity to escape the battlefield. Yes, withdraw. Accompanied by a few affirmations, the remaining mist ninjas, akin to frightened creatures, abandoned their previously organized resistance and began to flee in disarray in all directions. The once stable front line crumbled in an instant. In the distance, Hinata Hazashi was commanding the Hyuga clan to steadily compress the mist ninjas' operational space, poised to eradicate the remaining foes completely. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a shift in the mist formation. Do they intend to escape? Hazashi's Byakugan clearly captured the sight of the mist ninjas scattering in retreat. A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A pack of lost dogs, seeking to escape from my grasp? Utterly delusional. Warriors of the Hyuga. Hazashi's voice resonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield. The enemy is in disarray. Follow me in pursuit. We must annihilate these remnants of the mist here. Avenge our fallen comrades. Establish an everlasting legacy for Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha, especially those of the Hyuga clan, felt their spirits surge upon hearing their commander's orders and witnessing the enemy's panicked flight, and they roared in pursuit. Some astute ninjas sensed that something was amiss, furrowing their brows and wishing to voice a warning, but Hazashi had already charged ahead with the majority of the forces, his voice drowned in the clamor of battle, leaving them to sigh in resignation. As predicted by Y Ninja Village's Hikari, Hazashi's reckless ambition led him to make a decision he would later regret deeply. The pursuit team from Konoha scattered like seeds, each rushing toward their chosen targets. The previously tight formation disintegrated into chaos. Perfect. Y Ninja Village's Hikari, or rather, the individual currently bearing the visage of the Mist Commander, whispered within himself. He quietly detached from the ranks of the fleeing Mist Ninjas, vanishing into the turmoil of the battlefield like a droplet of water. In the next moment, he dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance as Hikari. His gaze, concealed behind sunglasses, gleamed with the unique excitement of a predator. He reigned in his presence with a mere thought. The parasitic insects enhancing his physical prowess retreated quietly into his body, suppressing his aura to a minimum, resembling a cold stone. His mental net functioned like the most precise radar, swiftly locking onto a solitary target, an elite J-nin from the Hyuga clan. This individual, relying on the Byakugan's insight and the power of Gentle Fist, had pursued a fleeing mist ninja too deeply and had strayed far from the main body of Konoha's forces. Hikari's figure darted swiftly through the trees, making not a sound. The Hyuga J-nin, named Hinata Takuma, was wholly focused on chasing the beleaguered mist ninja ahead of him. His Byakugan revealed the chakra flow of his target with clarity. Gentle Fist Art, 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. Hinata Tokimi let out a low growl, his speed suddenly surging as his palms sliced through the air, poised to envelop the mist-hidden ninja. At that moment, a profound sense of danger surged from the depths of his being, akin to the gaze of a primordial beast fixating upon him. Without the luxury of contemplation, his instincts compelled him to instinctively attempt to activate his Byakugan. However, it was too late. A shadow materialized beside him as if by teleportation, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled his breath. This was not the speed of ninjutsu, but a raw and unparalleled burst of physical prowess. With a resounding thud reminiscent of a battering ram striking a castle gate, the fist of Y Nakamurakage, encased in a fine black insect exoskeleton that shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, crashed brutally against Hinata Tokimi's temple. The power unleashed by the enhanced bones and muscles, augmented by the parasitic insects, far exceeded what any ordinary person could fathom. Hinata Tokimi's Byakugan instantly dulled, his mind blank, unable to even emit a scream as his body flew through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the trunk of a massive tree with a sickening thud, before sliding down to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Y Nakamurakage did not pause for a moment. His figure flickered and appeared beside Hinata Tokimi. He extended 2 fingers, their tips glowing faintly with chakra, and precisely and swiftly pierced into Hinata Tokimi's eye sockets. With a soft, tearing sound, he extracted a pair of blood-stained Byakugan. To Y Nakamurakage, those pure white pupils were more exquisite than any gem. Water release, clear water wave. Y Nakamurakage swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a stream of water that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, accurately washed over Hinata Tokimi's face and the surrounding ground, cleansing away any traces of blood and possible remnants of the parasitic insects. Having completed this task, he produced a specially crafted sealing scroll, meticulously encasing the freshly acquired Byakugan within. The first one. Why Nakamurakage licked his lips, the depths of his gaze hidden behind sunglasses growing ever more profound. He proceeded with similar efficiency, utilizing the precision of his mind network to detect enemies, combined with his perfect stealth and the explosive advantage of his insect-enhanced physical techniques. Why Nakamurakage became a specter on the battlefield, selectively targeting those isolated and relatively weaker members of the Hyuga clan. His second target was an elite nin from the Hyuga clan, who didn't even have the chance to perceive Why Nakamurakage's movement before being struck dead by a kick infused with terrifying explosive power to his cervical spine. The third target was a member of the Hyuga clan who had overextended himself in pursuit, his chakra depleted. Why Nakamurakage didn't grant him the opportunity to activate his Byakugan, instead engaging in a brutal close-quarters struggle, using the defensive capabilities of his insect exoskeleton to withstand several of the opponent's gentle fist strikes, before delivering an elbow that shattered the opponent's heart. With each successful takedown, Why Nakamurakage swiftly removed the Byakugan, then utilized water release to cleanse the scene, leaving no trace behind. His actions were brisk and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, reminiscent of a seasoned butcher methodically carving up his prey, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. 3 pairs of complete Byakugan lay quietly within the sealing scroll of Why Ninja Village's Hui. Each pair emanated a unique chakra fluctuation, the alluring essence of a bloodline limit. 3 pairs, sufficient for his purpose. Why Ninja Village's Hui weighed the scroll in his hands, feeling the 6 precious seeds within, a wave of indescribable satisfaction surging in his heart. Too much is as bad as too little. The Hyuga clan was already not numerous, and the loss of 3 elite Jonin and Chunin possessing the Byakugan in such a short span would certainly sting. Yet it would not immediately incite widespread panic or a thorough search. He lifted his gaze into the distance. The clamor of battle raged on. Yet the momentum of Konoha's ninjas in pursuit had evidently diminished, and faint shouts of anger and shock could be heard. Surely, someone had discovered the bodies of their fallen comrades. It was time. A slight smile graced Why Ninja Village's Huey's lips. With a flicker of thought, far from the Konoha camp, a meticulously arranged insect clone of his quietly dissipated into countless minuscule parasites, burrowing into the earth, vanishing without a trace. This maneuver signified that Why Ninja Village's Hui had just finished resting at the camp and was hastily rushing to the battlefield for support. Next, it would be his turn. The belated hero, to make his grand entrance and present a timely gift to the beleaguered Hinata Hayashi. As for the cost of this gift, it had already been paid by those Hyuga clansmen who would forever close their Byakugan. Why Ninja Village's Hui took a deep breath. The scent of blood and char in the air bore a peculiar fragrance reminiscent of scientific breakthroughs. He adjusted his robes, securely stowed the sealing scroll, and adjusted his sunglasses before leisurely making his way towards the heart of the battlefield, where Hinata Hayashi was located. The performance was only just reaching its climax, and he, Why Ninja Village's Hui, was not merely the director and screenwriter, but also the greatest beneficiary. Chapter 34. The hero emerges at the fringes of the bone forest. The cacophony of battle cries and the thunderous sounds of ninjutsu reverberated, yet the fervor had waned. The ninjas of Konoha, led by Hinata Hayashi, maintained their pursuit, but their momentum had noticeably faltered, hinting at an ineffable sense of disarray and anxiety. Many ninjas, during their chase, were ensnared by the remnants of the mist forces, drawn into the intricate and treacherous terrain of bones, finding themselves embroiled with small factions of enemies. Some unfortunate souls triggered traps crafted from the bone spikes left by Kagaya Kakashi, designed by the mist ninjas. In that moment, the battlefield became a chaotic scene where Konoha ninjas fought in isolation, struggling to maintain cohesion. Earth release, earth flow wall. A Konoha nin had just managed to deflect 2 shurikens hurtling towards him when, without a moment's respite, a mist ninja had completed his hand seals and was poised to unleash a water technique. Just as the situation seemed dire, an imperceptible swarm of tiny black insects, akin to phantoms, silently struck at the mist ninja's wrist and face. The mist ninja felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing his hand seals to falter. Darkness enveloped him as the insects attempted to invade his mouth and nostrils. In a state of panic, he instinctively swatted at them, disrupting the flow of his chakra and rendering his water technique futile. What an opportunity! The Konoha nin seized this fleeting opening, launching a kunai that deftly pierced the mist ninja's throat. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the bone forest. Countless minuscule parasitic insects, akin to a well-trained special forces unit, infiltrated every corner of the battlefield without a sound. Some disrupted the mist ninja's hand seals, others gnawed at their weapons, and some even burrowed into their wounds, inciting intense pain and terror. Others zipped through the air at high speeds, creating subtle electromagnetic disturbances that compromised the mist ninja's precise control of chakra and their coordination. What is happening? My water dragon bullet technique. My chakra is suddenly unstable. These damned insects. Where did they come from? My eyes. My eyes. The mist ninjas, already disheartened by their scattered retreat, became further unsettled by the relentless onslaught of these omnipresent insects, their formation collapsing into chaos. Their once proud water techniques suffered greatly under the precise disturbances wrought by the swarms, often interrupted at critical moments. The ninjas of Konoha soon recognized this unexpected boon. "It's Lady Aburame's insects," exclaimed an experienced Konoha nin with delight. This exclamation rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly rekindling their spirits. With the assistance of these elusive insects, they found it significantly easier to contend with the mist ninjas. The figure of Aburame Shino emerged, seemingly strolling leisurely into a relatively open area. Behind his dark glasses, his eyes surveyed the tumultuous battlefield with an air of detachment, as his formidable mindscape had already ensnared all within its grasp. "It is almost time. I should confront the wide-eyed killer," he murmured softly to himself, his figure flickering as he swiftly darted towards a specific direction, leaving behind a faint afterimage in his wake. At this moment, Ching was leading a small contingent of mist-hidden elite, weaving through the intricate terrain in an attempt to evade the pursuing leaf ninja while seeking opportunities to counterattack one or two isolated Konoha shinobi. His Byakugan was fully activated, keenly surveying the surroundings while his left hand gripped a blood-stained kunai tightly. Suddenly, a chill ran through him as his Byakugan detected a rapidly moving source of chakra heading directly towards him, its speed far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja. He uttered a warning, leaping back to create distance. Almost simultaneously with his command, a figure appeared at his previous location like a specter. Dressed in the standard attire of a leaf ninja and sporting large sunglasses, it was none other than Aburame Shino, Ching of the Mist. "I have long heard of your reputation," Aburame spoke in a calm tone, yet an undeniable aura of pressure accompanied his words. "I hear you have quite the understanding of the Byakugan?" Ching's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The name Aburame Shino was not unfamiliar to him, especially not after the notorious reputation he gained on the battlefield of Awagakure. He could distinctly sense the vast, aggressive chakra within his opponent, as well as those countless parasitic insects that filled his Byakugan's field of vision, sending shivers down his spine. "Aburame Shino." Ching's voice came out hoarse. "What do you intend to do?" "To send you on your way," Aburame replied succinctly, and before his words had fully registered, his figure vanished from sight. So swift, Ching's pupils constricted, and his extensive combat experience allowed him to react instantly, his hands forming seals rapidly. Water release. Water surge. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a roaring beast towards Aburame's previous location. However, the water struck nothing but air, as Aburame's figure reappeared to Ching's left, his fist clad in a purple-black exoskeleton, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Ching's head. Insect bone reinforcement. Ching remained composed, his Byakugan having already tracked Aburame's movements. He twisted his body at an improbable angle, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, while simultaneously using his left hand to thrust the kunai towards Aburame's ribs. Clang! The kunai struck the exoskeleton, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Failing to penetrate, a surge of dread filled Ching. The defense of this exoskeleton far exceeded his expectations. Aburame smirked coldly, his arm vibrating as countless small, dimly purple-black parasitic insects erupted from the gaps in the exoskeleton, instantly enveloping Ching. Secret technique: rain of poisonous insects. These parasitic insects were a mutated variety infused with the deadly venom of the pufferfish. Ching dared not hesitate. He pushed off the ground, retreating swiftly while once again forming hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. A circular wall of water rose majestically, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Poisonous insects collided against the water barrier, producing a hissing sound as the surface rippled, its hue taking on an eerie quality. Quite intriguing. Oil Girl Village. We remained unhurried, akin to a cat playing with its prey. His mental web had already grasped every subtle movement of Qing, every flow of chakra meticulously monitored. Qing understood that prolonged combat was not an option. The opponent's insects were far too sinister, particularly those laced with deadly venom. Should he become contaminated, the consequences would be dire. He had to break free swiftly. Water release, great waterfall technique. Qing channeled his chakra to its utmost limit, summoning a waterfall even grander than the previous torrent. Intending to forcefully repel Oil Girl Village Hui with a sweeping attack, thereby creating an opportunity to escape. A mere trick of the insects. Oil Girl Village Hui did not flinch. His carapace of insects writhed rapidly, countless rock-armored ants enveloping his form, forming a thick, stone-hued armor as he crossed his arms protectively in front of himself. Boom! The immense flow of water crashed against Oil Girl Village Hui. Yet it was as if it had struck an indomitable reef, splashing wildly without shifting him in the slightest. Seizing the moment as mist enveloped the battlefield, Qing exerted force beneath his feet, preparing to flee. Trying to escape? Have you consulted my insects? Oil Girl Village Hui's voice slithered into his ears like a worm burrowing into bone. To Qing's horror, he discovered that his ankle had been ensnared by several earthy yellow rock-armored ants, their immense strength rendering him momentarily unable to break free. In the next instant, a fist adorned with purple-black insect armor, shadowed by the specter of death, loomed larger in Qing's terrified Byakugan vision. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Qing's body was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth. His Byakugan losing its brilliance due to the violent impact. Oil Girl Village Hui advanced slowly, gazing down at the fallen, gasping Qing. His expression behind dark glasses betraying no emotion. He extended a finger and gently touched the intact Byakugan. This I shall claim for the Hyuga clan. With Qing's demise and the complete domination of the battlefield by the insect swarm under Oil Girl Village Hui's control, the already demoralized Mist Ninjas lost all will to resist. Fleeing in disarray, the Leaf Village secured an overwhelming victory. When Oil Girl Village Hui presented Qing's still warm body before Hinata Hizashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan stood grimly beside the corpses of 3 clan members, his expression ashen. Each of the fallen Hyuga bore hollow, bloodied sockets where their eyes once were, their fates tragic. The surrounding Leaf Ninjas remained silent, the air thick with oppressive sorrow and indignation. Lord Hizashi. Oil Girl Village Hui cast Qing's body to the ground, his tone calm. The Mist Byakugan killer, Qing, has been vanquished. This was retrieved from him. He produced a small sealing scroll from his robe, unfurling it to reveal a Byakugan, still tinged with blood, resting quietly within, likely belonging to one of our sacrificed clan members. Hinata Hizashi's bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on the lifeless body of Ao and the solitary white eye beside it, his chest heaving violently. His tightly clenched fist bore down with such force that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his palms. After a prolonged silence, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Very well, splendid. Although he had lost 3 members of his clan, he had avenged himself by slaying the notorious white-eyed assassin and retrieved one of the white eyes, thus regaining a modicum of dignity and avenging half of his fallen kin. Hinata Hizashi turned to Aburame Shino, his pallid complexion softening slightly, his gaze now imbued with a complex mix of emotions, gratitude intertwined with scrutiny, ultimately transforming into a weighty, "Thank you, Shino-kun, for your assistance." "It was merely my duty," Aburame Shino replied with a slight nod. At that moment, other Leaf Ninjas began to return, each recounting tales of the remarkable assistance provided by those elusive insects. Incredible! Those insects infiltrated every nook and cranny, rendering the mist water techniques utterly ineffective. Indeed, I witnessed a tiny bug burrowing into the ear of a Miss Janine, and he went mad on the spot. Lord Shino is truly formidable. The Leaf Leech lives up to its name. A chorus of praise for Aburame Shino echoed throughout the gathering, as the Leaf Ninjas gazed upon him with admiration and gratitude. Standing amidst the crowd, Shino's sunglasses concealed most of his expressions, save for a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth which hinted at the tumult within his heart. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated heroic saga drew to a flawless close. Aburame Shino not only acquired 3 pairs of invaluable research materials but also indelibly etched the image of a powerful, dependable hero in the minds of both the higher-ups and ordinary ninjas of the Leaf. Hinata Hizashi observed Shino, then cast his gaze upon the 3 cold bodies of his clansmen, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. He understood that, following this skirmish, Shino's renown within the Leaf would likely ascend to new heights. This prestige, however, was purchased with the blood of his Hyuga kin, a portion of it. As Shino basked in the admiration surrounding him, his mind was preoccupied with another matter. How could he maximize the utility of these 3 white eyes? Perhaps Orochimaru Senpai would be intrigued by this? Alternatively, he could attempt to analyze the Byakugan's bloodline limit and integrate it into his own parasitic insects. Chapter 35. Return to the village at the edge of the Bone Forest. After a week of sporadic harassment, a relatively tranquil morning finally dawned. The sunlight pierced through the thin morning mist, casting its rays upon the ominous skeletons, yet failing to dispel the inherent chill and silence that pervaded the place. The air was tinged with the lingering scent of gunpowder, mingling with the earthy odor of soil, a faint trace of blood, and the almost imperceptible essence of decay from the insects, creating a distinctive aroma characteristic of the battlefield. In this grim landscape stood Oilwoman Village's Hui. Surveying the defenses of the temporary encampment from a relatively intact ridge of bones, his gaze calm behind his sunglasses. Throughout the week, the small forces of the mist had behaved like reluctant flies, occasionally launching tentative attacks, all of which were effortlessly repelled by the well-prepared leaf ninjas. The Bone Forest, forged by Kagaya's lifeblood, had now become a natural barrier for the leaf ninjas. His swarm of insects formed an invisible net, encompassing several kilometers around the camp. No rustle of grass or whisper of wind could elude his mental web. This sense of control intoxicated him. Village Hui, a melodious female voice called out. Turning around, he saw Noera Rin approaching, bearing a simple breakfast with her ever-gentle smile. Not far behind her, Saratobi Asuma was chewing on a stalk of grass, engaged in low conversation with Yuhi Kurenai, casting occasional teasing glances towards them. Morning, Rin. Hui accepted the breakfast with a brief expression of gratitude. Lord Azashi has conveyed that the third Hokage urgently requests your immediate return to the village. Noera Rin handed him a scroll, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. As if it contained news of a commendation for his previous achievements, Hui unfurled the scroll, revealing the vigorous handwriting of Saratobi Hiruzen. The contents echoed Rin's words, affirming his remarkable performance on the battlefield of Awagakure and Kirigakure, and calling for his immediate return to Konoha to receive accolades in person. It seems that the name Konoha's leech has already reverberated throughout the ninja world. Hui. Saratobi Asuma had drawn closer, slapping Hui on the shoulder with an unabashed tone of envy. You must treat everyone upon your return. Yuhi Kurenai approached as well, nodding slightly at Hui. Congratulations, Village Hui. Your merits certainly warrant this honor. Her tone was sincere. Her gaze towards him filled with recognition. Since their joint mission to gather intelligence on Awagakure, her impression of this usually taciturn member of the Oilwoman clan had undergone a profound transformation. Hui tucked away the scroll, his thoughts racing. The commendation was anticipated. Yet what he truly cared about was whether this return to the village would grant him access to more core resources and intelligence, particularly regarding the research on Byakugan, which could provide an opportunity to consult certain exceptional individuals. His gaze inadvertently swept over Noera Rin and the radiant smile of Minato Namikaze, along with his solemn exhortation before departure, surfaced in his mind. In the original narrative, the demise of Noera Rin serves as the catalyst for Uchiha Obito's complete descent into darkness, as well as a pivotal element in Uchiha Madara's overarching scheme. Although the storyline has undergone considerable alterations due to his interference, this crucial juncture remains a matter of caution. Rin, Oilwoman Murakawa spoke calmly, this time. You shall return to the village with me. Upon hearing these words, not only did Noera Rin appear taken aback, but even Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai were momentarily stunned. Rin widened her eyes in confusion. Me? Murakawa-kun, why? Instinctively, she glanced around the camp, realizing, this place still requires medical ninjas. I cannot indeed, Murakawa. Saratobi Asuma remarked, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Rin is doing remarkably well here, tending to the wounded. Though the front lines are currently stable, we must not let our guard down. Your sudden decision to take Rin back to the village raises suspicions. As he spoke, Asuma exchanged a knowing glance with Murakawa. Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brows, her intuition sharper than Asuma's, discerning that Murakawa's actions were not merely impulsive. However, having such a vital medical ninja depart from the front lines seemed illogical. Murakawa's brow slightly furrowed, the words of Minato Namikaze echoing in his mind, urging him not to disclose the impending crisis. Yet, with Rin's resolute resistance and Asuma and Kurenai present, forcibly taking her away would appear conspicuous, potentially drawing unwarranted attention. He was determined not to become a target of the enigmatic Uchiha Madara due to his unusual behavior. The situation at the front was fundamentally stable, bolstered by the Hyuga clan and subsequent support forces, ensuring that there would not be a significant shortage of medical assistance for the time being. Morikawa endeavored to make his tone sound reasonable, adding, "Moreover, Sensei Minato advised me to prioritize your safety." At the mention of Minato, Rin's gaze momentarily dimmed before regaining its firmness. "Morikawa-kun, I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to remain here. There are many wounded who still need care, and I want to fight alongside everyone until the very end. I believe that with Lord Hinata Hayashi and everyone here, we will be safe." Her voice, though gentle, resonated with a resolute determination. "Well, Morikawa, who would have thought you were so considerate?" Asuma chuckled, nudging Kurenai with his elbow and raising his eyebrows playfully. "But Rin is no delicate flower. She is a capable Konoha ninja. You should feel free to return to the village and claim your rewards." Kurenai shot Asuma a disapproving glance before also offering her counsel. "Morikawa-kun, we appreciate your good intentions. However, we should respect Rin's decision. Her presence here allows her to play a more significant role." Morikawa fell silent for a moment, realizing that persisting in his request would only be counterproductive. It appeared that he would have to resort to an alternative plan. He retrieved a diminutive, specially crafted container from his tool pouch, and upon opening it, a parasitic insect of pure black, with a subtle azure glow at the junction of its wing casings, lay quietly on his fingertip. This parasitic insect was considerably smaller than ordinary ones, resembling an exquisite ornament. Yet upon closer examination, one could sense the unique chakra fluctuations it harbored. "Given this, I shall not impose further," Yoino Murike said as he extended the peculiar insect towards Noera Rin. "Keep this parasitic insect close to you, nurturing it daily with your chakra. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not allow it to leave your body." Noera Rin gazed curiously at the strange little creature perched on Murike's fingertip. It lacked the intimidating presence of typical parasitic insects and instead possessed an odd beauty. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out her hand, carefully allowing the tiny insect to crawl into her palm. The creature seemed gentle, resting quietly and slightly vibrating its wing casings. "What is this?" Noera Rin wondered, sensing a faint chakra connection emanating from the insect, piquing her curiosity. "Consider it a talisman," Murike's replied in a flat tone, offering no further explanation. However, this scene ignited the flames of gossip within Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, instantly stirring their inquisitive spirits. "Wow!" Saratobi Asuma exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, his gaze darting between Yoino Murike's and Noera Rin, his expression clearly conveying understanding. "Murike's, you sly one. Such an original gift. Keep it close, nurture it daily with chakra, tut. Tut. Is this some new form of token of affection?" Although Yuhi Kurenai was less dramatic than Asuma, a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with playful teasing as they fell upon Noera Rin. Clearing her throat to mask her amusement, she remarked, "Rin, it seems Murike's-kun is quite attentive to you." Noera Rin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her ears tinged with a charming pink hue. Flustered, she lowered her gaze to the little insect in her palm and stammered, "Asuma, Kurenai, you mustn't speak nonsense. Murike's-kun is merely concerned for my well-being." Her voice was a mere whisper, yet her bashful demeanor only served to validate Asuma's assumptions. Observing this scene, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Yoino Murike's lips behind his sunglasses before his expression returned to its usual calm. He chose not to clarify anything. Sometimes, misunderstandings provide the best cover. "In any case, Rin, remember my words and ensure your safety," he cautioned once more, his tone imbued with unassailable seriousness. "Yes, I understand, Murike's-kun." Noera Rin replied softly, carefully placing the special parasitic insect into her close pocket, feeling its gentle vibrations and experiencing a surge of inexplicable emotions, both warm and somewhat peculiar. After a brief farewell, Yoino Murike's did not linger, swiftly darting towards the direction of Kanahagakure. The morning sunlight elongated his shadow, which soon vanished at the edge of the white-bone forest. Asuma Saratobi gazed towards the departing direction of Oilwoman Village's Kawaii, stroking his chin in wonder. It is truly surprising that a member of the Oilwoman clan could possess such, a romantic side? Yugao glanced at him, admonishing, "Do not judge by appearances. Kawaii is merely inarticulate, yet his concern for his comrades is genuine." She paused, casting another glance at the blushing Noera Rin, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. "However, that little bug is indeed quite extraordinary." Feeling the scrutiny of their gazes, Rin's cheeks flushed even deeper as she stamped her foot in protest, exclaiming, "Oh, stop teasing me. I must go check on the injured." With that, she hurried away as if fleeing. Asuma and Yugao exchanged a knowing smile, the implications between them unmistakable, as he sped along the road back to Konoha. Kawai's thoughts had already distanced themselves from the earlier interlude. That peculiar parasitic insect was a unique entity he had created, integrating certain characteristics of electromagnetic silk along with a faint connection to the consciousness of a bug nest. Should Rin encounter mortal peril or be forcibly relocated, the insect he had left with her would immediately relay information to him. Furthermore, this insect carried a specially formulated trace toxin and substances capable of inducing paralysis. In critical moments, it could prove unexpectedly useful. This served as a contingency plan in his preparations against Uchiha Madara. In addition to the third Hokage's commendation upon his return to Konoha, he eagerly anticipated uncovering deeper secrets of the village. The 3 sets of Byakugan research materials in his possession required an opportune moment and appropriate channels to realize their utmost potential. What was Orochimaru's current interest in the Byakugan? He wondered. The image of that man, wearing a sinister smile, surfaced in Kawai's mind. Perhaps he could also attempt to acquire some clandestine information regarding the transplantation and modification of bloodline limits from the root organization. That old coot, Danzo, must surely hold a wealth of valuable resources. The wind howled past his ears as Kawai quickened his pace. Konoha, he was coming home. Chapter 36. The audience with Danzo and the forbidden S-class techniques in the village of Konoha. The familiar outlines gradually came into focus. The figure of Aburame Kihira blended seamlessly into the throng at the village entrance, like an inconspicuous shadow, without disturbing anyone, drawing upon the memories of his original self. He navigated through winding paths to a somewhat secluded residential area. This was a quintessential Konoha-style cottage, modest in size, accompanied by a small courtyard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the wooden corridor beneath the eaves was thick with dust. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, a musty odor mingled with dust assailed him, causing him to wrinkle his nose slightly. His parents had perished during a mission when he was very young. To him, this house was merely a symbolic home, devoid of warmth or affection. Aburame Kihira felt little sentimentality. He merely sought a place to rest. His gaze swept through the interior, where cobwebs sprawled in the corners, and the furniture was cloaked in a layer of white dust, clearly neglected for quite some time. He extended his hand, his fingertips twitching slightly, and a barely perceptible hum resonated. In the next moment, countless tiny insects, summoned like ethereal sprites, surged forth from his sleeves and collar, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness that engulfed the entire room. These diminutive creatures were nature's cleaners. They fluttered their wings, creating subtle air currents that whisked away the dust. Their fine mandibles scraped away stains, leaving no trace behind. In mere minutes, the once dusty abode was revitalized, the air significantly fresher. Aburame Kihira nodded in satisfaction. Such efficiency far surpassed any manual labor he could undertake. Just as he prepared to tidy up his personal belongings, a shadow darkened the doorway, and a figure appeared silently. The newcomer donned an animal mask and wore the standard attire of an umbu, exuding an aura of calmness. Aburame Kihira intoned the umbu, devoid of any emotional inflection, his voice as cold as metal. "The Hokage summons you." As expected, Aburame Kihira thought to himself, understanding that his return to the village was indeed for the purpose of meeting the third Hokage. He nodded calmly. "Lead the way." The umbu ninja uttered no further words. Turning on his heel to depart, Aburame Kihira followed at a leisurely pace, the two moving through the streets of Konoha like shadows merging with the backdrop, drawing no attention from passers-by. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the motes of dust floating in the air. Saratobi Hiruzen sat behind a spacious desk, his characteristic pipe clenched between his teeth, as he perused the mountain of documents before him. Hearing a knock, he looked up, revealing a kindly smile. "Come in." The umbu ninja guided Aburame Kihira to the center of the office before bowing and silently retreating behind the door. "Kihira, you have worked hard to arrive here." Saratobi Hiruzen set down his brush, his gaze warm as it fell upon Aburame Kihira, reminiscent of a benevolent elder observing a younger relative. "I have heard about the events on the battlefield. On the battlefield of Awagakure and Kirigakure, you have accomplished remarkable feats." Why Ninja Village's Kage slightly bowed, saying, "Lord Hokage, you flatter me. This is merely my duty as a leaf ninja." His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, and the sunglasses obscured much of his expression, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. Ha ha, there is no need for modesty, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, gesturing for him to relax. Please, take a seat. Let us have a proper conversation. Following his suggestion, Y Ninja Village's Kage settled into the chair at the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. War is invariably cruel. Each time I witness young ninjas rushing to the front lines, my heart aches. You are the future of the village, the bearers of the will of fire. Here we go again, Y Ninja Village's Kage thought inwardly, though he maintained an outward expression of agreement. Having traversed time, he was acutely aware of the political acumen hidden beneath the amiable facade of the third Hokage. Nevertheless, he naturally refrained from showing any disrespect at this moment. For the peace and prosperity of our village, and to protect our cherished comrades, these sacrifices are indeed worthwhile, Kage spoke with a tone of earnest conviction. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, his smile deepening. It is commendable that you think this way. Konoha stands resilient amidst the ravages of war precisely because of ninjas like you, who comprehend and embody the will of fire. He then shifted the conversation to inquire about battlefield specifics, from Iwagakure's tactics to the terrain of Kirigakure. Y Ninja Village's Kage answered succinctly, yet effectively showcased his keen observational and analytical abilities. Hiruzen nodded intermittently, his gaze reflecting admiration. The typically reticent member of the Y Ninja clan had indeed surpassed his expectations in terms of strength and wisdom displayed on the battlefield. Particularly, the moniker Konoha's Anemone had gained a modicum of renown within the shinobi world. After what appeared to be a casual exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally steered the conversation to its main subject. He set down his pipe, adopting a more solemn expression. Kage, your outstanding performance in both wars has not gone unnoticed by the village. Whether it was repelling the forces from the land of Earth, or forcing Noki to withdraw, or resisting the incursions of Kirigakure in the Bone Forest, you have secured tremendous strategic advantages for Konoha. Y Ninja Village's Kage felt a stirring within. Recognizing that the crux of the matter was approaching, after thorough deliberation among the higher-ups, it has been decided to grant you a special commendation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone bore a weight of seriousness. Given your current prowess and future potential, the village has resolved to permit you access to Konoha's Forbidden Jutsu Library, allowing you to select an S-rank ninjutsu for study. S-rank ninjutsu. Even with Y Ninja Village's Kage's steady temperament, a flicker of brilliance passed through his gaze behind the sunglasses. Forbidden techniques often symbolize power, mystery, and forces inaccessible to ordinary ninjas. For someone eager to explore the essence of power and continually enhance himself, this indeed represented a remarkable gift. Gratitude abounds for the esteemed Hokage's generosity. Yuya Murakumo promptly rose, bowing deeply with an expression brimming with heartfelt appreciation. He vowed to uphold the village's expectations, pledging his unwavering loyalty to Konoha. This declaration was genuinely felt, as gaining access to S-rank forbidden techniques brought him closer to the village's core secrets, opening up myriad possibilities for his future research endeavors. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Yuya's fervent demeanor, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. This was precisely the effect he desired. A powerful ninja, steadfastly loyal to the village, is Konoha's most treasured asset. Excellent, Sarutobi nodded. I shall have the Umbu escort you shortly. The power of forbidden techniques is immense. Exercise utmost caution during your studies. They must not be misused or disclosed to others. Do you understand? Yes, Yuya affirmed earnestly. Go now. Sarutobi waved his hand, hoping this reward would enable you to venture further along your path. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Yuya bowed once more before exiting the Hokage's office. At the entrance, the Umbu ninja awaited him. Follow me, came the cold voice of the Umbu. Under the guidance of the Umbu, Yuya traversed numerous heavily guarded checkpoints until he arrived at a clandestine facility located beneath Hokage Rock. The ambience was dim, permeated by the peculiar scent of ancient parchment mingled with intricate sealing techniques, an invisible pressure saturating every corner, underscoring the significance and peril of this place. This was the Forbidden Technique Chamber of Konoha. The Umbu halted before a heavy stone door, swiftly forming hand seals. With a low rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open. Beyond it lay a spacious underground chamber, lined with towering bookshelves, each adorned with scrolls sealed by special runes. Each scroll represented a formidable power capable of defying conventional understanding. S-rank forbidden techniques were located in the innermost area. The Umbu gestured towards the depths of the chamber. You have 2 hours to make your selection. Once chosen, present the scrolls to me for registration. With that, the Umbu stood sentinel at the entrance, silent as a statue, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within. Yuya stepped into the legendary Forbidden Technique chamber. His gaze, akin to the most precise scanner, swiftly scanned the names and brief descriptions of the scrolls. Edo Tensei. That is not viable. The risks are too great, and its research value is currently low for me. 8 Gates, a pure embodiment of physical prowess. Unsuitable for my combat framework. Flying Thunder God technique. Now that is enticing, but not everyone possesses the talent of Minato Namikaze, and its development is exceedingly challenging, rendering it less cost-effective. His fingers brushed lightly over the cold scrolls, feeling the taboo power they contained. Each S-rank forbidden technique harbored the potential to alter the tide of battle and even influence the fate of a ninja village. Yet he was not swayed by these formidable forces. He possessed a clear understanding of his desires. What he sought was a technique that would complement his own abilities. One of immense research value, capable of unveiling the profound mysteries of power. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a seemingly unremarkable scroll, somewhat antiquated in appearance. Its label bore 3 characters inscribed in an archaic font, Spirit Manifestation Technique. The origins of this technique were shrouded in obscurity, but it was once mastered most adeptly by Dan Kato, Tsunade's former lover, who perished in the Second Shinobi World War. This technique enabled its user to manifest their soul, liberating it from the confines of the body and transforming it into a living form. It could be employed for intelligence gathering, assassination, and theoretically, it could facilitate attacks and transfers at the soul level. He harbored a conjecture regarding the development of spirit manifestation, if validated. It might provide insights into the enigma of immortality. This was the answer he sought. A subtle, nearly imperceptible smile graced the lips of Kaguya Oil Woman. In comparison to techniques that directly enhance destructive power, the potential of spirit manifestation was undoubtedly far greater. For him, a PhD in bioengineering, the realm of the soul was fraught with the unknown and alluring possibilities. Mastering and delving into this technique could perhaps offer him a revolutionary understanding of chakra, spiritual energy, and the essence of life itself. Moreover, the technique's subtlety and uniqueness aligned perfectly with his customary method of operation. He extended his hand, firmly grasping the scroll that contained the spirit manifestation technique. A chill emanated from the scroll, as if it were a conduit to another enigmatic world. Chapter 37. The covetous gaze of Danzo within the temporary abode of Oil Woman Murakami. The air still bore the distinct, slightly fishy freshness that lingered after the extermination of parasitic insects. He sat cross-legged upon the tatami mat. Before him unfurled the ancient scroll of the soul transformation technique, sourced from the forbidden jutsu library. The scroll, crafted from time-worn material, exuded a faint aroma of ink intermingled with the essence of ages gone by. Each character inscribed upon it seemed to encapsulate an ineffable profundity. The soul transformation technique. An S-class forbidden art capable of detaching the soul for reconnaissance, possession, or even direct assault on other souls, wielded an undeniable potency. Yet, upon embarking on the arduous journey of cultivation, Oil Woman Murakami discovered that the challenges exceeded his wildest imaginings. This endeavor transcended mere alterations of chakra or physical forms. It entailed the comprehension and manipulation of the elusive nature of the soul. He endeavored to summon his mental faculties, striving to perceive the so-called boundaries of the soul. Yet it felt akin to a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. He remained utterly bewildered. The arcane intricacies and perils of soul detachment were indeed not easily mastered. Rubbing his chin, Murakami furrowed his brow behind his sunglasses. His previous pursuits, studying biological genes, modifying parasitic insects, and even amalgamating the toxins of the axolotl, were all grounded in tangible, material realms. However, the soul transformation technique veered into the domains of the psyche and spirit, presenting a nearly novel conundrum. He attempted to engage in preliminary meditation and perception as delineated within the scroll, yet hours slipped by without any discernible progress. His chakra flowed effortlessly within him, and his mental prowess far exceeded that of the average individual, yet he could not unearth the gateway to the mysteries of the soul. Kato Dan. The name flickered in Murakami's mind. This prematurely departed Leaf Village ninja, Tsunade's youthful companion, was indeed the master of the soul transformation technique. Were he still alive, he might have offered invaluable guidance. His sister, Kato Shizune, must now be a disciple of Lady Tsunade, he mused. As Shizune was a blood relative of Kato Dan, she might possess insights into the cultivation of the soul transformation technique, or, at the very least, some notes from her brother's lifetime. Another avenue lay in awaiting Orochimaru's refinement of the impure world reincarnation technique to its zenith, thereby resurrecting Kato Dan and seeking counsel directly from him. This fleeting thought flitted through Murakami's mind, leaving him with a sense of madness, yet it felt oddly more plausible. Given Orochimaru's obsession with forbidden arts, it was certain that he would relentlessly pursue improvement in such a remarkable technique. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's first application occurred during the Ch-nin exams. Yet the specifics of when he developed it were not addressed, leaving Murakami in the dark. As he pondered, a faint ripple of chakra emanated from outside the window. HM? Murakami's senses instantly detected this presence. It was not that of any ninja he recognized. In the next moment, a ghostly figure appeared silently behind him, enveloped in an unsettling chill. The visitor wore a root mask devoid of any ornamentation, featuring only two hollow eye sockets that exuded an aura of lifelessness. Oil Woman Murakami. A voice devoid of emotion emanated from beneath the mask, declaring that Lord Danzo wished to see him. Yamanaka Fu, understanding immediately, recognized the mask and presence as that of a root ninja under Shimura Danzo. Rising slowly, he replied in a calm tone, "Lead the way." They traversed the bustling streets of Konoha, veering into several secluded alleyways, ultimately halting before an inconspicuous residence. The root ninja pushed open the door, gesturing for Yamanaka Fu to enter. The interior was dimly lit, with a staircase descending into an unknown abyss. The atmosphere was oppressive and cold. This was Fu's first impression of the root base. A faint scent of antiseptic mingled with the mustiness of ancient scrolls pervaded the air, while the walls flanking the corridor were hard and frigid, occasionally revealing tightly shut iron doors that led to unknown destinations. At last, the root ninja brought him to a more spacious stone chamber. In the center stood a figure, his back turned, studying a traditional ink painting of a fierce tiger on the wall. "You have arrived, the centipede of Konoha." A voice, aged and hoarse, resonated with undeniable authority. The figure slowly turned, revealing himself to be Shimura Danzo. His right eye was wrapped in thick bandages, while his exposed left eye gleamed with an inscrutable depth, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul. His wrinkled visage bore no superfluous expression. Lord Danzo, Yamanaka Fu inclined slightly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Danzo's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he spoke. "During your time in the Rain Village, did you encounter Hanzo of the Salamander?" A chill ran through Fu as he realized that this was one of Danzo's true motives for summoning him. Choosing his words carefully, he responded, "Indeed, Lord Danzo. During my assignment in the Rain Village under Lord Orochimaru's directive, I did have an encounter with Leader Hanzo." "Encounter?" Danzo's tone was laced with curiosity. "As far as I know, Hanzo held you in considerable regard, even allowing you to stay in his laboratory for a time." Fu internally acknowledged the old fox's extensive network of intelligence. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Leader Hanzo did indeed summon me, subjecting me to a form of test, believing I possessed some potential. As for the laboratory, it was merely a place for recuperation. The specifics pertain to internal matters of the Rain Village, which I am not at liberty to disclose." He skillfully sidestepped details regarding his integration with Hanzo's venom, merely referring to it as a test and recuperation. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, as if assessing the veracity of Fu's words. After a moment, he shifted the conversation. "I have observed your performance on the battlefields of Awagakure and Kirigakure. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan seem to have evolved under your command. It was merely a matter of fortunate insights gleaned from the brink of life and death," Yamanaka Fu humbly replied. Fortunate?" Danzo scoffed, his tone imbued with an unmistakable sense of pressure. "Yamanaka Fu, you are an astute individual. You should comprehend that your strength ought to be utilized in more appropriate endeavors." He took a step forward, the shadows enveloping much of his form, adding an air of enigma. "The Hokage may value your military achievements, but I, on the other hand, treasure your essence. Konoha requires a blade of darkness to eliminate those lurking threats. The root is the most fitting sanctuary for a ninja of your caliber." It was a blatant solicitation, or perhaps a command. The eyes of Yamanaka Kage flickered behind the dark sunglasses. Join the root? Become an unthinking weapon in Danzo's grasp? There was even the possibility of being marked with that damned curse of tongue destruction. He had no inclination for such self-mortification. "The recognition from Lord Danzo is something I am profoundly grateful for." Yamanaka Kage slightly bowed his head. Yet, as the war raged on, Konoha still faced immense pressure on the front lines. "I would rather contribute to the village on the battlefield. Once the war concludes, if Lord Danzo still deems me useful, I shall certainly comply." He returned the ball, using the grand pretext of war to deflect. He believed that, despite Danzo's extreme methods, he still cared about Konoha's survival. At least on the surface, he would not forcibly weaken the frontline forces at such a critical moment. Danzo fixed his gaze upon him, silence stretching for a full half-minute. The air in the stone chamber seemingly crystallizing. The invisible pressure was enough to unnerve even a typical Jainin. Humph. Ultimately, Danzo let out a non-committal cold snort. And so, I shall not compel you. Konoha's future requires genuine guardians. I hope you do not disappoint me. You may leave. Danzo issued the dismissal with a tone that was frigid and unfriendly. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamanaka Kage bowed once more and then turned without hesitation to depart. It was not until he emerged from that oppressive underground base, bathing once again in the sunlight, that he subtly exhaled in relief. That old fox. He truly has his sights set on me, he mused. He had long heard of Danzo's tactics. Once targeted by him, one would not easily escape his grasp. Today's conversation, seemingly calm, was rife with undercurrents. To join the route directly would be akin to courting danger, and in a sense, it would place him in opposition to the third Hokage. Yamanaka Kage weighed the pros and cons, but outright rejection would only invite unnecessary suppression and suspicion. He needed a buffer, a strategy that could leverage Danzo's resources without being wholly under his control. In his mind, the figure with the sinister smile, filled with an insatiable desire for exploration of the unknown, re-emerged. Orochimaru. A meaningful curve appeared at the corner of Kage's mouth. If he were to offer his Byakugan as research material, actively seeking favor from Orochimaru, perhaps even forging some level of cooperation, there already existed countless threads connecting Orochimaru and Danzo. If he allied with Orochimaru, it would be tantamount to indirectly aligning himself with Danzo's faction while maintaining a degree of independence. This course of action bore two significant advantages. First, Orochimaru's obsession with forbidden techniques and bloodline limits far surpassed Danzo's thirst for power. Using the Byakugan as leverage was sufficient for Orochimaru to regard himself as an essential collaborator rather than a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. Consequently, even if Danzo wished to exert control, he would have to consider Orochimaru's disposition. Furthermore, through this connection with Orochimaru, he could discreetly acquire intelligence and resources from the root organization, all while maintaining the facade of being a loyal contributor under the third Hokage, thus avoiding premature scrutiny and hostility from Hiruzen Sarutobi. A roundabout approach to national salvation? No, this is termed strategic collaboration, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yamanaka Kagami chuckled to himself. The 3 pairs of Byakugan in his possession were originally intended for in-depth research. If he could leverage this to establish a connection with Orochimaru, thereby securing additional research resources and forbidden knowledge, or even guidance in the mastery of the transformation technique, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative transaction. As for Orochimaru's ambition and inherent danger, Yamanaka Kagami remained indifferent. He adhered to the belief in strength and was confident in his ability to seize his own interests amidst the machinations of these formidable figures. It appeared imperative to expedite his training in the transformation technique and to commence preparations for his deal with the esteemed Orochimaru. Yamanaka Kagami lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sunlight shone brightly. It was time to return to the battlefield. Chapter 38. Lin's Crisis in the Hokage office of Konohagakure. Yuhi Shinku stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, his demeanor calm. Over the past 3 days, he had not only reported the frontline specific circumstances to the third Hokage and met with Danzo, but he had also contemplated the spirit transformation technique and utilized the rare moments of leisure to organize his new thoughts on the mutations of the parasitic insects and gene fusion. Shinku, I have summoned you not merely to commend your efforts, but also to hear your insights regarding the battlefield in the Land of Mist, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Putting down his pipe, his gaze gentle yet piercing, he held a favorable view of this young member of the Yuhi clan, not only for his formidable strength, but also for his remarkable composure and foresight that transcended his years. After a brief pause, Shinku articulated his analysis of the potential counterattacks from the Mist Village and the strategic significance of the Bone Forest. His reasoning was clear and well-structured, prompting frequent nods of approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Excellent, your analysis is quite perceptive, Hiruzen praised. While the front line remains stable for now, we must not let our guard down. Upon your return, in addition to continuing your watch, I urge you to keep a keen eye on the movements of the Mist Village, particularly the Kagaya clan. Although we have dealt them a significant blow, they are a fiercely combative and powerful clan, not to be underestimated. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shinku replied, fully aware that the third Hokage was granting him greater autonomy. Regarding your commendation, in addition to a method for mastering an S-rank forbidden technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a token from his drawer. I have also granted you access to certain research materials pertaining to bloodline limits within our village, which I hope will be beneficial to you. Shinku's heart stirred with excitement. This was precisely what he sought. He had intended to acquire this information from Danzo, but had sensed Danzo's ulterior motives, leading him to refrain from provoking him in the near future. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen could so directly provide him with the coveted reward suggested a connection to Orochimaru. He accepted the token with a composed demeanor. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hokage. Go forth, young man. The future of Konohagakure requires pillars such as yourself, Hiruzen said, waving him off with a sense of reassurance. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Shinku did not pause for a moment, making his way directly to the village entrance. The permission to access research materials was an unexpected delight. Yet he had no intention of exercising that right at present. He understood that the battlefield was where he needed to be. Moreover, for reasons unknown, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something imminent was about to unfold. He raced through the forest, the trees blurring past him. As he pushed his speed to its limits, an urgent sense of direction surged within him. Suddenly, he came to a halt, his expression shifting. At his chest, the special parasitic insect corresponding with the one on Lin began to emit a frantic buzzing, reminiscent of a searing iron, tightening his heart with trepidation. The resonance carried a powerful warning. Lin. The eyes of Yuhi Shinku sharpened beneath his sunglasses. This particular parasitic insect was custom-made. It would only emit such intense resonance if Lin were in grave danger or if some force had forcibly severed their connection. The emergence of this uncontrollable situation gradually incited anxiety within Yuen Morikawa. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, relinquishing all restraint as his chakra surged forth, propelling him forward with an unprecedented velocity, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the battlefield of the hidden mist. The wind howled in his ears, stinging his cheeks, yet he paid it no heed. At the front lines of the hidden mist battlefield, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering it nearly suffocating. Kakashi Hitaki's silver hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his left eye, imbued with the Sharingan, flickered with a hint of crimson. Restlessly, he paced back and forth at the entrance of the camp, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Asuma Sarutobi, shedding his usual carefree demeanor, had long discarded the grass stalk he typically chewed, his face etched with frustration and worry. He struck his fist against a nearby tree, exclaiming, "Curse it! It's all my fault. Yesterday, Rin expressed her desire to gather herbs on the outskirts of the forest. I should have accompanied her." Kurenai Yuhi furrowed her brows. Her eyes slightly reddened, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "Asuma, this is not the time for self-reproach. We have searched the vicinity of the camp, and there is still no sign of Rin. She must be in trouble. We must find her." Kakashi abruptly halted his pacing, his tone icy and unwavering. "Indeed, we shall scour the entire battlefield if necessary to locate Rin." Asuma echoed, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a figure appeared before the trio like a specter. "What has transpired?" A deep and composed voice inquired, causing the previously agitated trio to freeze in surprise. Yuen Morikawa, weary yet vigilant, surveyed the three with keen, penetrating eyes, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Kakashi. He could distinctly sense the palpable anxiety and urgency emanating from them. "Morikawa." Asuma was the first to regain his composure, as if seizing a lifeline. "Your arrival is fortuitous. Rin is missing." "Missing?" Yuen Morikawa's brow furrowed, his unease intensifying. "What exactly transpired? Please recount the details from the beginning." Kurenai took a deep breath, striving for calm as she recounted the events in detail. It turned out that the previous afternoon, Rin Noera had expressed her intention to venture to a relatively safe area on the outskirts of the camp to gather some special herbs for treating the injured. Since that area had been previously cleared and was not far from the camp, no one thought much of it. However, by evening, Rin had yet to return. Sensing something amiss, the trio immediately organized a search party around the camp, but after a night had passed, there was still no sign of her. They had only discovered some faint signs of struggle and a few drops of blood at the edge of the area where Rin often gathered herbs. Blood? Yuen Morikawa's heart sank. Was there a significant amount? Were any other suspicious clues found? Perhaps traces of enemies? Kakashi shook his head, his voice hoarse. The blood was minimal, seemingly indicative of a mere scrape. No signs of large-scale combat were discerned, nor any indication of hidden mist ninjas in the vicinity. It is as if she has vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air? Yuen Morikawa's gaze flickered with concern. This prompted him to contemplate a certain possibility. Could it be the power of Shinsui? No, the current Abido likely has not yet awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Then, Could it be the handiwork of Uchiha Madara? Has Rin exhibited any unusual behavior in recent days, or come into contact with any suspicious individuals? Why Murakumo continued to inquire. He required further information to assess the situation. No, Kurenai recalled, Rin has been perfectly normal, aside from tending to the injured. She has been patrolling alongside us. She is diligent and cautious. There have been no suspicious persons approaching the camp, Asuma added. With your swarm of insects on guard, our position is fortified. Murakumo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally resting on Kakashi. Kakashi, you shall accompany me in pursuit. Asuma, Kurenai, you will remain at the camp, reinforcing our defenses while simultaneously expanding the search radius nearby. Exercise caution and do not act alone. What? Asuma immediately sprang up, indignant. Why should we stay behind? Rin is our comrade as well. We should go together. Indeed, Murakumo-kun, Kurenai echoed, her tone disapproving. The more of us there are, the greater our strength. We are more familiar with the terrain here. Though Kakashi remained silent, the tightness of his lips and the resolve in his eyes conveyed his stance. Murakumo's tone was unyielding. This is an order. The fact that they could silently abduct Rin indicates they possess formidable strength, perhaps even an enemy beyond our imagination. More personnel would not provide an advantage, but could instead become a liability. Kakashi's Sharingan and tracking capability are more suited for this mission. He paused, his voice softening slightly yet still infused with an irrefutable authority. Moreover, the camp requires someone to oversee it, in case the enemy attempts to lure us away. Your roles are equally significant. Murakumo's words were merely a pretext, implicitly suggesting that Asuma and Kurenai, both Nin, would offer little assistance and could instead become a weakness, diverting focus from himself and Kakashi. However, Asuma sought to argue further. Asuma, Kurenai interjected, grasping his arm and shaking her head. She understood that once Murakumo made a decision, it was challenging to alter. Furthermore, his analysis indeed held merit. She turned to Murakumo, her gaze earnest. Murakumo-kun, please ensure Rin returns safely. Murakumo nodded solemnly, rest assured. Though Sarutobi Asuma felt a sense of injustice in his heart, he recognized that now was not the time for emotional outbursts. He stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it. Murakumo, Kakashi, you two better bring Rin back. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Murakumo said no more, signaling to Kakashi. In an instant, the two figures blurred and set off in pursuit of the direction where Rin had vanished. The interplay of light and shadow danced through the forest as they moved swiftly, one in front of the other. Kakashi bore a heavy heart, unable to forget Obito's dying wish to protect Rin. But now, do not worry too much. Murakumo's voice suddenly broke the silence ahead. Kakashi looked up sharply, his gaze fixed on Murakumo's retreating figure. In the village of Oil Woman, Hui sensed a faint signal emanating from the special parasitic insect nestled within his chest. Although anxiety gnawed at him, the connection had not been entirely severed, indicating that Rin's life was, at least for now, secure. Before my departure, I entrusted Rin with a unique parasitic insect. Huey's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The insect shared a distinctive bond with me, as long as Rin remained alive. And as long as her chakra was not completely isolated, I could generally discern her whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's single eye widened in astonishment, swiftly replaced by a surge of hope. He was aware of the miraculous secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan, yet he had not anticipated that Hui possessed such a contingency. Is that truly the case? His voice trembled with excitement. Indeed, Hui replied, nodding slightly. The information relayed by the insect indicated that Rin was not in immediate danger, although the situation was far from optimistic. They are on the move, heading towards the southeast at a rapid pace. Kakashi's spirits soared, his pace quickening instinctively. As long as Rin was alive, and there were still leads to follow, he would never relent. Huey's gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, was profound. The southeast, that direction edged closer to the heart of the land of fire. Yet venturing further would gradually lead them away from the primary influence of Konohagakure into chaotic territories of lawlessness. Were the assailants merely mist ninjas? Or had Uchiha Obito, unable to contain himself, initiated his plans? Regardless, he must find Rin without delay. That unique parasitic insect was not merely a tracker. It was also a safeguard he had left behind. The wind howled in their ears as the two figures transformed into indistinct shadows amid the forest, racing toward the unknown peril that awaited them. Chapter 39, The Three-Tailed Seal in the Dense Forest Where Moonlight Struggled to Penetrate. The figures of oil woman villages Hikari and Hataki Kakashi darted swiftly, akin to two silent phantoms. Hikari's eyes, sharp as daggers behind her sunglasses, pierced through the layers of shadows, while the resonance of the special parasitic insect within her chest grew increasingly distinct, guiding her path and conveying the suppressed chakra fluctuations and a faint breath of life emanating from Rin. Southeast, without a doubt. Their pace slowed, presumably to set a trap or to take a momentary respite. Hikari's voice was deep, like the night wind rustling through the woods, calm yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Kakashi remained silent, his left Sharingan subtly rotating in the darkness, a fleeting flash of crimson light. His breaths were heavier than usual, each step deliberate, as if he sought to trample down every ounce of anxiety and concern. Rin's safety weighed heavily upon his heart, with Obito's dying words echoing repeatedly in his mind. "We found it." Hikari suddenly halted, raising her hand in a gesture of caution. Not far ahead lay an inconspicuous hollow in the mountainside, overgrown with vines. Without the precise guidance of the parasitic insect, the concealed entrance hidden behind the foliage would have been nearly impossible to detect. At the entrance, two Mist Ninjas leaned against the stone wall, yawning in boredom, their kunai loosely gripped in hand, clearly indifferent to the vigilance required in such a remote location. One each, swift and decisive. Hikari's voice was devoid of emotion. Kakashi nodded slightly, his silver figure vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Hikari moved as well, her actions resembling a shadow merging into the darkness, silent and undetectable. The two Mist Ninjas barely felt a chill at their necks before collapsing, unable to utter a cry. Kakashi's kunai had accurately severed one's throat, while the other was enveloped by a small swarm of parasitic insects released by Hikari, suffocating him without a sound. Hikari crouched down, several reconnaissance-type parasitic insects stealthily emerging from her sleeve, like specks of dust, penetrating the crevice of the cave. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Inside the cave, there were approximately 10 Mist Ninjas, 2 of whom were Jonin, while the rest were Chunin. Rin lay unconscious on a stone altar at the farthest end, her chakra mostly sealed by a special technique, yet her vital signs remained stable. Hikari's voice was calm. "They are conducting some sort of ritual. Complex sealing techniques surround Rin." Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai, a faint current of electricity crackling across its surface. "No more waiting. We charge in." "Agreed." Hikari concurred. Delaying further would only invite more uncertainties. They exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, chakra gathering in his hand as he surged into the cave like a hunting leopard. "Who goes there?" The Mist Ninjas inside the cave, clearly unprepared for intruders, erupted into startled exclamations. Lightning blade. The blinding electric light illuminated the dim cavern, accompanied by a piercing shriek akin to the chorus of 1,000 birds. Kakashi's figure, akin to a streak of lightning, swiftly pierced the chest of an unsuspecting hidden Mist Nin. Blood spurted forth, and the Nin barely had time to scream before succumbing to his fate. An enemy attack. A hidden Mist Nin bellowed, his hands weaving through hand seals at remarkable speed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A ferocious water dragon roared forth from his hands, hurtling towards Kakashi. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Kakashi reacted with lightning speed, slamming one hand to the ground, causing a sturdy earthen wall to rise, blocking the onslaught of the water dragon. Simultaneously, the figure of Aburame Kage appeared like a specter on the opposite side of the cavern. Countless minuscule parasitic insects surging from his ample sleeves like a tide of darkness, swiftly engulfing several hidden Mist Nin attempting to encircle Kakashi. My chakra. These insects are draining my chakra. Damn it. It's the Aburame clan from Konoha. Cries of anguish and alarm echoed throughout the chamber. The parasitic insects of Aburame Kage were no ordinary creatures. Infused with the venom of the salamander, they possessed potent paralyzing and corrosive effects, and their presence disrupted and absorbed the chakra of any ninja afflicted by the electromagnetic filaments. Secret technique. Insect sphere. With a swift gesture, Aburame Kage brought the scattered insects together, forming several rapidly rotating black insect spheres that launched towards the remaining hidden Mist Ninja like cannonballs. The sound of explosions reverberated through the cavern, with debris flying and dust swirling. "You scoundrel!" Another hidden Mist Nin, witnessing the chaos, was filled with rage. He formed hand seals and summoned a vast reservoir of chakra, executing water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forth like a flood, instantly filling half the cavern in an attempt to wash away both the swarm of insects and Kakashi. Kakashi propelled himself off the ground, leaping to the cavern wall to evade the direct impact of the water flow, while simultaneously gathering lightning in his hand. His gaze locked on the Jainin who had cast the technique. However, Aburame Kage stood unfazed, a cold snort escaping his lips as a thick layer of insect armor, composed of rock beetles, enveloped his body, while more parasitic insects erupted from within him, forming a solid wall of insects that cleaved the torrent in two. The water crashed against the insect wall with a dull thud, yet it failed to budge an inch. How is this possible? The hidden mist Jainin gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how his great waterfall technique had been so effortlessly thwarted. In that moment of distraction, Kakashi closed the distance. With a swift thrust, the lightning pierced through, and the hidden mist Jainin froze in disbelief, lowering his gaze to the bloody hole in his chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the hidden mist Jainin under Aburame Kage's particular attention was now completely covered in a swarm of parasitic insects. The purple-black toxins spreading across his body, causing him to convulse in agony, unable even to muster the strength to cry out. In the blink of an eye, within the cavern, apart from Aburame Kage, Kakashi, and the unconscious Rin, only a trembling hidden mist Jainin remained, pinned to the ground by several larger parasitic insects. Utterly immobilized, Ninja Karai slowly approached the Jainin, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth behind his sunglasses. "Speak," he commanded. "Reveal the purpose behind her abduction and your plans from the mist." The Jainin, trembling with fear as he glanced at the grim fate of his comrades, stammered, I don't know. I was merely following orders." A chilling smile curved at the corners of Ninja Karai's lips. "It seems you require a little assistance to jog your memory." He extended a finger, and a flickering electromagnetic orb darted from his fingertip, lazily penetrating the Jain's ear. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cavern as the Jainin convulsed violently, his eyes bulging and foam escaping his mouth. The weak current released by the orb stimulated his nervous system, inflicting a torment far surpassing mere physical pain. Kakashi frowned but refrained from intervening. He understood that this was not the time for compassion. Rin's safety, as well as that of the Leaf Village, depended on this. I'll tell you. Please, stop." The Jainin finally broke down, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. Ninja Karai signaled for the orb to cease its torment. It was an order from above, to seal the three tails into this woman's body, and then to send her back to the Leaf Village, unleashing chaos within. The Jainin spoke in a halting manner, his voice laced with terror. The three tails. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock, a chill radiating from his core. He looked sharply at Rin, who lay unconscious on the stone platform. A tempest of fury and dread surging within him. The mist had gone mad, intending to use Rin's body as a weapon of war to trigger the tailed beast's rampage within the leaf. This was utterly insane. Ninja Karai's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated many scenarios but never imagined the mist would employ such a brutal and sinister method to turn Rin into an unstable Jinchuriki. This flawed sealing technique meant that should the tailed beast rampage, Rin would undoubtedly perish, and the leaf would suffer catastrophic damage. To what stage has your sealing progressed? Ninja Karai's voice grew increasingly frigid. It is already completed, but the sealing technique remains unstable. It requires a specific curse seal to trigger. The Jainin replied, trembling. Where's the curse seal? It is on the captain, the one entangled with the insects. He cast a terrified glance at the mist Jainin, ensnared in a mass of parasitic insects, resembling a dark cocoon. Ninja Karai waved his hand, sending several parasitic insects towards the deceased Jainin. Moments later, they returned, carrying a cursed seal that glimmered ominously with red light. "Very well, you may now meet your end," Ninja Karai stated flatly. As he held down the Jainin, the parasitic insects tightened their grip. And with a muffled gasp, the Jainin fell silent forever. Ninja Karai examined the cursed seal carefully before encasing it with a special parasitic insect for temporary safekeeping. Kakashi hurried to the edge of the stone platform, gazing at the unconscious Rin. Her delicate brows were furrowed, and her face bore a trace of anguish, with ominous chakra fluctuations subtly emanating from her abdomen. "Murakage, what shall we do now?" "Rin." Kakashi's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Aburame Murakage approached Rin's side, extending a finger as several medical insects cautiously examined her condition. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed deeply. "The situation is dire. The chakra of the three tails is exceedingly volatile, and the sealing technique of the Mist Village is alarmingly crude, akin to having buried a bomb within Rin's body that could detonate at any moment." We must hasten to return her to the village and seek Lady Kushina. Only she, with her mastery of sealing techniques, might reinforce the seal or devise a method to detach the three tails. Kakashi nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I will carry her. Just then, Abure Murakich's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses as he warily regarded a shadow lurking deep within the cave. There is something nearby, he murmured, his tone imbued with gravity. He had dispersed electromagnetic insects around the cave, which had detected an extraordinarily peculiar presence. This entity lacked the conventional rhythms of a heartbeat and breath. Its chakra fluctuations were bizarre, cold, and obscure, exuding an unsettling quality that seemed foreign to this world. As if it were a grotesque amalgamation of some plant and creature. Kakashi immediately became alert, his Sharingan scanning the direction indicated by Abure Murakich, yet he discerned nothing. What is it? Unclear, but it is certainly no benign presence, Abure Murakich replied, his voice heavy with foreboding. Wait, it is retreating.